So, I wanted to begin my comments tonight. I decided I wanted to quote something that was written back in 1892. It was written by a very radical socialist back in 1892, and he hoped that by reciting these words, people all over the country would start reciting these phrases, and they'd start saying them, and that this could be the basis for a mass movement in the United States that would totally reorient the economic system to work in the interest of the people of the country, and would also get rid of racism. So, are you ready for these very radical words that were written back in 1892 by a very, very radical socialist?
Yeah.
Well, I think they're quite familiar to folks here in the room. They go like this. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So I bet you didn't know that Francis Bellamy, the author of the U.S. Pledge of Allegiance, was a socialist. He was actually a socialist. He was a Baptist minister. He was a Baptist minister in Boston, and his sermons were so radical that he was banned from the pulpit. He wasn't allowed to preach in the city of Boston, so he moved to Florida. And he had a bit of a problem because he refused to preach to segregated congregations. He didn't believe in racism and segregation, so he couldn't preach in Florida either, so it's an interesting history. But Francis Bellamy, the author of the U.S. Pledge of Allegiance, he wasn't the only radical socialist in U.S. history. Abraham Lincoln, in the Union Army, he had a general, August Willock, a brigadier general in the Army, who was leading soldiers into battle. And throughout the entire war, he was corresponding directly with Karl Marx and getting advice and instruction from Karl Marx about how to wage the Civil War. And Franklin Delano Roosevelt openly met at the White House with the League Against War and Fascism and the founders of the Congress for Industrial Organizations. He worked with the unemployment councils. And they've done polls in the USA, and the two most beloved presidents that we've ever had are Abraham Lincoln and Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And I think it's not a coincidence that those are the two presidents that have the most friendly and the most open relationship with people who think like us, with leftists and socialists. So that's something to keep in mind. There's nothing un-American about socialism. There's no reason that you can't be in this country and believe in socialism. They've done so much to convince us that our whole identity as Americans is based on the free market. And that's false. We have a whole other history. And when we have socialism in the United States, we are not going to have Korean socialism, Russian socialism, Cuban socialism, Venezuelan socialism, Norwegian or Swedish socialism. The only type of socialism that we're ever going to have here in the United States is going to be American socialism. It's going to be a socialism rooted in the progressive and democratic struggles that have taken place on this very soil. A lot of ugly, awful things have happened in the history of the United States of America. Jim Crow segregation, racism, but there's a whole other side to the American people. While every single one of these injustices was taking place, there were people who were actively struggling against them. And that spirit, that democratic history of struggle that you can find in American history, that's going to be the basis for building a new country in the United States. Now, in order to help explain that point, I'm actually going to read to you from a document that was written 90 years ago on the other side of the planet. So I'm about to read to you from this document, and at the time that this document was written, it's very likely that barely anyone read it. It was not something people were reading everywhere. It was kind of obscure. But 30 years later, the whole world was reading it. And I'm convinced that 500 years from now, when people are studying how one of the poorest countries in the world became one of the wealthiest countries in the world, they're going to be reading this document to try and understand it. These are the words that played a very pivotal role in the history of the largest country in the world in terms of population. Several 100 million peasants will rise like a mighty storm, like a hurricane, a force so swift that no power, however great, will be able to hold it back. They will smash the trammels that bind them and rush forward along the road to liberation. They will sweep away the imperialists.
So I'm here because I think that genocide, that bombing hospitals, bombing schools, killing children is wrong. That's something I think I'm shocked and ashamed that so many people do not see this. And I'm here just because I think it's important for me to stand up and say this is wrong. And so that's all why I'm here. Simple, very simple. It's not complicated. You should not be bombing schools. You should not be bombing hospitals. You should not be killing children.
Thank you very much.
The same as my father, you know, I went to my first protest when I was 4 years old against the Iraq War. I'm just intrinsically against war. I'm intrinsically against these imperial powers. You should not be bombing schools. You should not be bombing hospitals. I think it's, again, very simple. You know, the Palestinians have been suffering for the past 75 years underneath an apartheid state. And I don't think any rational person can see the images coming out of Gaza. Children's heads being blown off, jaws being blown off, like people dying from infectious disease, children being buried beneath buildings, like losing their mothers and fathers, grandfathers, and like entire families are being torn apart. And it's wrong, and I don't think we can allow people who are part of this military force committing war crimes being issued by the ICJ has already issued that these are war crimes that are going on. It's very simple, it's very straightforward, and we want to make sure that we're not allowing war criminals to get away with the actions that they're doing. So I feel the need as an American citizen to speak up against what my government is funding right now.
Do you want a ceasefire? Of course. I want the war to end, and I want people to become one under God, and that's the only answer.
What do you think? I mean, as an American, do you think our taxpayer money should be involved in this?
If there was a chance where they were to cooperate together, like the people in Gaza and Jerusalem and Israel, if everyone just collaborated together, I wouldn't mind helping people rebuild together. That's my stance. I would still need to think more about it. It's more circumstantial, but
simply that we dare not be silent because we are Jews. We will not be silent, inshallah, with God's help. We cannot watch the slaughter, the genocide, the torture of a whole nation, the people of Palestine, from babies to old people. My brothers and sisters who are Jewish are standing presently in the streets of Al-Quds, Jerusalem. In solidarity, we are crying and hurting with the suffering of the Palestinians. We hope that maybe the world is awakening to what the actuality was happening. This is not a conflict of religion. It's a conflict against religion. It's a nationalist movement that's 100 years old, that's standing and in imposters in the name of my religion, Judaism. My religion is to be subservient to God, not to kill or steal. We are forbidden to occupy, to have that land. We cannot be silent. God have mercy to stop a cessation and totally of the slaughter of Gaza and the cessation of the occupation. We embrace the people of Gaza. We hurt with you. God should help you, inshallah, free Palestine.
By David Feldman. We are here in Times Square while this Zionist celebration is taking place across the street, where we have the Israeli army presenting it. This is embarrassing to us as Jewish people because they claim to represent myself. They claim to represent my people. They claim to represent my religion. This is an embarrassment to our religion. We stand up and we say no. We are against everything they are doing, especially this morning with this targeted assassination of two politicians, which is such a continuation of these atrocities they are continuing for so long, which is leading into death and destruction to everyone. We have to realize that the occupation is destroying everyone. We have to stop this occupation in its entirety so we can live again in peace as we did for 100 years ago in Palestine before the movement of Zion.
I have talked extensively on these lives about a division within the American ruling class. Within the ruling class of the United States, there is a division. Now, let me first clarify. When we talk about ruling class, what are we talking about? Nowadays, there's a widespread feeling among society, among all kinds of people, that somebody else has the power. The government works for somebody other than average people. It's not a real democracy. There is some kind of elite, but who is it, right? And you get all kinds of conspiracy answers. It's the deep state. It's the Illuminati. It's the thing high up on the thing. It's the Vatican, the Rosicrucians, the reptilians. All right, Socialist Vietnam, TPP. Right? There's all kinds of feelings that there might be some kind of shadowy elite that rules the world, right? And libertarians feel this way, and, conspiracy theorists feel this way, and there's all kinds of ideas about it, right? And a lot of the people who call themselves socialists will talk about the 1%, and they'll cite Occupy Wall Street kind of rhetoric, 99%, 1%. And they think it's about income level. But the Marxist understanding of who is the ruling class, the Marxist understanding of it, is that the ruling class is those who control the major centers of economic power, the major means of production. Those who own for a living rather than working for a living. I work for a living, you work for a living, right? Those who own the major industries, the major oil companies, the major banks, the major, big box store chains, the owners of the centers of economic power are the ruling class, right? And that there are two classes in the modern capitalist world. There are those who sell their labor in order to survive. And who do they sell their labor to? They sell their labor to capitalists, those who own for a living. They own banks, they own factories, they own major industries, and they are the capitalists. And this is the divide between workers and owners, right? And the owners operate and control the means of production in order to advance their own profits. And the workers sell their labor to those owners in order to survive. They get wages, right? And we know that there are other layers, right? There's small business owners, for example. They own their own means of production, but they are not really part of the ruling class. They don't really control the economy. Somebody who owns a bar in your neighborhood, or someone who's a small shopkeeper, they're technically what you would call the petty bourgeoisie. And we also know there are people within the working class that are very, very, very wealthy, right? And because even though they're technically workers, but they have a high enough standard of living, they sympathize with their bosses. That would be the aristocracy of labor. So it's not totally that simple. But you have the working class, those of us who sell our labor to survive, and you have the capitalist class, those who own the major centers of economic power. But within the ruling class, and this is where it's very important, there is a big divide, and there has been in the United States for over a century, a divide between what you would call the entrepreneurial bourgeoisie, the bourgeoisie that is just desperate to make its own profits, the rich, and what you could call the managerial bourgeoisie, the ultra-rich, the ones that are so much more wealthy than the rest of the ruling class that they start to think in long-term rather than short-term politics, right? The first example, one of the biggest examples in U.S. history, and probably the first major example of managerial thinking among the bourgeoisie, was J.P. Morgan. J.P. Morgan created the Federal Reserve Bank, right? We know that used to be on Wall Street. Every few years, they would have what they called a panic, and Wall Street would crash, and people would scramble and sell all their stock as fast as they could, and the economy would go down, and there'd be mass unemployment. Every couple of years, there would be a panic on Wall Street, and it was a problem. And at that point, J.P. Morgan, right? That's the family of General Electric. That's one of these ultra-rich ruling class families. J.P. Morgan
got sitting there and he said, I really don't like the fact that we have a scramble on the stock market every few years. So I'm going to create something called the Federal Reserve Bank, which will be facilitated by the government. And when it looks like there's about to be a panic, the Federal Reserve will loan people a bunch of money and stabilize things. Right? And J.P. Morgan gathered a number of bankers and capitalists at Jekyll Island, and they drew up a plan. And eventually it was ratified by Congress, and now we have the Federal Reserve System. And J.P. Morgan was rich enough to realize that if there continued to be all these panics on Wall Street, if there continued to be instability in the economy, the socialist movement would get bigger, there'd be intensifying fighting in the ruling class, and in the interest of stability and thinking long term, not thinking about his own profits in the short term, but thinking about preserving the existing order in the long term, J.P. Morgan, one of these ultra-rich capitalists, instituted the Federal Reserve in the hopes of stabilizing the capitalist system. That is a managerial mindset. Most capitalists in the United States do not have a managerial mindset. They have an entrepreneurial mindset. They just want to maximize their profits in the short term. They are looking at how much money they are making, and they want to maximize that amount of money. They don't care. They do not care. They're not thinking long term. They're not thinking about organizing societal peace. They just want to make a lot of profits. But there is a faction.
So I'm doing a presentation tonight, and the title that we've gone with is Mao and American Socialists, the Chinese Revolution and its Impact on Activists in the United States. And I'm doing this class for a number of reasons. One of the main reasons I'm doing this class is because Mao Zedong is probably going to be remembered as one of the most important figures in human history. If you look at what China is today, the second largest economy in the world, the biggest manufacturer of steel in the world, the biggest manufacturer of telecommunications in the world, raising 800 million people out of poverty. That was a process that Mao Zedong started. Mao Zedong is a person who's had a huge impact on world events. I think that Mao will probably be remembered thousands of years from now the same way we remember like Julius Caesar or Alexander the Great. I mean, these are people that live on centuries and millennium into the future because of the dramatic impact they've had on human history. That said, I'm not a Maoist. I know on the internet there are people who called me a Maoist before. I'm not a Maoist, right? And there are many things that Mao did that I would disagree with. There are many things Mao said and did that I would disagree with. But I noticed that on the anniversary of the Chinese Revolution of 1949 in the press, there was a lot of real extreme statements being made about Mao Zedong and about his impact around the world on Maoism. So the Wall Street Journal and some other articles said some really over-the-top things. And you have to ask yourselves, I mean, okay, well, the founders of the United States participated in the international slave trade, for goodness sakes, wiped out the Native Americans, but we still have their pictures up everywhere, we study them. The way Mao has been portrayed has been largely tainted by, in a lot of ways, I would say, racism. For example, there's an old racist concept called Asiatic despotism. It's an old racist concept. If you read the newspapers in the 1920s and 30s, they start arguing that people of Asian descent are naturally authoritarian and tyrannical. Leon Trotsky wrote a biography of Joseph Stalin. It was an attack on him. This is when Trotsky was in the West, blaming Stalin's tyrannical tendencies or whatnot on the fact that he was born in Georgia, which is a Central Asian country. And if you look at the way leaders of North Korea have been singled out and how things that are just rumors, right? They'll claim that the leader of North Korea has the world's largest collection of pornography. Well, what's their basis? What's that based on? Well, that's a rumor that somebody in South Korean intelligence says, and they repeat it as if it's fact. Well, there's a racist edge to that, and I think the way Mao has been particularly demonized, he's been singled out to be portrayed in this horrific way. I think that there is an underlying racism to that, and that fits into this old racist trope of Asiatic despotism. He very much had an impact on the United States. I mean, there's no question about it. The role that Mao played in U.S. history is kind of ignored. People think China's a country on the other side of the world, that it had nothing to do, no impact here. But the reality is, even though China is on the other side of the world, even though the Chinese Revolution was in a very different country, in a very different time, in a very different context, it had a very big impact on activists and socialists and revolutionaries in the United States. But this is kind of a topic you can't exactly hit in a completely chronological way. I'm going to try to be chronological here, but I've divided it up into 4 sections. And then after each section, we'll have discussion where people can say whatever they want, and then we'll resume. That way it's not just me talking up here the whole time. We'll do 4 sections, and people can say whatever they want. People can agree, disagree, or whatnot. We're divided up into 4 sections. So I guess we'll start with the first section, which I'm going to call 2 parties, 2 factions, 2 leaders. So 1921, you had the founding Congress of the Chinese Communist Party. And 1917, you had the Russian Revolution, and after the Russian Revolution, Vladimir Lenin comes out and calls for a new Marxist international to be formed, the Communist International. And they have congresses in Moscow, and in every country in the world, they're asking revolutionaries who support the Russian Revolution to leave the socialist parties or anarchist groups or whatever and form communist parties that are part of the new Communist International. So in China, they have the first meeting of the first founding Congress of the Chinese Communist Party. There's 12 people at the meeting, representing 57 people throughout the country. Not very big. They actually met in the basement of a women's dormitory in the French Concession, which is an area, in China that was under the control of France in Shanghai. They realized after the first day that the police were monitoring all the 12 people who were going in, so they left the basement of the women's dormitory and they finished the meeting on a boat. They rented a boat, and it was on a nearby lake, and it was on this boat that they finished the meeting up so that no police could come in because they were on the boat. They were surrounded by water, and there were 12 people there. Among the people there was Mao Zedong. Now, Mao Zedong had been the leader of something called the New People's Study Group. And the New People's Study Group was an association of young activists who were part of the May 4th movement. Now, that was after World War I when the Treaty of Versailles was signed. A lot of Chinese territory was given by the Treaty of Versailles to Japan. And the Chinese people considered this to be a huge affront against them, an attack on their sovereignty. And so the May 4th movement was this mass uprising and rebellion and protest against both Japan and the United States. They called for the overthrow of Woodrow Wilson. They denounced Japan. And boycotting Japanese goods was one of the main things they did, like burning stores that sold Japanese goods and stuff. And the New People's Study Group was led by Mao, and they were leading a boycott of Japanese goods. And they were very ideological, but their ideology was not Marxism. They actually studied the teachings of the anarchist, Peter Kropotkin. Now, Peter Kropotkin was a Russian anarchist, and his idea was that peasants would buy up land in the countryside and they would form like communes, and he believed the peasantry in Russia would make the revolution. And China is a largely peasant and agrarian country. And so Mao and the New People's Study Group were studying the writings of Peter Kropotkin. They were based in the cities, but their idea was that eventually the peasants of China would form cooperatives in rural areas, and that would be the basis of building New China. But after the Russian Revolution happened, Mao and many others were inspired by the events in Russia. And so Mao and a number of academics in China who would study Marxism and people associated with the Socialist Party, they all came together at this historic meeting, and they formed the Chinese Communist Party. And it was very small. Like I said, 57 members, 12 people. And that kind of parallels something that happened the next year in the United States. August 17th, 1922, you have the first meeting of the fully unified Communist Party of the United States of America, right? Russian Revolution had happened. There had been a call to form a Communist Party in the United States. So first there had been something called the Communist Party of America. That was mainly non-English speakers, people associated with the foreign language federations of the Socialist Party. And they formed the Communist Party of America. And then intellectuals who were English speaking and did not particularly care for the fact that non-English speakers were dominating things, they formed something called the Communist Labor Party. And then there was a faction within the Socialist Party, like the Revolutionary Committee, that wanted to stay in the Socialist Party and fight for the Socialist Party to be more revolutionary. And it was in 1922 in Bridgman, Michigan, that they finally had a unified convention of what became the Communist Party of the United States. And there were a number of organizations that were there at the Unity Convention, August 17th, 1922. Among them was something called the African Blood Brotherhood. And this was an organization of African Americans who took up guns to fight the Ku Klux Klan. And it was kind of a secret underground group that believed in armed self-defense. Leader of it was Harry Haywood, and they were represented at the convention. But one leader that was at the 1922 Bridgman Convention of the Communist Party, when they had their unified convention, formed one Communist Party, was William Z. Foster. Now, William Z. Foster wasn't part of any of these groupings. He was part of something called the International Trade Union Educational League. And William Z. Foster is quite an interesting person as well. William Z. Foster had been an anarchist. He'd been in the Industrial Workers of the World. He had been a labor activist. And he'd come to the conclusion that the IWW, or the Wobblies, which was a big anarcho-syndicalist labor union,
that by forming separate revolutionary unions, they were cutting themselves off from the majority of the workers. Most workers that were unionized were in the AFL, the American Federation of Labor. Well, the IWW, they formed this separate union that was considered to be a revolutionary, anarchist, socialist union. Well, William Z. Foster had been in the IWW. He didn't particularly care for that. He had this theory called boring from within, that they could join the existing unions and push for revolutionary politics within them. So William Z. Foster quit the IWW, and he started something called the Syndicalist League of North America. And in the Syndicalist League of North America, they joined the existing labor unions in the AFL and bored from within. And eventually, they realized that the name Syndicalist League of North America sounded really super radical and revolutionary. That was causing them problems. So they changed the name to the International Trade Union Educational League. And they had some real successes. In Chicago, the members of the International Trade Union Educational League had organized all the packing houses. Those were meat packing houses. If you've ever read The Jungle by Upton Sinclair, it talks about how horrendous the conditions were in Chicago's meat packing houses, where people were being worked long hours. A lot of immigrants from Eastern Europe and Ireland and Italy were being worked horrendous conditions. And the way they unionized it was they had these public hearings where the workers would get up and testify about their conditions in the factory and how bad they were. And it was through these kind of public hearings exposing the conditions in the packing houses by kind of embarrassing the bosses that they forced the bosses in the context of World War I to sign a union contract. And so they unionized the packing houses of Chicago. And then the next year, William Z. Foster attempted to unionize the steel mills of the United States. The steel industry was huge. And you had the Great Steel Strike of 1919. And William Z. Foster and the AFL of Chicago organized over 365,000 steel workers across the United States to go on strike, demanding the right to be recognized as a union. And all across the United States, in places like Pittsburgh and places like Gary, Indiana, it was a pitched battle. People were killed. People died. I mean, the National Guard was sent in. And William Z. Foster became a household name in the United States at that point. William Z. Foster was known as the guy leading the steel strike, and his career as an anarchist was brought up. He was called before Congress and interrogated about his views about the fact that he'd been an anarchist. The steel strike of 1919 was huge. Woodrow Wilson invited William Z. Foster to the White House, and William Z. Foster says he spoke to him in roughneck talk and tried to speak. He assumed that William Z. Foster must be an ignorant worker, and so he spoke to him. This here strike you're having, Mr. Foster, is causing problems in our economy. Just really condescending way. Ultimately, the steel strike of 1919 failed, and the Communist Party of the United States, or the various groupings that eventually merged in 1922 to become the official Communist Party, they didn't support the steel strike because it was an AFL strike. It was led by the American Federation of Labor. And they had referred to William Z. Foster as E.Z. Foster, like he was a sellout because he was not in the IWW, in a radical union. And the strike had failed, but after that, William Z. Foster had been invited to a trade union conference in Moscow, and he had met with Vladimir Lenin. And Lenin had said he'd been urging the communists of the United States to support the steel strike. And he'd been urging them to abandon the idea of having separate communist unions, but to join the AFL and bore from within and push for communist politics. So on that basis, William Z. Foster's attitude toward the Communist Party changed, and in 1922, he was at this Bridgman Convention. And it was in Bridgman, Michigan. It's a very small town. And the convention was held in the middle of the woods. It was like in a wooded area, and there was a lot of secret code and secret handshakes. Didn't really help, though, because the police found out about it. The whole convention was raided. Everyone there got arrested. So we just loaded up the banner and the PVC pipes, and we're headed up to Central Park. Let's see how this goes.
Away, 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 away.
We have the banner out, and now we're getting the zip ties on. How's it going, guys?
All right.
All right. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. Nope, it's not gonna hold. So now we want to cut some poles in, cut the other pole in half.
All right, so we're here at Trump Tower. Noah and I made it. We seem to have lost track of Phil along the way. He stopped to buy some water. Hopefully he's with us soon, but mission is accomplished. We got the banner to Trump Tower. Only peace can make America great again.
This is the man that we want Donald Trump to be. Here on this banner, you will see the greatest thing that Donald Trump did in his entire presidency. He went and became the first president to ever visit the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, North Korea. This is a country that's been technically at war with the United States since the 1950s.
Donald Trump shaking hands with oligarchs told you we're our enemies. They told you these people are horrible. They told you these people are terrible, that they will never do anything good for us. There's a reason for that. It's called money. It's called power. They want to weaken you mentally. They want to capture your spirit, stomp you out, and tell you, why bother? Why get out of bed in the morning? Why do anything worthwhile? No. Understand, peace is possible, but you must give it a chance. Giving peace a chance is giving yourself a chance.
We are here to say that only peace can make America great again. And that what Donald Trump did on North Korea, that was awesome. And we want that to continue. We want more peace negotiation. We want more trade. We want more diplomacy.
The real America is not with the bankers, it's not the criminals on Wall Street.
We don't control our government anymore. And our republic is being run by powerful forces that are very much unelected or subverting our democracy.
Rebuild America. Rebuild our country instead of bombing countries around the world. We need Donald Trump to stand up to the military-industrial complex. We need Donald Trump to stand up to the war lobby.
We want to put America first and not the criminals who are lining their pockets on Wall Street with American taxpayer money to go bomb children overseas. Believe the oligarchs at your own peril. Believe them and sleep under a bridge. Believe them and not have a job. Believe them and understand you'll never have health care. Believe them and see what you get. Let's believe in one another. Let's believe that peace is possible.
It's going good. I mean, people have been reacting well. Small crowds will form when we have the bullhorn out, and then we'll take a break for a little bit and they'll disperse. Earlier, the Secret Service came by. I thought that was interesting. I think we're making an impact.
Russia's not our enemy. China's not our enemy. North Korea is not our enemy. Our enemy is the war lobby. Our enemy is the military-industrial complex. And if we really love America, we should demand that they take all the money they spend on bombs and tanks and weapons and rebuild this country.
Only peace will make America great again. We need to go back to this moment when Donald Trump, the President of the United States of America, went to a country that we have technically been at war with since 1952 and said, let's give peace a chance. We want Trump to be a peace candidate. Every poll says that the American people want peace.
We're out here doing amazing work today, speaking out loud and proud about what we should be doing about making the world a better place. I'm really excited about it. Everyone has been amazing. Our message is getting through to people. I heard people actually talking as I walked by, saying give peace a chance.
We need jobs and schools and healthcare and education in this country, not wars around the world. Not death, destruction, and militarism. Only peace can make America great again. Why is it that people in North Carolina are left stranded while the National Guard is in the Middle East? America's working families have been left behind while our leaders focus on wars in other countries. America first means working families first. It means no more wars. It means offering a hand of friendship and cooperation to countries around the world.
We are out here in front of Trump Tower today to say we deserve that, and we do not want World War III.
That's right. They want to weaken you mentally. They want to capture your spirit, stomp you out, and tell you, why bother? Why get out of bed in the morning? Why do anything worthwhile? No! Americans don't want their tax dollars to be dumped into a hole, funding wars around the world so that bankers on Wall Street can play a game of dominating the economies of the world, while Americans are starving in ditches all across this country, while there are homeless people sitting 3 blocks from the White House, in the richest country on the face of the earth, so-called, you have homeless people on every block, on every street, on every city. Why is that?
Only peace can make America great again. Only peace can make America great again. Only peace can make America great again. If Donald Trump wants to get back in the White House, we say that he needs to do what the American people want him to do, and that is to make peace around the world.
Let's stand up for each other. Let's believe in one another. Let's believe that peace is possible.
Only peace can make America great again, and this is the man that you want Donald Trump to be. This brought tears to my eyes. I was so moved when it happened. To see the President of the United States and the President of North Korea shaking hands. This is what the new world could be. This is who we want Donald Trump to be. We want him to be a peace president. We want him to be a peace candidate in this election.
I'm hungry. I'm really, really hungry. I mean, it was hard work walking it over here. It was like, what, like a 2-mile walk?
Yeah.
Felt like it. And it's the wind. It's like a big sail.
Challenging but rewarding.
Yeah.
You know, we actually had fun.
We're the Center for Political Innovation, and we are out here saying only peace can make America great again.
Warlords, corrupt officials, local tyrants, and evil gentry into their graves. A revolution is not a dinner party, or writing an essay, or painting a picture, or doing an embroidery. It cannot be so refined, so leisurely and gentle, so temperate, kind, and courteous, restrained and magnanimous. A revolution is an insurrection, in which one class overthrows another. All those whom the gentry have despised, those who have been downtrodden into the dirt, people with no place in society, people with no right to speak, have now audaciously lifted up their heads. They have not only lifted up their heads, but they have taken power into their own hands. Now, what I'm reading to you is from this document, and it's called Report on an Investigation of the Peasant Movement in Hunan. It was written in 1927 by a very obscure and unknown figure in Chinese politics at that time by the name of Mao Zedong. And this document was written because in the rural parts of China, peasants were rising up and killing their landlords. And they sent Mao Zedong, because he himself had grown up in the countryside, he was from a middle peasant, wealthy family, they sent him to investigate what was going on and to report on it. And he wrote this glowing report, which I'll get back to later. But why were these peasants so poor in China back in 1927? Now, the way that we're taught to think about politics in the United States and to think about the world, we're taught to think that some countries are just naturally poor countries, right? There's some countries that are naturally rich, like Western Europe and the USA, and there are some countries that are naturally poor, like, Asia, Africa, Latin America. These are poor countries, these are rich countries, that's just how it is. Well, that's false. Do you know who invented gunpowder? The Chinese. Who had the first paper money? That was China. At the time that my ancestors were living in caves in Europe, in Western Europe, the people in China had a vibrant civilization. They had invented the world's first civil service examination. China was poor back in 1927 because Wall Street bankers and London bankers were keeping China poor. Now, I know there's got to be some American history buffs here in the audience, right? Now, if you're someone who's studied the history of the United States, you're quite familiar with something called the East India Company. Anyone familiar with the East India Company, right? That's the Boston Tea Party. That's back in 1776, or in the lead up to the American Revolution. The East India Company, a huge British corporation, had essentially a forced monopoly on the importation of tea. So the American colonists, they went out and they dumped that tea into the ocean, right? Very famous, the Boston Tea Party. Well, at the time that this document was written, the East India Company was hugely invested in China and had a huge monopoly in the Chinese markets. In fact, and it's interesting, one of the biggest entities on Wall Street today is what's called HSBC Bank. And that's a British bank, but what does HSBC stand for? Hong Kong Shanghai Banking Corporation. This was an entity created by the London Stock Exchange in order to dominate the Chinese economy. And one of the main things that HSBC Bank was involved in doing was importing narcotics, opium, heroin, into China as a way of subduing the people and drugging them and making them easier to dominate and conquer. And there were two wars fought by the British in order to maintain their monopoly and their control over the Chinese economy. What were they called? They were the two Opium Wars, right? These were wars forcing China to accept the importation of narcotics. Can you believe this, right? Forcing a country to accept the importation of narcotics. Now, the first time the U.S. troops were sent to China, the first time that happened, that was in 1900. And in China at that point, there was an uprising. They called it the Boxer Rebellion. The way American media portrayed it, it was to protect missionaries, and it was, Christians were being persecuted, and they didn't want to intervene, but they just had to. We've heard this song and dance. Every time there's a war, the USA is always going in to liberate and protect people. But the reality was they were going in to protect the drug dealers from the nationalist movement. We all know about that comment Donald Trump made, right? About I'm not going to repeat it. I was brought up, my understanding is that you never talk that way about someone's home. We're talking about, the blank hole countries, if you know what I'm saying. You don't talk that way about someone's home. No matter how much problems a country has, no matter how poor the people there are, the people who live there are still people, and you don't disrespect them, and you don't use language like that to describe their home country. But if you look at all these countries around the world that are being described that way, they all have economies that are dominated by Wall Street and London. I mean, look at Mexico, for example. Every day there are people trying to cross in from Mexico. Mexico is a totally free market country. They privatized their oil recently, but it was only nominally nationalized prior to that. The country's totally gone along with NAFTA, free trade. People are impoverished. Look at Haiti. Look at how the USA intervened to bring down Aristide and ensure that the country maintained a free market economy. Nigeria, that's a country in Africa. And it is at this point the top oil exporting country on the African continent. Nigeria has been doing business with Wall Street, Chevron, Shell Oil, BP. It's been doing business with them for years. And you'll notice that the country is a very, very poor country. At this point, the life expectancy is quite low. Illiteracy is approaching 42%, from my understanding. Nigeria is not very wealthy in terms of the population, but it is a rich country. It's got lots of oil, but the people there are poor. Libya used to be the top oil exporting country on the African continent, but at this point, Libya is a mess. Libya used to have the highest life expectancy on the African continent as well, but NATO went in and bombed the place into ruin. Look at Iraq. This is another country that was bombed into ruin and chaos. Look at Afghanistan. When these countries become absorbed into this international system, when they join with capitalism and with the global financial system dominated by these banks and corporations, they don't become any wealthier. There's this mythology. We hear that these corporations are developing the world. We've heard this before, right? The corporations are developing the world. They're helping bring people out of poverty. All the places that are dominated by these Wall Street banks and corporations tend to be deeply, deeply poor. And if you'll notice, there's a term for those who study economics. They might understand the phrase monopolistic stagnation, right? Because if you look at these countries that are independent, that are being attacked, who does the USA not like right now? Who's on the USA's enemy list?
Venezuela.
Right. So we got Venezuela, right? That's an independent state-run oil company selling oil on the international markets in competition with Wall Street. You got Iran, another country with an independent state-run oil company selling oil in competition with Chevron, BP, and these big corporations. What else? We got Russia, a huge state-run corporation exporting on the international markets in competition with Wall Street. It's about clearing the world. It's about maintaining a monopoly, right? The oil in Saudi Arabia is basically under control of Western corporations. So there's no problem. Notice that we're not seeing big outcry about human rights in Saudi Arabia. All these groups that are leading protests against Iran or leading protests against Venezuela, they're a little silent about the Saudi monarchy. One of the only countries in the world that still cuts people's heads off in public. The weird thing about all of this is there was a time when this setup around the world was pretty beneficial to lots of Americans, right? They went around attacking independent countries. They bombed Korea, bombed Vietnam, but we had the highest life expectancy in the world. We had, this booming economy. We had the American dream, the house and the car.
Hey folks, so this is Caleb, and I wanted to do this video because I wanted to ask the question, why is it that the USA and the leaders of the USA don't seem to like Russia or China? What's that really about? Now, some people say, well, it's about human rights, right? These governments, the Russian government, the Chinese government, don't respect human rights the same way that US leaders do. We have, just a different perspective. We feel like the people of Russia, the people of China are being oppressed. But that's a pretty flawed answer to the question. Because if you look all over the world, there are governments that violate human rights very, very openly and are on very friendly terms with the U.S. government. Take Saudi Arabia, for example. It's a country that still cuts off people's heads in public. Most of the country are guest worker slaves with no human rights. You know, you can go down the line. Saudi Arabia, you know, is an absolute monarchy. No even notion of democracy or human rights. So we can just throw that one out there. It's not about human rights. And then some people will say, well, you know, we just have a different culture. You know, those people in Russia, those people in China, they think differently than we do. We have our way, they have theirs. We're a big country, they're a big country. We just don't get along. I don't think that's correct either. But if you look at what's going on now, at the fact that we just put a huge economic tariff onto China, China's responding. You look at the fact that these diplomats were just expelled from the United States. You know, there's this whole history. But what is it about Russia and China that Western leaders don't like? Well, you need to look at the history of the 20th century. When the 20th century began, Russia and China were both very, very, very poor countries. They were just deeply, deeply poor. They used to call China the sick man of Asia. Huge amounts of poverty, huge amounts of drug addiction. Russia was an agrarian country with very little industry, very little manufacturing. You know, mostly just an agrarian country, and it was, you know, it had control over Azerbaijan, and Azerbaijan was selling oil to the rest of the world. It was where, you know, these big oil fields that were controlled by the Rothschilds and British bankers and the Dutch, you know, so that was Russia and China at the beginning of the 20th century. However, both countries had earth-shaking revolutions in which, you know, there was an upsurge in which a government came to power that took control of the economies and essentially turned the countries into superpowers. You know, Russia, you had the revolution in 1917, but ultimately it didn't start becoming a superpower until 1928, when Stalin launched his 5-year plans. And all of a sudden, you know, Russia, which had no steel industry before, was suddenly producing huge amounts of steel. Eventually got to the point they were producing more steel than any other country in the world, more tractors than any other country in the world. They were, you know, it was just this huge, huge leap, and pretty soon they were defeating the Nazis, and they were in outer space. They were the first country to conquer outer space, and, you know, the Soviet Union just became this world superpower. And then you had World War II, and they were even stronger, rebuilding the country, you know, modern housing, modern electricity. You had a very impoverished agrarian, you know, semi-feudal country turn into a world superpower. China, 1949. You have a revolution, the Communist Party comes to power. They start building steel mills, they start building highways, they start building railway, they start, you know, constructing modern universities, wiping out illiteracy. You know, they have a falling out with Russia, but gradually, and then finally with the rise of Deng Xiaoping, they really, really start growing. And China, another deeply, deeply impoverished country, another, you know, country that was the sick man of Asia, full of mass poverty, malnutrition, hunger, you know, illiteracy. All of a sudden it's turned into a gigantic superpower. And that's what it's about, because when Russia and China were deeply, deeply poor, and when their economies were dominated by British bankers and Wall Street bankers, and the people lived in just extreme poverty, they weren't competitors. But now that these countries have become, you know, just these huge, huge, you know, superpowers in the global market, now that they're doing that, they're competitors on the international market. At this point, Russia is producing huge amounts of oil and huge amounts of natural gas. In the 1990s, after the fall of the Soviet Union, their economy was just in a complete, utter wreck. And then Vladimir Putin came in, and he had written, you know, academic papers about the concept of what he called national champions. These are corporations or super corporations built up by governments and controlled by governments for the purpose of raising up the entire economy. He drew from Adam Smith, he drew from different economic theories, and he talked about creating Rosneft and Gazprom, which already existed, but transforming them and utilizing them as national champions. And essentially, you know, Putin has turned Russia into an economic superpower once again. I mean, they were during the time of the Soviet Union, and he restored them to their level of being an economic superpower by controlling the oil and natural gas markets, you know, using the state to plan out the economy. You know, China, you know, at the time of the revolution, 1949, they did not have a single steel mill. There was not a single steel mill in China in 1949. Well, today, China produces half the steel in the entire world. At this point, China has the biggest telecommunications manufacturer in the world, Huawei, the cell phone manufacturer that's making those phones. China is cornering the market. It's 26% of the global car market at this point. They are pushing electric cars like crazy. You see the fact that now people can buy their oil and their natural gas, people can buy their steel, people can buy their cell phones from somebody else. And that both Russia and China, by lifting themselves out of poverty, by coming together, seizing control of their economic resources and rising up from nothing and transforming what were previously poor countries into global superpowers, by doing that, they have cut into the market. They've cut into the profits of Wall Street mega corporations, right? Every ounce of oil and natural gas that the Russians sell is an ounce of oil and natural gas they did not buy from ExxonMobil. They didn't buy from BP or Shell. Every ounce of steel the Chinese export around the world is an ounce of steel that somebody did not buy from an American corporation or a Japanese corporation or a German corporation. That's what's happened. That imperialism, people think imperialism is about imposing culture. It's, imperialism is the fact that these countries have McDonald's in them, or the fact that people, around the world practice Christianity, not their indigenous faith. That's not the essence of what imperialism is. If you read Lenin's book, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, imperialism is the dominance of the market by mega corporations and monopolies, financial powers in Western countries that carve out spheres of influence and keep countries as captive markets to sell their products to, whereas these countries are kept from ever developing, ever selling their own products. All that happens is their resources get stripped away, and the Western monopolies control the country and keep it in a state of chronic poverty and underdevelopment. That's what imperialism is. It's an economic relationship in which countries are kept chronically poor so that Wall Street bankers can stay rich. And Russia and China have both broken out of that system, and they've broken out of that system by having state control over their economies. And, the same reason that the U.S. government hates Russia and China, they hate other countries, who've done this on a smaller scale. You can take, for example, Venezuela, right? Venezuela has essentially done what Russia did in the 1990s. Their oil was nominally nationalized, but it was basically controlled by Wall Street bankers. But when Hugo Chavez came into office, he changed the laws around how the oil company worked, so the proceeds of the oil resources were going into the government budget, and he basically transformed Venezuela into a state-run economy centered around oil. And he then used that, to fund all kinds of social programs and to essentially, create a state that was independent of Western capitalism. They eventually set up an independent bank, the Alba Bank of Latin America, that was providing loans to different countries. Then they built huge amounts of housing. I've been there, I've seen it, right? So Venezuela also has taken control of its resources, restructured its economy in order to develop and raise people up out of poverty. Now, they've had some problems in recent years, but, take Ecuador, another country that did roughly the same thing. You can look at Bolivia. All these countries around the world, and they don't all have the same ideology, mind you. People will say they're all communist. No, the Russian government, absolutely, they do not consider themselves to be communist at all. They practice Orthodox Christianity. They're quite socially conservative, but at the end of the day, they control the oil and the banking sector. It's all under the control of the state. The state sets policy in the economy. Iran, there's another country that, of course, Western leaders just can't stand, the Islamic Republic of Iran. Well, what did Iran do? 1979, they took control of their oil resources, again, nominally nationalized, but then they seized control of them and started utilizing them to build up the economy. And I'll tell you, the Iranian government has done huge things for the economy. You look at some of these highways they have in Iran. You look at some of these power plants that they have in Iran. You look at the measures they've taken to provide electricity and housing to people in these rural areas, running water, the Human Development Index of Iran. They've done some really, really amazing things, and that's been through controlling their resources, through having control over their economy, through nationalizing their oil, centering the economy around the state, and planning to raise people up from poverty. Any country around the world, if they take control of their economic resources, they start planning their economy and start lifting themselves out of poverty, and they don't become just a captive market. They stop being a sphere of influence and start having a gravity of their own. If that happens, they're going to be targeted. And it doesn't matter what they call themselves. The Wall Street bankers are not sitting there thinking about ideology. They're not like, oh, this guy, he thinks about, this ideology. I do not agree with that, The Iranians, they call themselves Islamic revolutionaries. It's Shia Islam. But it has resulted in them taking control of their own economy and developing independently. Venezuela, they talk about Bolivarianism, Ecuador, Bolivia, Nicaragua. It's Bolivarianism. The Russian leaders are nationalists and Orthodox Christians. The Chinese are communists. They follow the teachings of Marxism, Leninism, Mao Zedong thought, Deng Xiaoping theory. They just added the new president Xi. They added his thoughts for a moderately prosperous socialist society to their constitution. But these are just words. This is ideology. But what the Western leaders are threatened by is a threat to their profits. If these leaders were extolling these ideologies, but their countries remain deeply impoverished in captive markets, they wouldn't be attacked by the West. But when countries take control, and when they start building up from poverty and developing, that's when they become a threat to the global financial elite. Now, why am I talking about this, right? I'm here in New York City in the United States. Who cares about this? Well, it matters to me because I'm an American, and I'm from Ohio. And if you look at what these Wall Street billionaire elites have done to different parts of the world, if you look at, what they did to Latin America, if you look at what they did to Africa, you can read, there's a very good book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, about how they've destroyed any notion of economic development in Africa. If you look at all of that, you'll see that the same thing that they did to the developing world, or the global south, or the third world, or whatever you want to call it, the same thing they are now doing to parts of the United States. Deindustrialization, crushing small businesses, crushing development, and driving into poverty. There's been this controlled demolition of the American middle class by this, financialist elite based in, Wall Street, New York, based in London, and they have essentially demolished the domestic economy of the United States and absorbed it into this global financial system. And if you look at this, this is what it's about. It's about beating people down deeper and deeper into poverty so that you can maintain a monopoly for Western corporations, for certain corporations. And for a while, we Americans, we had some skin in the game. Hey, if they beat down all these other countries, we were here in the USA, so we got a good lifestyle. That's ancient history. With the computer revolution, you don't need industrial workers anymore. There's no place at the assembly line for us Americans anymore. We don't have a place in this global setup. What they've done to the rest of the world, they're now doing to the United States. For a while it was, Western nations colonizing third world nations. We're at the point where these billionaire financial elites don't have any domestic loyalties. I mean, you look at the Carnegies, the Morgans, these financial elites, they're not patriotic to the United States. They're not loyal. If you read, the Council on Foreign Relations, they talk about the open international system. They talk about, this kind of international capitalist system that doesn't really have any borders, doesn't really have any, domestic regulations or nationalism. It's all just kind of one globalist system where we're all seeing ourselves ground deeper into poverty, and a small banker elite just continues to make lots and lots of money. That's the new global setup. And what are they most afraid of? Populism. That's what they're most afraid of. You read it, what is the enemy that this, the folks, like Anne-Marie Slaughter and the Council on Foreign Relations, what is it that they are so afraid of? What is it that they're just terrified of? Populism. And what is populism? Populism is when a government steps in and takes action on behalf of ordinary people against this elite. You look at all the great American populists, people like Huey Long, William Jennings Bryan, Eugene Debs. These are leaders who rallied the population against financial elite, against Wall Street, against the billionaire financialists, and they called for the state to intervene on behalf of ordinary people. That's populism. When the government takes action on behalf of the population against the globalist elite, against the financiers, against the wealthy, and on behalf of the population. That's what populism is. And there is nothing that this global financial elite is more afraid of than populism. And they call Putin a populist. And they call the Venezuelan government populists. And they call the Chinese government populists. Any leader around the world that they don't like, they call them a populist, because what they're carrying out is a program saying that we are going to control our economy and make it serve the people, not the interests of the profits. And that's the fight that's going on today. It's a fight between the open international system and the specter, the ongoing specter of populism, as people are completely unsatisfied with the emerging low-wage international police state that's emerging. People want a government that serves them, a government that serves basic interests, that starts providing, peace and starts working for peace in the world, starts providing jobs, starts creating economic opportunities. They want the state to do what the state historically has done, to do basic statecraft and make sure the people, the population has a good life. That's been abandoned in this open international system, but that's what people overwhelmingly want. Now, I don't know about you, but when I was a kid, the big movie was Jurassic Park. It was selling box office records, directed by Steven Spielberg. Everyone thought Jurassic Park was the best movie ever. And the writer, the author of Jurassic Park, Michael Crichton, was a best-selling science fiction writer. And then you'll recall that in 2005, 3 years before he died, Michael Crichton came out swinging as what people like to call a climate denier. And he wrote a book called State of Fear, about a conspiracy of left-wing scientists to convince people to believe in global warming. He gave speeches before the American Enterprise Institute that were shown on C-SPAN and elsewhere. Why did Michael Crichton dedicate himself to the cause of climate denial? The standard response that you're going to get from those folks, they're going to say, well, he was paid off. That's a bit of a simplistic answer, because he was already a millionaire many, many times over. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, so to speak. He was from a very, very wealthy background. If you look at the life of Michael Crichton, you can understand the United States, and you can understand the division in the ruling class right now. But I want to read you a quote from the movie Jurassic Park.
Listen, if there's one thing the history of evolution has taught us, it's that life will not be contained. Life breaks free, it expands to new territories, and it crashes through barriers painfully, maybe even dangerously, but, well, there it is. There it is.
Well, in this message of life found a way, what we are finding is an expression of what many people would call the American spirit. And that seems to be why it touched a nerve. And what's amusing about all of this is that these themes also seem to be a very big part of conservatism. Leftist politics around the time of Jimmy Carter became associated with pessimism. Jimmy Carter was a big promoter of the concept of overpopulation. There are too many people in the world. I mean, almost everyone in his administration had come out of something called the Trilateral Commission, which was a think tank set up by the Rockefellers. And the Trilateral Commission was talking about overpopulation and the need to control the people and the danger of democracy. The Carter presidency was very much a Rockefeller, Eastern establishment, synthetic left presidency. Well, Reagan, his rise as a political figure was about repudiating that and appealing to these sentiments that I'm describing. This go west, young man, achieve something, achieve your dreams, work hard, life will not be contained, life breaks free, it expands to new territories, crashes through barriers painfully, even dangerously. This is the divide, really, between the liberals among the bourgeoisie, the ultra-rich, and the majority of the ruling class, the rich, right? Do you aspire to build more and grow more and have more? Or do you want to slow things down so that you can stay at the top? The ultra-rich, the Rockefellers, the Carnegies, the DuPonts, they are already at the top. So they want to slow things down. They don't want any competitors. They want to manage things. They want to socially engineer and control so that they can stay and ensure that they stay at the top of the pyramid. Meanwhile, the majority of the ruling class resents that and feels like they're being contained and held back. They don't want to be controlled. This is the divide that has defined American politics for the past 100 years. The fight between the rich and the ultra-rich, the entrepreneurial bourgeoisie or the managerial bourgeoisie. This is the divide between the pessimistic outlook of the ultra-rich who want to control humanity, fear humanity as a dangerous horde that could potentially get out of control, want to slow down growth and hold everything back so that they can stay at the top of the pyramid, and the optimistic view of the majority of the American bourgeoisie that want to get rich or die trying, get more money, work hard, work relentlessly, get to the top. This is the divide. Michael Crichton very much represented the sentiments of the lower levels of American capital. His whole life tells that story. He was all about working hard, all about getting ahead, all about life finds a way, it overcomes barriers, the relentlessness of the human spirit, the idea we're just going to fight to get ahead. The pessimism that dominates a lot of those raising the climate alarm was a big threat to him. Because let's face it, the majority of voices promoting climate change have a pessimistic worldview. They say human beings have gone too far, we're using too many resources, we're reproducing. Growth is bad. Economic growth is bad. We need to stop growing. We need to stop moving ahead as a species. We need to slow down. It is a pessimistic worldview. There's actually a book published by the Club of Rome, The Limits to Growth. Right? Some of these documentaries that have come out recently about climate change actually attack the concept of growth. They go as far as saying growth is bad. We've got to go backward. That is the worldview of the ultra-rich. And it is their think tanks and their foundations and their institutions and their intelligence agencies that have come to dominate what is called left-wing politics. That is inherently opposite of Marxism. Marxism says there is no limit to growth. Marxism says that with the banks, factories, and industries organized rationally and no longer controlled for profit, there is no limit to human creativity and growth. That we can continue to grow and grow and grow. That's what Marxism says. Marxism says that not only can we have it better than we have it today, but with rational control of the means of production, by eliminating the anarchy of profits in command, that humanity can grow and grow and grow, and that so much abundance can be created, so much prosperity can be created, so much peace can be created, so much comfort can exist, that eventually the need for any coercion at all can go away. The state as an institution will wither away. That is the vision of Marxism. Is that with rational planning of the economy, without the greed of the capitalist in command, without the capitalist exploiting the worker, but with all of society owning and controlling the wealth together, with the major centers of economic power, the banks, the big factories, the big box stores, the airlines, the means of communication, the means of transportation, with the major centers of economic power, the oil wells and the coal mines, with all these things being consciously, rationally planned and owned by all of society and organized to work in the interests of all of society, growth will be unlimited, and that humanity can get to astounding heights, and that all of us can be far, far wealthier and far, far more comfortable than the richest billionaire in our time. Marxism is an optimistic ideology. It is an ideology that says human creativity and human brilliance is unrestrained. Read Frederick Engels and his writings about the role of labor in the transition from ape to man. Human beings have gone from hunter-gatherers in caves to Mesopotamia and Greece and Rome to medieval Europe to the Industrial Revolution, all the way up to space travel and iPhones and YouTube. Human beings are creative creatures that are capable of achieving real, astounding miracles. And human beings are creatures that long to grow and expand. The nature of humanity is growth. Check out Anna Louise Strong, amazing, amazing American journalist from Seattle. She said the American mentality, what she calls the motor-mindedness of the American spirit, that pioneer, go work hard and build things spirit that Anna Louise Strong identified with America. She says that during the Great Depression, that American spirit had been lost. They felt that the state didn't care about them. They felt that the government didn't care about them, that they were on their own. They were hopeless and frustrated during the 1930s. But it was the Soviet Union that was the new America. The Soviet Union was where that optimism was found, where people believed that tomorrow could be better than today. And the smartest engineers and scientists and writers were all going to the Soviet Union and marveling about it. And that the Soviet Union, with its 5-year economic plans, with its big construction projects, with its campaigns to wipe out illiteracy, building new schools and hospitals all over the country, what Stalin was doing in the Soviet Union, the economic achievements of the 1930s, where one of the poorest countries in the world, Russia at the time, one of the poorest countries in the world, became a superpower and industrialized itself with the biggest hydroelectrical power plants in the world. The best music was coming out from Shostakovich, the best ballet performers in the world, the best films with Sergei Eisenstein. Everything that the Soviet Union was achieving in the 1930s, people in the 1930s, they said that the Soviet Union is the new America. Where is the go get 'em, go out and achieve your dreams mentality found today? In China. Absolutely. China is building high-speed railway all across the planet. It's raising impoverished countries around the world up, building electricity there, power plants. China very much has that same idea. You could say now that China is the new America, because it's China that is talking about the Chinese dream, is talking about the mass line, socialism with Chinese characteristics, One Belt, One Road initiative, the shared community and vision of all mankind. All of this stuff, all of the stuff that people used to associate with America, that work hard vision, that belief that we're going to build a better country, tomorrow's going to be better than today, people now associate it with China. The right wing in the United States has wrapped up their optimism with ruthless, rugged individualism, with chauvinism, national chauvinism, bigotry, anti-communism, climate denial. Their optimism is simply an expression of the will of the lower levels of capital to make profits and a hostility toward anything that might get in the way of the ultra-rich and their desire to make profits. To be conservative in the United States in our time means that you are a worshiper of capitalism. That's all it means. Meanwhile, there's the American left wing. And as Marxism has faded away, the so-called left wing of American politics has been infected with pessimism, this dark view, and this contempt for humankind. Populism is the greatest evil, according to the American liberal, because populism means that the rabble are getting together. The inferior, uneducated masses are coming together and organizing for their rights and demanding things and protesting. They're not smart enough to do that. No, we need smart intellectuals to manage them and control them. Give them phones to dazzle them all the time. Give them drugs to take and control their minds. Just let the broad masses of people, this vulgar mob that threatens the intellectual, let them be carefully controlled. Let them gradually die off. Manage them, control them, educate them so that they're not racist, sexist, homophobic, and uneducated. That is the liberal view. So what do you do as an American Marxist? What do you do? The answer is you get to the masses. You get to the masses with two things. The first thing, which is American rebirth. And if you're going to get ahead as a country, we need to be reborn. I've said many times before, and I will say it again, that if something is conceived in an impure way, it is corrupted. If the way something is established is impure, the product is impure. In legal terms, they talk about fruit of a poison tree. Capitalism, from its inception, has been a genocidal system. The United States was established in the process of primitive accumulation, in the process of capitalists seizing control of the world for themselves and crushing all kinds of lives. If the United States is going to get better, it's going to require a political, economic, and spiritual refoundation. And this is my concept of the American rebirth, that the USA must be reconceived. spirit of brotherhood and kindness and compassion and shared destiny. The other thing that needs to be made clear is that if you really want that human spirit of growth to return, if you really want that optimism that keeps people going to return, if you want that motor-mindedness, that American mentality, that work hard and get ahead, that achieve your dreams, that entrepreneurial mentality, if you want to get that, socialism is the way. It's socialism that turned both Russia and China into superpowers. It's socialism that made Cuba, a small island in the Caribbean, known all over the world for its healthcare system. It's socialism that raised millions from poverty and continues to do so around the world. And that socialism, if it's going to be successful, it's going to capture the imagination of the American people. Socialism is not about crushing people's creativity. Socialism is about unleashing people's creativity and lifting it from the restraints of the profit system. Socialism is about allowing human brilliance to go further than ever before. Socialism is about getting beyond the chaos of the market, the system where people are homeless because there are too many houses, where people are hungry because there's too much food. Socialism is about allowing us to come together as a species and rebuild not just one country, but the whole planet in a rational way. But socialism is also not pessimistic. It's not dark. Socialism is the human species asserting itself and asserting that no, we're not going to go extinct. No, we're not going to stop growing. Socialism is an ideology that understands that life will not be contained. Life breaks free, expands to new territories, crashes through barriers painfully, and maybe even dangerously. Hey friends, how you doing today? I'm letting you know, the Center for Political Innovation, we are about to do, on July 12th, the biggest event that we have ever done. It will be our national gathering in Chicago on July 12th. And it's going to be really, really special. We are talking with a number of important anti-imperialist voices, a lot of different communities. There's going to be musical performances, dance performances, there's going to be great speeches, and it's going to be a whole day gathering dedicated to anti-imperialism. I am committed, and CPI has always been committed to building an in real life network of people. And we carry out real operations. We were at the inauguration of Trump with our Trump and Kim banner saying only peace can make America great again. We were on the streets of Chicago at the Democratic National Convention with a book exposing what Kamala Harris and who she really is and what she's really about, and it was really, really important. We have 1,000 copies of our book about the Houthis that are being distributed with the poster of the convention on the back to people who would never go looking for this. We are putting door hanger flyers on doors of people, again, that would never go looking for this. We're not performing and trying to make ourselves feel good. We're actually trying to build a network of people that can be anti-imperialists in America. And it's not easy to do. It's very difficult in these times to build a real in-life organization. People have their issues. We live in a very strange time, but we have to do it. And we are committed to continuing this project. This video is basically me telling you we need your support. In order to pull off our convention that includes our 7-day program for our members around the country to come to Chicago, includes our huge convention on July 12th, where we're gonna fill up the Midwest Convention Center, in order to have an effective national planning meeting and gathering in Chicago the day after on July 13th. In order to do what we need to do, we need to fill up that auditorium and we need money. And there's really no way around that. We need you to donate to the Center for Political Innovation. We have set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have already contributed. We already raised a couple $1,000, but it's not enough. In order to really pull off our July activities and really have a win for anti-imperialism, we need your support. We need you to go to the GoFundMe right now and donate $5 or $20. We need you to go to the donate button on the CPI website and send us $100 or $50. whatever you can do. If we're going to do what we need to do in July and build the organization and have the mega anti-imperialist rally that needs to happen on July 12th and solidify the network that we're building to continue to carry out the great operations that we do, we need you to help us out. Every cent that we raise goes into building this group. I'm lucky I have a paycheck with everything that's going on. I'm surviving, and I have consistently put a huge amount of the money that I have, my own resources, my own funds, into CPI because I believe in it, because it needs to happen, because this organization is necessary. I'm looking at what I've got and my own resources and my own bills and all of that, and I'm looking at what's already been paid for, and it's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. I can't just pay for everything myself. We have membership dues and other things, but we need a special gift. We need a special gift to make July happen. We need you to give us a special contribution so that we can make sure the July events go smoothly, that the housing for the people coming in out of town is covered, that the speakers that are being flown in, their airfare is properly covered. We need you to make a special one-time gift to make this July gathering, this anti-imperialist summit that we are organizing. We need you to help us make it happen and help us make it a success. Small gift, big gift, whatever you can do. We need you to help us with it. But you know what? I'll just say this. If it's a matter of send us a gift or come, we'd rather you come. We'd rather you be there. It's much more important that you be there on July 12th. If you can't afford to give us a gift, but you can afford to come to town, if there's one event that you come to this year, make it July 12th. CPI, Center for Political Innovation, we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and we're doing it right. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to win the internet. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to make ourselves feel special or act like we're cool. We're building what needs to be built. We are building the real connections. And if you can understand why what we're doing is so important, if you can understand why anti-imperialism is the future, but we have to break out of the narrow niche circles and internet culture and get to the masses of people with real outreach. If you can understand that, please give us a gift. We're trying to build an actual movement to win new people to anti-imperialism and continue to carry out operations to change the conversation in America so that we have a country where there's a mass movement demanding justice for working families and an end to these wars, that we're saying no to World War III, we're saying no to the emerging low-wage police state. That's what we urgently need. So if you can help us in any way, send us a gift. If you can be there on July 12th, be there. This is the biggest endeavor CPI has ever done, and it's going to lead to even bigger things. We don't back down. We don't go away. If we were going to back down, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were one of their plants or one of these fake anti-imperialists, they would be making it a lot easier for us. We have been facing a lot of challenges, but we continue to achieve great victories. So we need your support. Please send us a contribution. Please be there on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in the Chicago area. It's right near the O'Hare Airport. It's going to be awesome. We need you there. Thank you. What I'm going to talk about tonight, the Center for Political Innovation, we are no longer, I quibbled about how to give the right name to this PowerPoint presentation that I'm doing tonight. And after thinking it over, I called it this: The Innovationist Turn. Why the Center for Political Innovation is no longer seeking to claim a place within communism. Now, that's carefully worded, right? We don't call ourselves communists any longer. We call ourselves innovationists. Um, because while we hold on to some of the most important points of the communist ideology, we at this point have nothing in common with the overwhelming majority of people in America who call themselves communists. We're doing something completely different, and we are building a different movement, and we have to explain what this is. And there's been a lot of people uh, over the years who said, "Well, communists should just get a new name." And so some people look at this and they say, "Okay, you're just giving communism a new name." No, we are not. No, we are not. We are building a different movement. We are not trying to reclaim communism. We are not trying to give a new dressing to communism. We're doing something new and different. The Center for Political Innovation is doing something new and different. And what we are doing is so diametrically opposite of what all the communists in America are doing. All the so-called communists, all the woke people, all the silly communist groups, that we have to call it something different. And we are doing something different. And that's a nuanced thing. No, we're not just rebranding communism and trying to look different. No, this isn't just a rebrand. There is a fundamental difference between what we are doing and what communists are doing. And we have taken the good from communism, and we'll be getting into that in great depth here in this PowerPoint. And then we are going in a new direction. Whereas these folks, they have forgotten the good within communism, and they're going in a very bad direction. So in this PowerPoint presentation, I'll just tell you point by point what it is that we believe, and where our differences lie. Now, this is largely drawn from my book, To the Marxists. And I put out the book To the Marxists to explain that. You can order it on Amazon. It's a small, short little pamphlet I wrote, basically making all these same points. But I'm just going to go over them here in the presentation, just so everyone understands where we stand. So here we go. The innovationist turn. Why the Center for Political Innovation is no longer seeking to claim a place within communism. Where do we stand? What do we believe? Well, number one, we believe the Western imperialist financial system is in severe crisis and must be defeated. This international system centered around Wall Street and London, where big monopolistic corporations dominate the world economy and grind countries into poverty, where countries that break out of that system are beaten down with sanctions and regime change operations and wars. This system where big corporations reap in profits from all over the world, it is leading the Western countries into a disaster. It is bad for the countries under its domination, whether it's, people across the United States that are seeing their living standards go down, whether it's the prison industrial complex where corporations are making profits from locking people in jail, whether it's the opioid addiction epidemic where big pharma companies were pushing doctors to overprescribe opioid medications, whether it's the fact that our bridges and highways are falling apart. There's just so many examples. The power grid collapsing in Texas, the fires raging across Los Angeles when they sent all the fire equipment to Ukraine. There's so many examples of this, that the capitalist imperialist system, the Western financial system, is in severe crisis and it must be defeated. And that is our focus, on opposing the imperialist Western financial system, the global order centered around Wall Street and London. Point number two, central planning works. This idea that you can't have a planned economy, that you just can't do it. Oh no, you just can't do it. It's bull honky. The Soviet Union lifted millions of people out of poverty. They invented space travel. They had the world's largest hydroelectric power plants. They produced more steel than any other country in the world. China today, with its 5-year economic plans and its state-controlled industries, they have had massive economic success, the world's biggest telecommunications manufacturer, great technological breakthroughs. Cuba has the greatest medical school in the world. Nicaragua, with its state-run economy under the leadership of the Sandinistas, has done amazing things in terms of economic development. Libya had the highest life expectancy on the African continent prior to the overthrow of Gaddafi. They were selling their oil resources. They had a centrally planned economy. And the myth of the 20th century, this idea that central planning, having a planned socialist economy, that doesn't work, that's bull honky, right? And that's just false. And there are many examples all over the world of countries that have broken out of imperialist domination and then used central planning of their economy to raise people up out of poverty, to industrialize, etc. Third, modern technology necessitates moving beyond profits in command, right? What Marx spent his whole career writing about was the understanding that capitalism is constantly revolutionizing the instruments of production and having fewer and fewer workers at the assembly line, making the workers at the assembly line easier to replace, reducing the role of human labor in production. And that process of reducing the role of human labor power in production creates economic crisis. The workers cannot buy back what they are producing. In a rational society, self-driving cars would be a great thing. We'd all be happy about self-driving cars. But in capitalism, self-driving cars would lead to millions and millions of people unemployed, hunger, riots in the streets. What sense does that make? Great technological advances should mean more prosperity for all, but instead it means greater poverty. And capitalism is the system we live under, creates a situation where greater abundance of wealth creates greater poverty. The economy melts down every couple years over glut, G-L-U-T, glut, where poverty is created by abundance. People become homeless because there are too many houses. People become hungry because there is too much food. The U.S. government spends billions of dollars buying cheese from dairy farmers and burying it in a cave to keep the price of cheese high. And there's many examples. And the great technological leaps that are happening now because of artificial intelligence and the computer revolution and everything that's happening are creating a situation where this system, where human labor power, is being eliminated, and where the ability of workers to sell their labor power for wages is being decreased. It's making it unsustainable. And all the problems that Marx wrote about, overproduction, the value crisis, the tendency of the falling rate of profit, all of that is back with a vengeance. And this economic system is unsustainable. And we cannot have an economy where profits are in command and the anarchy of production, the chaos of the market reigns supreme. And have modern technology. It's going to lead to just continued economic decay. And number 4, we maintain that Eurasia is rising while the West fails. There's a whole slew of economies around the world, mostly centered around Russia and China, the 2 Eurasian superpowers, that have broken out of the imperialist Western financial system. And they've used central planning to build up their economies, and they have built a new economy. There's the BRICS, there's the Eurasian Economic Union, there's the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, there's the Bolivarian Alternative for Latin America, there's the Axis of Resistance in the Middle East, there's the new layer of African governments that have established their independence. There's a whole new economy emerging in the world. And we must embrace this new economy and move toward a multipolar world, and that is the way. That is the way we're going to see a new world. This new economy shouldn't be our enemy. We should embrace it because it's not held back by the irrationality of the market. So those are the 4 points that we can pretty solidly agree on. And as you can see, that draws heavily from Marxism. But here we go. And so there's a historical precedent. There's a couple historical similarities, similar moments in history to what we're doing. One, the Bolsheviks.
So I don't know if people are aware, but this sign refers to the Uhuru movement. These are 4 African-American activists from the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement. They are facing 10 years in prison, charged with being Russian agents. All they did was speak up, all they did was have some Zoom calls, and the American government wants to throw them in prison for 10 years for speaking up, for exercising free speech. And all kinds of civil liberties voices have spoken up and said that what's going on? The charging by the U.S. Department of Justice, the criminal case against the Uhuru movement, is a huge attack on freedom of speech and freedom of assembly. If they can charge them just for having some Zoom calls and, writing some articles about Ukraine, if they can make that a criminal offense, they can come for you. They can shut down our civil liberties. So we're saying, hands off Uhuru. Drop the charges. Hands off Uhuru. Drop the charges. Hands off Uhuru. Drop the charges. Hands off Uhuru. Drop the charges.
A very, very, very powerful faction of the ultra-rich in the United States that are thinking very, very long-term. Very, very long-term. And their goal isn't to just maximize their profits in the short term. It is to preserve the existing global financial order at all costs, and to do so in the smartest way. And their ultimate goal is to have social peace. They want social peace. They do not want unrest in society. They do not want unrest internationally. In the long term, they want to overthrow socialist and anti-imperialist governments in a long-term way, in a way that is not dramatic, that does not shake up the global financial system. They want to gradually roll back socialism. They want to stop growth around the world. They want to keep, gradually transitioning the world to a slow growth or no growth economic order. They can stay at the top of the world. Human progress can just kind of be put on hold, and they can continue to rule the world. That's one faction. That's the ultra-rich, the Rockefellers, the Carnegies, the DuPonts, the Morgans. That's their view. It is a managerial view. They are already as high as you can possibly get. They are far, far wealthier than the rest of the capitalist class, and in their view, it is much more important to preserve the global order that they are at the top of than to simply maximize their profits in the short term. However, most of the capitalists don't like that. Most of the capitalists are not in with them, right? And the Trump administration basically represents an uprising by the majority of the capitalist class against the managerial faction, against the ultra-rich. The ultra-rich were with Obama, and the divided world, divided class. The ultra-rich were with Obama. Received, super chat received, and I will get to that. The ultra-rich were with Obama. The ultra-rich at this point are supporting Joe Biden. And the majority of the rich at this point are supporting Trump. There is a difference of interests. There's a difference of strategy. The ultra-rich are the oil banking elite. It's the Rockefeller family. It's Chase Bank. It's ExxonMobil. It's, BP, Chevron. If you look at the oil banking elite, right? The folks that are represented in the four super major oil companies, BP, Chevron, Shell Oil, and, of course, ExxonMobil. If you talk about the big banks on Wall Street, those folks are the faction that thinks long-term, that wants social peace, and is not deeply concerned about short-term maximization of their profits. But if you look at Trump, right, the Trump coalition is very broad and diverse. It has a lot of forces in it. But they all resent that ultra-rich faction. That ultra-rich faction that wants to use the government to ensure stability, right? That's the divide, right? In the Trump camp, who have you got? You got Betsy DeVos, right? She's the Secretary of Education under Donald Trump. She's a billionaire, right? Eric Prince of Blackwater, the military contracting corporation, is her brother. And what does she want? Well, she wants charter schools. She wants, military corporations to make a lot of money. She wants to sell a lot of weapons around the world. That's what she wants, right? She can make a lot of money in the short term with charter schools. She can make a lot of money in the short term with military corporations and contractors. She can make a lot of money in the short term, with multi-level marketing schemes, right? That's her thing. She's a short-term thinking capitalist, right? Who else? Bernie Marcus, right? He's the owner of Home Depot, right? He wants to make a lot of money by selling products at Home Depot. Most of the products you find at Home Depot are made by military contracted corporations. He wants to sell a lot of weapons around the world. He wants to put small businesses out of business. He wants to pay his employees at Home Depot and other big box stores as low as he possibly can. He's interested in his short-term profits, right? There's other forces I could name in the Trump coalition, right? There are different factions there. But what separates the Trump coalition, right? You got the Miami Cubans, you got the ruling class of South America that are threatened by Bolivarianism and obsessed with rolling back Bolivarianism and don't really care about the rest of the world. You've got the Likud party faction in Israel, which has a particular interest in the military-industrial complex and Israeli weapons and all of that. It's a broad coalition, the Trump coalition, but it's factions within the ruling class. It's a broad coalition of forces within the ruling class that resent the ultra-rich. They don't like the ultra-rich. They don't like Rockefeller. They don't like Carnegie. They don't like DuPont, and they are angry at them. And they resent globalists. That's what they call the ultra-rich. They refer to them as the globalists that are thinking long-term, that are thinking managerially, they're thinking in global terms, and they're not concerned about the short-term profits of different factions. This is the division within the ruling class, the managerial ultra-rich versus the entrepreneurial rich. That's the divide among our ruling class. And the more I talk about this, the more clear it becomes. And a great example of this is the latest issue of Foreign Affairs magazine. I don't know if people know what Foreign Affairs magazine is. Well, Foreign Affairs is the publication of the Council on Foreign Relations, CFR. The Council on Foreign Relations. And the Council on Foreign Relations is a think tank that was established for the purpose. It was a think tank that was set up for the purpose of maintaining the dominance of Western capitalism in the world. And the main creators of it was the Rockefeller family. They were the main funders of it. Now, at this point, the Ford Foundation is also a big supporter of it. And it is closely tied to the intelligence agencies. People describe the Council on Foreign Relations as the CIA's brain. Right? And that's what the Council on Foreign Relations is. The CIA's brain. Neon Noir, I appreciate the super chat. Hitler was not a Rothschild, and don't put that stuff on my wall. Come on now. The Council on Foreign Relations, CFR, is the CIA's brain. They do the thinking, right? It's all kinds of academics. It's a huge think tank. The biggest think tank in the world, right? I mean, the most powerful think tank in the world, right? Members of Congress are in it. All the biggest brains in the United States. This is where neoconservatism really got going. This is where neoliberal economics really got going. You look at the CFR, it's members of Congress, it's media figures like anchors on TV are in it, big Hollywood people are in it. It's a very exclusive club, and it's a think tank, and they have closed meetings where they hire academics and they compile huge amounts of research, and they hobble together a strategy for maintaining the dominance of Western capitalism around the world. And they put out a publication, a monthly publication called Foreign Affairs, right? This is the publication of the Council on Foreign Relations. This is what they want to put out there. And it's widely studied because this is the voice of the ultra-rich in the United States. The ultra-rich of the United States, what they believe, you will find in the pages of Foreign Affairs. And in this latest issue, they gave a big, long article to none other than Joe Biden. Joe Biden, U.S. Senator Joe Biden, former Vice President Joe Biden, they gave him a big article, and this is basically an endorsement. It's not a full-on endorsement. I'm sure there's people in the CFR who like Trump. There's probably people in the CFR who like Sanders. That doesn't mean Sanders is a big puppet of some big conspiracy. I'm just telling you there are different ideas within the CFR. But it seems like the one who is favored by the Council on Foreign Relations is Joe Biden. And it's pretty clear when they give him a manifesto, when they give him, a platform to write his manifesto, right, and to bash Trump, to lay out why he opposes Donald Trump, when they give him a manifesto like this, that's basically an endorsement. And if you read this article, It's called Why America Must Lead Again, Rescuing U.S. Foreign Policy After Trump. And you read what the Council on Foreign Relations has given Joe Biden a platform to say, you will understand the divisions within the ruling class.
They indicted 12 people for the crime of conspiring to overthrow the government. William Z. Foster was put on trial, and he was acquitted. There was a hung jury, and he was acquitted. But Charles Ruthenberg, who was one of the main leaders of the Communist Party at that time, he was convicted, and then he was pending sentencing, and he died. He was old, and he had an illness, and he died. So he never actually was sentenced. But just like the convention in China, the U.S. Founding Convention was also subject to police harassment. As I mentioned, when they were forming the Communist International, they would have frequent world congresses, they were called, where communists from all over the world would go, and they would set the general line of the world communist movement. And in 1922, they had the Fourth World Congress of the Communist International. And at that Congress, the Communist International set out what they called the concept of the United Front. And this is how they explained it. They said the United Front tactic is simply an initiative whereby communists propose to join with all workers belonging to other parties and groups and all unaligned workers in a common struggle to defend the immediate basic interests of the working class against the bourgeoisie. And the idea was, okay, there's workers that are in socialist parties, workers that are anarchists, workers that are in no party, but the idea is we'll have basic demands like the right to form unions, freeing political prisoners, peace instead of war. We'll have these basic demands, and that we'll be able to unify and have like days of action and protest that will unify around these basic demands. In China, the United Front took the form of supporting the KMT Nationalist Party. Nationalist Party in China was founded by Dr. Sun Yat-sen. And it was a mass movement, millions of people. It eventually created the Republic of China in 1911. The Republic of China was waging a civil war against warlords who wouldn't recognize it at the time. And Dr. Sun Yat-sen's movement had three basic principles. They fought for democracy, independence, and the people's livelihood. And what did the people's livelihood mean? Well, that's not exactly clear, but it's widely understood that people's livelihood meant some form of socialism. We know that Sun Yat-sen was a big fan of Henry George, the U.S. economist who wanted to nationalize all land and tax land values. We know that Dr. Sun Yat-sen also, at one point, he said what it meant. He said, in his future vision of China, the state will take over all large enterprises. We shall encourage and protect enterprises which may be responsibly entrusted to the people. The nation will possess equality with other nations, and every Chinese will be equal to every other Chinese, both politically and in his opportunities of economic advancement. That sounds pretty socialist to me. And Dr. Sun Yat-sen applied to join the Communist International. He wanted to be a member, but Lenin said, well, you're not a Marxist. You don't accept Marxist ideology. So Dr. Sun Yat-sen was made an observer of the Communist International. And so as part of the United Front strategy, the Chinese Communist Party joined the KMT Nationalist Party as a faction. And actually, Mikhail Borodin, he was a representative of the Communist International from the Soviet Union, who was sent to be a military advisor to Dr. Sun Yat-sen, Mikhail Borodin. And during this time, the approach of the communists to Dr. Sun Yat-sen's movement was very positive. The idea was, okay, if you want democracy, you want independence, you want to improve the people's livelihood, you should become a communist, because that's what we're all about. And millions of Chinese people joined the Chinese Communist Party because it was a group that supported Dr. Sun Yat-sen's movement and viewed it in a positive light and argued that Marxism was the way to bring it into being. What's interesting is that the Trotskyists and the Trotskyist faction opposed supporting the KMT. Leon Trotsky argued that the United Front should only apply to working class organizations, and that joining the KMT was aligning with a, quote, bourgeois nationalist force. And there were a lot of wealthy capitalists who supported the KMT. But so the Trotskyists were saying, well, the Chinese Communist Party should not join the KMT. They should instead try to organize unions, and among the very, very small working class, like the railroad workers in China, they should expose the KMT for being a non-working class, bourgeois nationalist organization. And that was the main point of disagreement between the Trotskyists in China and the majority faction, which followed the Communist International's line. And largely, the Communist International folks won out. The Chinese Trotskyists were defeated. It's worth mentioning that Mao Zedong was a little bit critical of both factions. And in 1927, he wrote a very famous document And he argued what he had argued even before he became a communist, which was that the peasantry would make the revolution. And he spoke in very angry language, almost like he was criticizing the Chinese Communist Party, because he'd been to Hunan and he'd seen all these peasants rising up and killing their landlords and fighting back. But yet the Chinese Communist Party largely seemed uninterested in what the peasantry had to say. They assumed they were ignorant peasants. They heard reports about the peasants being very brutal and carrying out atrocities in the course of their rebellion. So the Chinese Communist Party didn't really want to organize the peasants who were rising up. And so Mao wrote this essay that's very much a polemic against his own party. He writes this essay, he says, "In a very short time, in China's central, southern, and northern provinces, several 100 million peasants will rise like a mighty storm, like a hurricane, a force so swift and violent that no power, however great, will be able to hold it back. They will smash all the trammels that bind them and rush forward along the road to liberation. They will sweep away all the imperialists, warlords, corrupt officials, local tyrants, and evil gentry into their graves. Every revolutionary party and every revolutionary comrade will be put to the test and to be accepted or rejected as they decide. There are three alternatives: to march at their head and lead them, to trail behind them, gesticulating and criticizing, or stand in their way and oppose them. Every Chinese is free to choose, but events will force you to make the choice quickly." He says, "All those whom the gentry have despised, those that have been downtrodden in the dirt, people with no place in society, people with no right to speak, have now audaciously lifted up their heads. They have not only lifted up their heads, but they have taken power into their hands." Very, very powerful stuff. And then a very famous quote from that essay that's quoted a lot: "A revolution is not a dinner party, or writing an essay, or painting a picture, or doing an embroidery. It cannot be so refined, so leisurely and gentle, so temperate, kind, and courteous, and restrained and magnanimous. A revolution is an insurrection, an act of violence by which one class overthrows another." And that was a response to the people that were accusing these peasant uprisings of being violent and saying these peasants are out of control, they're extreme, they're carrying out atrocities. And he's saying, well, look, a revolution's not a dinner party. Now, in 1925, Dr. Sun Yat-sen died. And there was then factional disagreements within the Chinese nationalist movement. And it appears that Chiang Kai-shek, who was a general, Chiang Kai-shek was a general in the nationalist movement, got the understanding that the Soviet Union and the Chinese Communist Party were factionally moving against him. We don't know what that's based on. We don't even know if that's necessarily true. But he got the idea that Mikhail Borodin, that the Soviet Union, that the Chinese Communists were maneuvering against him in a factional way. And Chiang Kai-shek, a general in the KMT, as he was becoming the new leader of the KMT, decided that the Communists were his enemy. And on April 12, 1927, just like a month after that essay I just read you by Mao came out, he launched what was called the White Terror. 12,000 communists were killed immediately. The rest fled to the countryside. And over the course of the following year, roughly 300,000 people were killed for being suspected of being communists, all over China's cities. Chiang Kai-shek very famously said he would rather kill 1,000 innocent people than let one single communist escape. And all over the Chinese cities where the KMT had a stronghold, they were killing communists. And there were uprisings in response to it. In Canton and in Shanghai, the communists rose up and seized control of the cities, and there was like a military confrontation. But all over the cities, communists were being slaughtered. So they had to flee to the countryside. And so it was in the countryside that Mao eventually forms, the People's Liberation Army in 1927, Rural People's War, etc. And that was basically, it was that moment that Mao and his followers became the solidified leadership of the Chinese Communist Party in response to the purge and the White Terror that forced them out of the cities. And in the United States at that time, the United Front was also a big issue. In the United States, the United Front took different forms. The Communist Party at the time was joining the Farmer Labor Party. And that was a big movement. It's still around. I think in like Minnesota, it's still the Democratic Farmer Labor Party. But all over the United States, you get populists forming these things called the Farmer Labor Party. It's kind of like the Green Party today, like a progressive alternative to the Democratic Party. The communists joined the Farmer Labor Party and were trying to join it. There were two factions in the early years of the Communist Party. You had the faction led by J. Lovestone, and you had the faction led by William Z. Foster. And what they disagreed about is not exactly clear, right? It seems like it was almost like it was kind of a power struggle between, are you friends with one group, or are you friends with another group? It wasn't so much about politics. At one point, Jay Lovestone put forward the idea that they wanted to have the third American Revolution. The first American Revolution against the British, the second American Revolution to the Civil War, and the communists were going to be the third American Revolution. And it wasn't clear what that was about. There were times where the leaders of the Jay
Only peace can make America great again.
Only peace can make America great again.
Only peace can make America great again.
Only peace make America great again.
Only peace can make America great again.
Only peace make America great again.
And when Donald Trump met with Kim Jong-un, the leader of North Korea, and moved towards unity on the Korean Peninsula, bringing together the Korean people, that was a great step forward.
We've had already 3 wars going on as we speak. Every morning, someone is dying in parts of the world right now in these 3 wars. The Hamas and Israel, as we know, Ukraine and Russia situation, it's costing over $6 billion in money. Your tax dollars.
What do you think of when you see that banner?
Which we did not have
Yeah.
when Trump was in office.
Do you think he could be a peace president?
I'm not sure.
We don't need that.
I don't think that Trump would bring peace in the world at all. I think he would bring total chaos. But it's interesting to know this.
Are you worried about World War III?
Yes and no. Yes, because, well, us, Russia, and would basically destroy most of the world.
Right now, we don't even have federal FEMA money to support in our country, Florida, North Carolina. And people are hungry there. And your private donations, not the government, is being used right now.
We are talking today about making America great through peace. Take a look at this banner. What kind of emotion does it instill in you?
War with North Korea.
It's about negotiations. What do you think?
Seems pretty good.
Yeah?
Yeah. That seems pretty good. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we make friends, right? I mean, yeah.
We are out here to say we want Donald Trump to be a peace candidate. We want him to be a peace president. If he wins this election, it will be because the American people are tired of the wars. Too much money is spent on war. Too much money is spent on destruction. But peace can make a prosperous world for all.
I suppose he won the election again.
Yeah. What do you think of the banner?
Yeah?
Right. Trump can do a lot of things.
Yeah? Is this what you thought you'd see out in front of the library today?
No.
Surprising, huh?
This is serious. You don't know. We'll be World War III again. This is we have to stop North Korea. Kim Jong. We need conversations, peaceful unity of North and South Korea. It has to take place now.
There is enough bloodshed. No child has to be murdered over these things. No family should be killed over these things.
Korea has been divided for too long. We want unity on the Korean Peninsula. Unity on the Korean Peninsula. Unity.
Please take notice. Every day, this morning, tonight, someone is dying over in Israel and Palestine. Someone is starving in Ukraine and right now Russia. This is not fake news.
Because this was the best moment of Trump's presidency. And if he is reelected again, it'll be because the American people want him to be a peace candidate. They want him to make peace, not just in Korea, peace with Russia and Ukraine, peace with the Palestinians and the Israelis. Only peace can make America great again.
Only peace can make America great again.
Make America great again. Only peace can make America great again. Only peace can make America great again.
Only peace make America great again.
Too much money is spent on war, but peace can make lots of money. Imagine if we were trading and doing business with all the countries that we have been antagonizing around the world. Imagine if we were trading with Russia, trading with China, trading with North Korea, trading with Iran. If the world could be brought together through trade and diplomacy and business, let's make some deals. Peace can make America great again.
Peace make America great again.
Peace
Peace can make America great again. Peace can make America great again.
What about China? Do you think we should work with them? You know, they got those really fast, high-speed trains that go 200 miles an hour.
And that means what? What exactly are they doing with their people?
Well, shouldn't we have those over here?
And the world has to know that America, if you're on our side, we have your back.
That's right.
Whatever cost. And we are strong. We never lost a war. We never will lose if we stand on God's side. Peace in Korea. 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 Peace in Korea.
But now, the same thing that they did to Latin America, the same thing that they did to Asia and Africa, they're doing it to Pennsylvania. They're doing it to Ohio. They're doing it to Michigan. They're doing it all over the United States right now. You know, I was doing some research. They're actually unpaving the roads in 27 different states right now. They have a machine, and it's called a reclaimer. And what they do is they go to roads that are asphalt. They pull up the asphalt, they pulverize it, and they redistribute it. And where you used to have a paved road, at this point you have a dirt road. They're pulverizing, they're unpaving the roads in 27 different states because cities and municipalities can no longer afford to pay for paved roads, right? We are unpaving roads. Now, I'm not claiming to be a brilliant economist. I'm not some PhD. I'm not a brilliant economist, but it doesn't take a genius to realize that if you're replacing paved roads with dirt roads, there's a big problem in the economy. Now, you know, Donald Trump says that unemployment is at record low levels. You know what's also at record low levels? Wages. Wages are at record low levels. And you know what's at record high levels? Household debt. The rate of household debt in the United States is higher than it has ever been. People all across the United States are in debt. Something is deeply wrong. The same big banks and corporations that were controlling China's economy back in 1927 and keeping this proud civilization deeply impoverished, those same corporations are at this point dominating and destroying the economy of the United States. This is a reality we need to understand. You know, and for the Chinese people, a people with such a proud history, you have to understand how humiliating this was. In a lot of the parks in China, they actually had signs. These parks were reserved for the European businessmen. And they actually had signs in these parks that said, no dogs or Chinese allowed. Right? In the parks in China, that they were not allowed in their own parks. This was deep humiliation. But China's quite a different country today, isn't it? You know, back when this document was written, back in 1927, China did not have a single steel mill. Not a single steel mill. Today, China produces half of the steel in the entire world. When this document was written, China did not have telephone service. Most of the country did not have telephones. Today, China has the largest telecommunications manufacturer in the entire world. You know, the world tourism industry is having a boom because in places like London and Paris and this city, New York, a big tourist city, there's a whole new market of tourists coming in. And you know who these people are? These are the grandchildren of those peasants that Mao was writing about. These people that were starving and hungry and illiterate, their grandchildren are now going on vacation to places like Paris and London and New York City. You can see them on the streets of this city. 700 million people have been raised out of poverty in China since 1949. 700 million people. Now, there's still a lot of poverty in China. At this point, 30 million people in China still live in poverty. 30 million. And their goal by 2020, as part of their vision of building what they call a moderately prosperous socialist society, is to completely eliminate poverty in China and bring those remaining 30 million people out of poverty. Now, China's got a huge amount of problems. They've got a huge issue of corruption. People talk about human rights, and you know, they are very clear about one thing, which is that they have no desire to spread their system around the world. You don't like the Chinese political model? Don't worry, it's not coming here. It'll never come here. But the way, and this is why it's relevant to this conversation, the way that these 700 million people were lifted out of poverty, it wasn't with capitalism. It was with socialist methods. I'll give you an example. You know, in China, they declared the new laws regarding electric cars. The government went to all the auto manufacturers in China And it said to them, 1 out of every 10 cars that you produce must be an electric car. And they didn't just say this to the domestic car makers. They actually said this to anyone who imports cars into China. They said, if you import cars into China, you can't have cars that run on fossil fuels. 1 out of every 10 cars that you produce cannot run on fossil fuels. And next year, that's going to be 2 out of every 10 cars. And pretty soon it's going to be 3 out of every 10 cars. And right now, the metals that are used in the production of the batteries in electric cars, those rare metals, are going through the roof on the stock market because people are desperate to get them. Now, the article about China's new energy vehicle regulations that was in the Wall Street Journal, the first sentence of it, they said, by sheer force of will, China has created the world's largest electric car market. Sheer force of will, right? And that's the reality. The government went to these car manufacturers, said, this is what you're going to do, and they did it. Now, this is starting to get to the essence of the difference between socialism and capitalism. In capitalism, the government works for the corporations, and that's how it is over here. They would never make such car rules here. The automakers would never stand for it. The big oil companies would never tolerate it. But in China, instead of the government being controlled by the corporations are controlled by the government, and that's a big difference. There's a lot of confusion about what capitalism is. I made a video talking about how Mexico is capitalist, and I got all these people explaining to me that Mexico could not be capitalist because it's poor, and everyone knows capitalism means rich. There's a lot of brilliance on the libertarian side of things, but I'm not going to get into that. But there's a lot of confusion, and socialism too, right? What is socialism? I've heard people say, well, the USA is socialist because we've got a post office, right? That makes us a socialist country, right? And there's all kinds of confusion about this kind of stuff. Well, I'm going to give you a clear definition. Capitalism is a system in which the economy functions for the purpose of making profits for a group of owners. Karl Marx, he talked about the anarchy of production. Frederick Engels, he wrote that under capitalism, the means of production only function as a preliminary transformation into capital. Mao, he talked about how under capitalism, it's profits in command. A great example is, Dakota was in Union Square, like around the holiday time, I believe, when we had record low temperatures here in this city. And he saw that all these, these stores, like Burlington Coat Factory and some of the stores down there, they were cutting up clothing. They were cutting up these warm winter coats and throwing them into the garbage. And the reason they were cutting them up, and you would think, it's freezing temperatures, you've got people outside that are cold, why are they cutting them up before they throw them away? Isn't this a big waste? Well, it's not a waste, because those coats weren't produced for the purpose of keeping people warm. Those coats were produced for the purpose of making profits for a group of owners. So if they threw them into the garbage and someone took them out, that would be a coat that they did not buy from the store owner, right? Or you can, there's other examples. You can talk about, a lot of restaurants in New York City. At the end of the night, they'll take the excess food, they'll throw it into the garbage, and then before they walk away, they'll pour a bunch of motor oil on top of it. So
At the end, I did start to get passionate. I told some stories from my own past and how I got involved in it and what this movement and socialism has really meant in my life, how grateful I am for the older communists who mentored me. I've made a lot of sacrifices to be where I am, but I've also gotten a lot of help and mentorship over the years, and I want to acknowledge that.
Really one of the most interesting nights of my life, which is when I was invited to speak at the hall where Malcolm X was assassinated in Harlem. There was a political prisoner's benefit. And it was a political prisoner's benefit. There were supporters of people from the Move 9 who were still locked up at that point. There were supporters of Mumia Abu Jamal and Jamil Al-Amin. And I walked into this auditorium, and they had like a light where at the spot where Malcolm X had died, and I was on a panel, and I was like the one white guy there. People were joking about the flyer, and they're like, one of these speakers is a little bit different than all the other ones. But, I was the only white guy there, and I looked out on that audience. I spoke for like 3 minutes. It was a very short presentation. But when I looked out on that crowd of several hundred people in there, I thought, I'm speaking to a group of veterans. I looked out on that crowd because these were black liberation fighters. These were Black Panthers. These were, Black Liberation Army former members. These were black nationalists and others, and in walkers. And when people were speaking, they were shaking and having flashbacks, and there were a lot of tears in their eyes. And I thought, this is like a veterans gathering. This is like speaking at the VFW, right? And there's rooms like this in Ireland, in Northern Ireland. There's rooms like this in South Africa. There's rooms like this in People's Korea. you know, and this is a group of people who have made great sacrifices, and they're there to support their comrades who are still locked up, and they're in this for real, and they've seen it. And I looked out on that crowd, and I thought, again, these are people who understand how serious it is, and this is how important all of this can be.
Communism will save America. China has created a system that's raising up its poorest people, its peasants, raised out of poverty. They're creating a system that gets to the base of the economy and recreates it so that the working class can rise. Unlike in this country, where homeless people sleep a block from the White House.
After the summit, we protested against the Museum of the Victims of Communism, which is nothing but spreading pro-imperialist lies, demonizing the history of the Soviet Union and China.
So trying to fight something that literally causes circumstantial change. Well, instead of fighting against people around the world, we should be fighting against those bankers who set up that situation. We should be building a coalition of people with different perspectives. We're going to stand up against big banks and corporations. That's what I think.
You're looking at Country Joe and the Fish. Little known fact, there was a band that played at Woodstock called Country Joe and the Fish Band. And the reason they have that name, according to every source that I can check, is because their parents were members of the Communist Party USA, and they picked the name for some pretty interesting reasons. Now, this guy was Country Joe because he was from Georgia, from the countryside. He grew up in a small village. He was the son of a bootmaker. And this guy was the Fish because one of his most well-known quotations, before he even started his organization, he just walked 300 miles through the countryside, talking to every person he could meet, asking them about the conditions of their life, engaging with them. He says, "How should we judge whether or not a youth is a revolutionary? How can we tell? Well, there can only be one criteria, namely, whether or not he's willing to integrate himself with the broad masses of the workers and the peasants, and he does so in practice. The masses are the water, and the revolutionaries are the fish. Country Joe and the Fish."
The next stop is Vietnam.
We are educating, we're agitating, we're demonstrating, and we're normal people. That's the best part. Pretty normal.
Let's fix our government right here at home to provide for working people before we go 7,000 miles away to waste young, precious lives over something as dumb as anti-communism.
Afterwards, a few of us went to New York City to protest against Tsai Ing-wen, the Taiwan president.
All the polls show the American people don't want a new war. The American people are sick and tired of our money being wasted on bombs and weapons and destruction, provoking a war with China, provoking a war with Russia, while our dreams are derailing, people in the United States are suffering.
Tsai Ing-wen came to the United States to beg for more weapons and to demonize China. And the Center for Political Innovation, we were in the streets of New York City confronting the Taiwan president and her effort to spread war.
China is not our enemy. China is not our enemy. China is not our enemy. Get out of our country. Stop trying to sell war in our country. Stop trying to sell war in our country. We don't want a new war with China. We love America and we don't want a new war with China. China is not our enemy. Stop trying to sell war. Get out of our country. Stop trying to sell war.
You know, what we did with Tsai Ing-wen, that went viral in Chinese media. Over 1 million shares. I was interviewed about it by Global Times. The Global Times, one of the main publications in China, made a point of highlighting the Center for Political Innovation, finding out about our work and why we do what we do. That was really, really great.
I'm a patriotic American. I love my country and I don't want World War III.
After all is said and done, Summit for Hypocrisy was a great success, and we can see that success. Look at all of the leftoids tailing us. They were calling us fringe, they were calling us cringe, and then a week later they all shut up, and then they started copying our organizing tactics. And I'm glad that they do. We know what the problem is, we are offering solutions.
In my eyes, CPI represents faith in humanity and the belief that there's an optimistic future to fight for, that your neighbor and the people around you aren't just stupid and in your way, but actually the hope for the future is in building relationships.
Lovestone faction were saying that they didn't think that the black struggle was very important. And that was a very important thing about the Communist Party USA in the 1920s. is that the Communist Party took the position that African Americans are a nation. They're not just a group of workers that face discrimination, they're actually a nation. And they came up with their famous black belt thesis, which was a call for the states in the southern USA that are majority African American, the black belt, it's called that because of the soil, but it's areas that are majority African American, to secede from the United States if they voted to have self-determination and become the black Soviet Republic. And that was the demand. They had posters with showing the borders of the black Soviet Republic. And that, a lot of black nationalists liked that idea as well. And Marcus Garvey had been very popular, and the Nation of Islam got going in the 1930s. And this idea of an independent black republic in the southern United States that the Communist Party and the Communist International had proposed really caught on. So there was a leader of the William Z. Foster faction, a guy named James Cannon, who had been a well-known activist in the Communist Party, and he had started an underground Trotskyist faction. He didn't like Stalin, and he formed a Trotskyist faction. And very famously, at his trial, when they put James Cannon on trial for forming this secret Trotskyist faction of the Communist Party, at the trial, they had the leader of the publishing company of the Communist Party testify against him. And they said, has he been buying a lot of books about Trotsky? He said, no. But James Cannon has bought every book we have on China, and everyone knows that China is a Trotskyite subject. And that was the main criticism that Trotsky had of the Communist International at the time, was Trotsky accused the Chinese Communist Party of selling the revolution down the river, and that all the massacres by Chiang Kai-shek were all the fault of the Chinese Communists for joining the KMT Nationalist Party. That was the argument the Trotskyists were making. There were these two factions of the U.S. Communist Party, J. Lovestone, William Z. Foster, and the Communist International was always trying to get them to stop fighting and come together. And Stalin very famously gave his speech to the American communists. And in that speech, Stalin criticizes both J. Lovestone and William Z. Foster because they're both referring to themselves as Stalinists, right? Trying to show that they're the faction that's in with Moscow. And Stalin says, there's no such thing as a Stalinist. I don't endorse either of your factions. And he's criticizing the American Communist Party for the fact that they're both, in order to try and say that their faction is better, they're both claiming the mantle of being Stalinists. And in fact, actually, you read the speech of Stalin to the American Communist Party, it's quite amusing, because he's critical of them for being so factional and divisive. The big turning point was the Sixth World Congress of the Communist International. At that point, the Communist International switched its policy. They were no longer for the United Front. They announced that they were, instead of trying to have unity with social democratic organizations and reformist organizations, because the KMT had been slaughtering communists in China, because the German social democrats had been killing communists, because most of the socialist-run labor unions in the USA were banning communists from membership, the Communist International declared they wanted a united front from below, meaning they wouldn't seek unity with the leaders of these organizations. Instead, they would seek leadership with the rank and file. The united front from below. And at that point, J. Lovestone's faction declared that policy couldn't apply to the United States, and they opposed that. So they were expelled from the party for American exceptionalism, which is funny because that's a term that's become very common in the United States now, American exceptionalism. Well, it goes back to this fight in the Communist Party. So when they got rid of J. Lovestone, 1928 becomes the moment when William Z. Foster and his leadership and his followers become key in the American Communist Party. So you have two factions, right? The Mao faction that eventually leads the Chinese Communist Party. You have the William Z. Foster faction that eventually leads the U.S. Communist Party. And what's interesting is one of the main leaders of William Z. Foster's faction is Earl Browder. Right? William Z. Foster becomes the chairman of the Communist Party. Earl Browder becomes the general secretary. And interestingly, Earl Browder actually lived in China for a little bit. He was in Shanghai in 1927 and 1928. He'd been there, he'd been dispatched there by the Communist International, he'd written articles about it. And there's a funny anecdote that at one point Earl Browder, as a representative of the American Communist Party, was going to visit some area where the Chinese Communist Party was very strong. And so we walked in and they had very nicely written in English a beautiful sign to welcome him. And it said, "China welcomes His Excellency, the Great Earl of Browder." Yeah, so 1931, in the countryside, Mao is waging this revolutionary rural people's war, and they actually get to the point, 1931, they declare the Chinese Soviet Republic, and they're fighting against Chiang Kai-shek. Chiang Kai-shek imports a German general in 1934 to help him put down the Chinese Soviet Republic. The general's name is Hans von Seeckt, now who was running Germany in 1934.
Hitler.
Yeah, so it's pretty clear, you know, Chiang Kai-shek is working with Hitler to try and put down the Chinese Communist Party. 1934, Mao is forced to retreat from the Chinese Soviet Republic. You have the very famous Long March, right, where they're retreating in the countryside. And what's interesting is that, you know, the 1930s, you know, the early 30s, so you have the Chinese Soviet Republic, that's when the Chinese Communist Party starts to blossom. That's also when the Communist Party of the United States starts to blossom, with the unemployment councils that they form, wherein all these people who've lost their jobs in the Great Depression, they form these groups called the unemployment councils, and they're going into the offices of elected officials demanding work or wages now, and they're leading crowds of people that are desperately hungry. You have the Bonus March, something the Communist Party organized in 1931, where all these veterans of World War I who were unemployed and hungry were demanding veterans' benefits, and they occupy the National Mall in D.C. The army is actually sent in to attack them. Abraham Lincoln's grandson is among the protesters. Multiple people are killed, a big incident. The Communist Party was leading these protests as part of their United Front from Below strategy, and they didn't seek any unity with the Socialist Party or the Trotskyists or the anarchists. They were the Communist Party, and the slogan was "Don't starve, fight," and they led amazing struggles and grew by big numbers. In 1932, William Z. Foster runs for president, and the book that he writes for his presidential campaign is called "Towards Soviet America." It's a very well-written book, and if you read it, the final chapter is called the USSA, and that stood for United Soviet States of America. And you read it, and he lays out like a blueprint of what the USA is going to look like under the Soviet leadership. The thing that the U.S. Communist Party is doing is they're boycotting Japanese goods because Japan is continuing to be hostile to China. And they actually had a song. They rewrote a popular song at the time, so you'll have to hear me sing it. Forgive me if that's painful. But they said, "Fascist forces rise up in conspiracy. But if we refuse to trade with them, we'll save democracy. That's why China begs, keep silk off your legs, don't buy anything Japanese." You know, it was a popular song, and they were leading protests against any business that would sell Japanese products. The 7th World Congress of the Communist International happens in 1935. And the 7th World Congress of the Communist International changes the line once again, right? Instead of the United Front from Below, now they want a united front against fascism, or a people's front, or some people call it the Popular Front. And that's, you know, the 7th World Congress, suddenly now they want to align because Hitler's in power in Germany, you know, Mussolini's in Italy, there's a danger of a new war coming. So communists are trying to form a broad anti-fascist united front. A couple years later, 1937, China is invaded by Japan. So, you know, Chiang Kai-shek doesn't want to fight Japan at first, so Chiang Kai-shek's generals kidnap him and form a united front against Japan. And they begin fighting the Japanese invaders. 1937 is also the year of the sit-down strike wave in the United States, where Roosevelt has been reelected, even though the majority of campaign contributions, everything's going to defeat Roosevelt. He wins the election overwhelmingly, and so all across the United States, factory owners have been telling their employees, if Roosevelt wins the election, you're going to lose your job because he taxes us too much and all of that. So in the United States, you know, there's this mass layoff following Roosevelt's victory in 1936. At that point, the Communist Party starts organizing workers to occupy their factories, and they have the sit-down strike wave. And the Flint sit-down strike of 1937 is the biggest one. They call it Labor's Gettysburg. But all over the United States, you know, and it's not just factory workers. There's factory workers in Ohio, but there's also even department stores in New York City. Sit-down strikes start happening. But the Roosevelt administration actually argues that it's legal to engage in sit-down strikes, that workers have some kind of property right to their jobs. It's a big moment. And of course, the Communist Party is leading this big upsurge of workers occupying their workplaces and protests. It's very, very big. I mean, the famous moment people talk about in the Flint sit-down strike is when the military was sent in by Roosevelt to Flint, Michigan. And the military comes, and people are expecting that the military is going to come and attack the strikers. But the military pulls up, and they turn the machine gun around, and the machine gun is protecting the strikers. They put the gun away from the factory. It's a big moment. And Roosevelt makes kind of an alliance with labor unions and activists and people in the Communist Party because he sees them as allies, because the majority of the capitalist class wants to remove Roosevelt, sees him as somebody who's passing progressive legislation. And it's a big moment. And, you know, he's investigated. Roosevelt's investigated by Congress, by the Martin Dies Committee for his ties to the Communist Party. So very famously, when they call members of the Young Communist League before Congress to be interrogated, he lets them sleep over at the White House to make a political statement, right? To make a statement about it. And Gilbert Green, who was a leader of the National Youth Congress and the American Young Communist League, he actually sleeps over at the White House. So Roosevelt has this kind of alliance. And William Z. Foster, he has a heart attack in 1933, a very severe heart attack, and he eventually goes to the Soviet Union for medical care. So Earl Browder becomes the leader of the U.S. Communist Party, and he's the main spokesperson and the main leader. When the 1939 pact between the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany is signed, the Communist Party of the United States supports it, starts calling Roosevelt a warmonger and saying that he's too hostile. So Earl Browder is put in prison temporarily, but then when World War II breaks out, Earl Browder is released from prison, and the Communist Party declares they want everything for victory. And that's their policy. And the communists, if you were young and you had to sign up in the military, and the communists were organizing, they were just the most patriotic, most loyal people during the Second World War. And in 1942, Earl Browder, as the leader of the Communist Party, he gives a radio speech harshly criticizing Roosevelt because he says the United States is giving weapons to people in China to fight Japan. But they're not giving them to the communists. They're only giving it to the KMT. And the communists are taking the majority of the losses, and that's not right. So then, the Assistant Secretary of State, Sumner Welles, calls Earl Browder to Washington, D.C. Tells him, well, that's not true, and you can't repeat that. So then, May 20th, 1944, the Communist Party is eventually dissolved, and it changes its name to the Communist Political Association. And March 13th, 1945, Earl Browder gives a speech, and he says a number of things on the radio about China that are not true. He says, the United States finds the Yan'an communist policies closer to our understanding of the two nations than Chiang Kai-shek. He says that the economic policies of the communist-led areas are close to American free enterprise. He says the Chinese communists trust America. The official American policy is pressing toward unity and democratization of China. This is the leader of the Communist Political Association. So folks, those of you who may not be aware, there is a huge economic embargo on Cuba. The US government prevents medicine and food and other supplies from getting into Cuba. It's awful. Now, there's a group of protesters here in New York. They're marching behind a banner that says SOS Cuba. And so I'm going to ask them if they support ending the economic sanctions on Cuba, if they support ending the embargo on Cuba and preventing Cubans from getting food and medicine. Let's see if they actually want to help the Cuban people. Let's see what they're really about. So, do you want to end the blockade? Do you want to end the blockade? No, I'm just curious. You want to help the Cuban people, right?
Oh, yeah.
So do you want to end the sanctions and end the blockade?
That's not helping them.
No.
How does that help them?
Prevent them from getting medicine? Prevent them from getting medical supplies? Do you want to end the blockade?
We want freedom. Don't help them.
Now, do you want to end the blockade of Cuba? Do you want to end the economic embargo and the sanctions on Cuba?
No. Freedom for Cuba.
Right, but what about the blockade?
No, blockade is okay.
The blockade is okay?
Yeah,
prevents
it's
people from
okay.
getting medicine.
Blockade is okay.
Why is the blockade good? Tell me why the blockade is good. So you support the blockade? Tell me more about supporting the blockade.
I don't speak
Cuba. So do you want to end the blockade?
Cuba.
Do you want to end the blockade, the sanctions against Cuba?
I'm sorry?
Do you want to end the blockade, the sanctions?
No, end the sanction, no.
Why not?
We want to end the communism.
So
the Cuba
the blockade keeps people from getting
because
medicine.
they want freedom. It's not about
So you don't want to end the blockade?
The dictatorship.
The blockade is
I'm
good?
the one who has the blockade.
Okay, so you support sanctions on Cuba. You support preventing your own people from getting medicine. That's what you support? So I just want to be clear, this is a pro-blockade demonstration. Do you support the blockade? Do you support the blockade? So as you just saw, these protesters do not want to actually help the Cuban people. They support the blockade. They were very clear. They support sanctions on Cuba, preventing Cubans from getting medicine, preventing Cubans from getting access to important food goods and medical supplies. They're speaking in the name of the Cuban people, but they're actually in support of preventing the Cuban people from getting food and medicine. They don't really support the Cuban people. These are just pro-State Department activists. These are regime change activists. They want Cuba to be the new Libya. They want Cuba to be the new Iraq or the new Afghanistan.
or the new Syria. They don't really support their own people. They just want their people to suffer to carry out their political agenda. They don't like the Communist Party. It has nothing to do with helping the Cuban people. You heard them yourselves.
Opposed social democracy, right? Prior to 1917, all the followers of Karl Marx around the world called themselves social democrats. They were united in the Second International, and they believed in, and they believed in Marxism. They built labor unions, etc., and they called themselves social democrats. And the Marxist movement was called social democracy. And this guy in Russia named Vladimir Lenin was a social democrat, was a Marxist, attended gatherings of the Second International, but he started to develop his own ideas. He came up with this concept called imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. And he saw that capitalism was moving into this stage of monopolistic imperialism, holding back development around the world, the rule of the world by banks and big monopolies. And he said that that should be the focus. Should be focusing on fighting imperialism. And that meant that national liberation movements of colonized and oppressed people were good. Marx had said, workers of the world unite. There's no countries, no nations. Well, Lenin said, actually, we want to fight for the national liberation of oppressed people. Furthermore, the Bolsheviks, Lenin's political group in Russia, they developed a new form of organization. Instead of just being a regular political party, they were a vanguard party that was only for people who gave the whole of their lives. The other political parties, the parties of social democracy, anyone, as long as you agreed with certain principles, you could sign up and you could be a member. Well, Lenin said, no, we want a vanguard party, a party only for those who give the whole of their lives. And this party will practice democratic centralism. And democratic centralism was the notion that the whole party marches as one. And after a decision is made, every member is obligated to carry out that decision or leave the party. And that the party engages in what's called agitation propaganda, agitprop, meaning that it stirs up the masses with agitation and it seeks out the best activists and the best organizers among the masses, and it teaches them Marxism. It propagates to them. It propagates to the advance. It agitates the masses. And that the Bolshevik form of political party, a vanguard party only for those who give the whole of their lives, that practices democratic centralism, that agitates and propagates, this was all Lenin's new development. And it's worth noting that the Marxist movement largely thought the Bolsheviks were a weird cult. They considered Bolshevism to be similar to a monastic political order or a religion. They said that it wasn't open and democratic, and that they did not approve of the way the Bolshevik organization was formed. It was very different than the way the social democratic parties were formed. And then all of this culminated in the Marxist parties of Europe, the Social Democrats, becoming more and more reformist, and then ultimately supporting World War I. And they supported World War I, and when World War I broke out, all these parties supported it. And the German Marxists, they signed up and they supported it, and they sent the Germans out to kill the French Marxists, and the Marxists in France supported it, and they sent the French workers out to kill the Germans, and the British Labour Party, they supported it. And it became very, very clear that the social democratic movement was not revolutionary. Not only was it watering down what the movement really stood for, but on top of that, it sent workers out to die in a war. And so when Lenin returned to Russia in 1917, right, there was a big uprising. The Tsar of Russia was brought down, and then there was a provisional government. And so Lenin, who'd been in exile in Switzerland, he returned to Russia with the help of German intelligence, mind you. The Germans gave him a lot of money. And he came back to Russia, and he wrote something called the April Thesis, which was how the Bolsheviks should change their practice and so they could take power. And one of the things that is from the April Thesis, it said, instead of social democracy, whose official leaders throughout the world have betrayed socialism and deserted to the bourgeoisie, we must call ourselves the Communist Party. So they were so different in what they were doing from social democracy that they had to have a new name. What Lenin was doing and what the British Labour Party was doing and what the German Social Democrats were doing was so different that by the time Lenin got to Russia in 1917, he said, we just have to give ourselves a completely new name because we're doing something different. We have different beliefs. We believe capitalism is in its imperialist stage. We have a different kind of organization. We have a vanguard party. And the Social Democrats have become so vile that the masses hate them because they supported the war and they sold out and they supported the war. We just have to make clear to the world we're something different. We have to have a whole new name. And that made sense because there was a fundamental difference. What Lenin was doing was very, very different than what the Social Democrats were doing. And I want to note that essential in what Lenin preached and in the Marxist-Leninist ideology is opposition to imperialism. You always oppose imperialism. That's what it's about. So much so, this is what Stalin said in his lecture about Leninism. He said, the struggle that the Emir of Afghanistan is waging for the independence of Afghanistan is an objectively revolutionary struggle, despite the monarchist views of the Emir and his associates, for it weakens and disintegrates imperialism. So there was this guy in Afghanistan, the Emir of Afghanistan, the king of Afghanistan, who was a conservative, who was a monarchist, not a communist, not a socialist, not a leftist, not a progressive, but he was fighting the British Empire, so that was good enough for them. And then Stalin goes on to say, the struggle that the Egyptian merchants and bourgeois intellectuals are waging for the independence of Egypt is an objectively revolutionary struggle, despite its bourgeois origin and bourgeois title of the Egyptian national movement, and despite the fact that they are opposed to socialism, meaning that these merchants in Egypt, they were fighting the British Empire. And so it didn't matter that they were advocating capitalism, didn't matter that they denounced socialism, they were fighting the British Empire. That a fundamental point of Leninism is that it's about opposing imperialism. Imperialism, this global system of imperialism, is the main enemy, and you stand with anybody who opposes the imperialists. Doesn't matter if they're Egyptian merchants, doesn't matter if they're the Emir of Afghanistan, doesn't matter if they're a Buddhist or a nudist or whatever, right? You support anyone who opposes the imperialists. That is a fundamental point. Lenin's entire thesis, imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, it's essential. You always stand against imperialism. All right? And there's another historical precedence. Christianity broke from Judaism. Now, we're not talking about the Marxist movement here. We're talking about religion. But, when Christianity began, when Jesus Christ was going around starting his mission on the earth, he considered himself to be a Jew. And he considered himself to be the true inheritor of the Hebrew prophets. However, Judaism is really, really focused on, at that time at least, was really, really focused on following the rules. And one of their rules was the Sabbath, that there was a list of things you couldn't do on the Sabbath. Well, Jesus went around healing people on the Sabbath. And when they asked Jesus about why he was healing people on the Sabbath, he said, the Sabbath was made for man, not man for the Sabbath, saying that this rule that was central to Judaism, that you have to observe the Sabbath, well, the rule was actually, it was there to help people, and people don't have to follow, and basically said you don't have to observe the Sabbath. In addition to that, they, one point, cornered Jesus, and they asked him which of the 10 commandments was the most important, because in Judaism, they had the 10 commandments that were central. And they asked Jesus which of the 10 commandments was the most important. And he said, love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and all your mind. This is the greatest commandment. And the second is love your neighbor as yourself. And all the law and the prophets hang on these commandments. So he basically said, love your neighbor as yourself and love God with all your heart and mind. And that's more important than the 10 commandments. And all the law and the prophets beforehand all rest on that, saying that the essence is you love God and you love your neighbor as yourself, and that's way more important than the 10 commandments. That's big. At one point, Jews don't recruit, right? Judaism is a religion that you're born into, right? In Judaism, you're born into it. It's very much an ethnic, tribal religion. However, Jesus commanded his followers to go and recruit people, he said, all the authority in heaven and on earth has been given to me. Therefore, go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, and teaching them to obey everything I have commanded you. And surely I am always with you to the very end of the age. So Judaism doesn't recruit. To become a Jew, you have to ask 3 times. You have to go through they deny you the first 2 times, and you have to go through a whole process. Judaism does not seek to recruit and doesn't proselytize. But Jesus commanded his followers, go and make disciples of all nations. That's a fundamental difference. And at one point, Jesus got into a very heated argument with Jewish leaders. And he said to them, your father Abraham rejoiced at the thought of seeing my day. He saw it and was glad. And they said, you are not 50 years old yet, they said to him, and you have seen Abraham? He said, very truly I tell you, before Abraham was born, I am. And so basically, even though Jesus considered the Jewish leaders of his time to be complete traitors, and even though he considered himself to be the true inheritor of the Jewish teaching and the prophets, he was preaching something different. He didn't believe in the 10 Commandments. He didn't believe in the Sabbath. He believed in proselytizing and recruiting. And after Jesus' death, the Apostle Paul said you didn't have to get circumcised anymore, because to become a Jew, you have to get circumcised. Circumcision is a central thing. And the Apostle Paul said circumcision is circumcision of the heart, by the Spirit, not by the written code. Such a person's praise is not from the other people, but from God. So the Apostle Paul said, yeah, we don't even get circumcised anymore. So after a while, it became very clear that, within 100 years of the death of Jesus Christ, the Christians were no longer calling themselves Jews, because what Jews were doing and what they were doing was so fundamentally different that even though the Christians considered Abraham and Moses and Jeremiah and all of them to be from their tradition, they had taken it in such a different direction. They were a totally new religion. And now everyone understands that Christianity and Judaism are 2 distinct religions. So why are these 2 things important? Well, first, Lenin considered himself to be the true inheritor of Marxism's revolutionary essence, right? Lenin did not denounce Marx. Lenin did not say he wasn't a Marxist. He considered himself to be the true inheritor of Marx, and he considered the social democratic leaders to be traitors. However, at the same time, he pioneered his own theories and organizational methods. And by 1917, it was clear that Bolshevism was distinctly different than social democracy. So while he held on to what was good in Marxism, he also developed his own new thoughts, and he realized that what they were doing was so fundamentally different, it had to take on and become a new thing.
He's making these statements. The Chinese communists hear about this, and they say, this is not true. Where does he get this? It came from the State Department.
Right. That's why he's forgotten.
Yeah. Earl Browder writes a book called Tehran, Our Path in War and Peace, where he basically announces that after the Second World War ends, the United States and the Soviet Union are going to become best friends forever, and that there should be no more strikes after the Second World War is over, because labor and capital are now unified in democracy and anti-fascism. The Soviet Union and the USA are eventually going to merge into one country that will have the best elements of both systems in it, and many people in the Communist Party, including William Z. Foster, see this book, Tehran, and Earl Browder and the way he's taking the Communist Party, they don't like it. And China doesn't particularly care for it either. So then in April of 1945, as the Second World War is on the verge of ending, the leader of the French Communist Party, Jacques Duclos, he writes a letter harshly criticizing Earl Browder. And then they have an emergency convention to refound the Communist Party. Basically, Earl Browder is told, if you'll just drop this stuff, if you'll start opposing American imperialism, if you'll drop this, you can continue being the leader of American communism. Earl Browder won't do it, so William Z. Foster and the old guard trade union leaders like Elizabeth Gurley Flynn and others kind of rise up and depose Earl Browder, who's the leader of the Communist Party. So William Z. Foster is the chairman, Earl Browder has been kicked out, and at that point Mao Zedong sends a personal telegram to William Z. Foster congratulating him on defeating Earl Browder. And he says, "We are glad to learn that the Special Convention of the Communist Political Association has resolved to repudiate Browder's revisionism and capitulationist line. We hereby extend you warm congratulations on this great victory for the working class and the Marxist movement. These groups are," he goes on, but basically Mao is delighted that Earl Browder has been thrown out. But then, the Cold War gets going, and that's McCarthyism, right? And, it starts in 1947. You have the Iron Curtain speech, and from there, 1948 elections, Harry Truman is the Democratic Party candidate, who's an aggressive Cold Warrior. The Communists, they join with Henry Wallace, the former vice president. They form the Progressive Party, and they run against both the Democrats and the Republicans. And they nominate, they're supporting the Progressive Party on a platform of continuing peace with the USSR, supporting civil rights for African Americans, and defending labor unions. This is the era of Taft-Hartley and some harsh anti-labor laws that are coming into existence. And Earl Browder, the expelled leader, he writes a pamphlet criticizing this and saying they should support the Democrats, and he calls it Chinese Lessons for American Marxists, and tries to draw from Mao to prove that the American Communist Party is being too radical by not supporting the Democrats. And obviously 1949, when you have the People's Republic of China being formed, the McCarthyism in the United States escalates, right? And the Communist Party of the United States is basically illegal, the leaders are put into prison. And what, of course, is the rallying cry of McCarthyism? Who lost China, right? And the Republicans start accusing the Democrats of being soft on communism and losing China. And what's quite interesting is, now we know there was the secret speech in 1956 where Khrushchev very harshly criticizes Stalin. That causes a crisis. The American Communist Party divides into factions. And I'm going to get into that later to some degree. But what's interesting is that, William Z. Foster died in 1961 in the Soviet Union. He had medical problems. He was in the Soviet Union at the age of 80. And on his 80th birthday, just a few months before his death, Khrushchev came to visit him in his hospital bed. And this is according to the book Forging American Communism, The Life of William Z. Foster. Khrushchev visited Foster's bedside only to be met with sharp criticism of the Soviet regime's growing hostility to China. In his brief remarks, Foster praised the Chinese Revolution, and the room fell silent. And after Foster died, a few months later, they had a funeral, a state funeral in the Kremlin for William Z. Foster. But interestingly, while Brezhnev attended and actually carried the coffin, Khrushchev was notably absent. William Z. Foster, in his final years, he wrote a lot of histories. He wrote 5 volumes of history: the history of the Communist Party of the United States, the history of the 3 internationals, the history of the African American people of the United States, the history of the trade unions. And in his history of the 3 internationals, he speaks very glowingly of Mao Zedong, and he writes, "When the Chinese people won leadership of their country, there were many elements in the capitalist world who said, with final assurance, well, maybe it's not so bad after all. China is a vast, impossible chaos, and the communists will break their necks trying to organize and govern it. But this was only wishful thinking, typical capitalist underestimation of the revolutionary abilities of the Chinese communists, and especially of their great leader, Mao Zedong. Now such remarks are rarely heard. Already, the Chinese communists, with Mao at their head, have clearly demonstrated that they can organize and lead forward their huge people. This adds one more to the many impossibilities that they have accomplished in their epic struggle for freedom." So that's the first section: 2 factions, 2 leaders, 2 parties. So, let's have discussion.
I think your presentation was more than excellent. It was great. Chiang Kai-shek had killed Mao's first wife and sister.
Wow.
And it was Stalin that ordered, and they were deciding what to do. It was Stalin that was said, well, you got to form a united front with the KMT. And, like Mao and his party were still deciding what to do, Stalin stepped in and did it. Now, the reason the generals did it was 2 reasons, right? The first reason is because the KMT refused to fight the Japanese. They had retreated as far as in southwestern China as you can get and still be in China. They were in Chongqing, and they were hoping that the Japanese fascists and the Manchukuo would wipe out all the communists. They couldn't do it. By then, the communists were in Yan'an, which is after the Long March. They had made it there. Now, in the very beginning, you kind of left this part out, which is kind of important. When Trotsky and all of them were talking about a united front with the KMT, the Soviet Union had sent a general, and they founded what they call the Whampoa Military Academy. The Whampoa Military Academy is where both sides started getting their armies. An interesting note to that: Chiang Kai-shek was the the president or the chancellor, whatever they call the head of that. The political commissar was Chou En-lai. And on a little interesting minutiae side note, Ho Chi Minh was the translator because he could speak Chinese, Russian, and Vietnamese. He was in, when they found, he was in Moscow, part of the Comintern. So Ho Chi Minh was the translator between the Russians and the Chinese. So that's like a little side note.
But yeah, anyone else want to?
I'll try and make it just one or two short points. One, in terms of the position of the Afro-American national question, my understanding, there may have been people who put it forward in the wrong way, but it was always for the right of self-determination and not for independence as such. Okay? And just one other thing on China. During World War II, right, when I forgot exactly how it went, that Browder was saying that the Soviets were giving arms to the KMT and not to the army of the Communist Party. But the Communist Party had changed the name of the army from whatever it was, Red Army, to the 8th Root Army and something or other else, so that they were officially part of the same army. And since at that point the communists were near the Soviet border, it would have gone through them anyway. So.
Anyone else want to make a comment? Okay, well then we'll do the next section. And this. Oh, please.
I'm going to be much briefer and less learned than either of those people, but I guess in this first, this narrative, if you would say, what is a lesson for us today and what isn't a lesson for us today? Because I feel like there are things about this history that matter to us now and things that don't quite fit where America is at. So what would be your take on that?
I'll get to that in my conclusion.
Okay, to come.
All right, so I guess we'll start section 2, which I'm calling Mao's American Friends. And the first person I'm going to talk about is who you mentioned before, which is Edgar Snow. So Edgar Snow is from Missouri, and he is the first, he was the first person to interview Mao and the last person to interview Mao. And Edgar Snow, what's interesting about him is that he was a young guy from Missouri. He was born in Kansas City, Missouri. His father was a religious skeptic who...
This does not represent what the American people want. All the polls show that the American people don't want a new war. The American people are sick and tired of our money being wasted on bombs and weapons and destruction, provoking a war with China, provoking a war with Russia, while our trains are derailing, people in the United States are suffering, our water's not being purified, our railroads are falling apart, our power grids are falling apart, and yet we pour more and more weapons and money into some stupid confrontation with China. China is not our enemy. Wall Street bankers are our enemy. No more provocations against China. China is not our enemy. 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 Get out of our country. Stop trying to sell war in our country. Stop trying to sell war in our country. We don't want a new war with China. We love America and we don't want a new war with China. China is not our enemy. Stop trying to sell war. Get out of our country. Stop trying to sell war. China is not our enemy. I'm a patriotic American. I love my country and I don't want World War III.
Hey friends, how you doing today? I'm letting you know, the Center for Political Innovation, we are about to do, on July 12th, the biggest event that we have ever done. It will be our national gathering in Chicago on July 12th. And it's going to be really, really special. We are talking with a number of important anti-imperialist voices, a lot of different communities. There's going to be musical performances, dance performances, there's going to be great speeches, and it's going to be a whole day gathering dedicated to anti-imperialism. I am committed, and CPI has always been committed to building an in real life network of people. And we carry out real operations. We were at the inauguration of Trump with our Trump and Kim banner saying only peace can make America great again. We were on the streets of Chicago at the Democratic National Convention with a book exposing
what Kamala Harris and who she really is and what she's really about, and it was really, really important. We have 1,000 copies of our book about the Houthis that are being distributed with the poster of the convention on the back to people who would never go looking for this. We are putting door hanger flyers on doors of people, again, that would never go looking for this. We're not performing and trying to make ourselves feel good. We're actually trying to build a network of people that can be anti-imperialists in America. And it's not easy to do. It's very difficult in these times to build a real in-life organization. People have their issues. We live in a very strange time, but we have to do it. And we are committed to continuing this project. This video is basically me telling you we need your support. In order to pull off our convention that includes our 7-day program for our members around the country to come to Chicago, includes our huge convention on July 12th, where we're gonna fill up the Midwest Convention Center, in order to have an effective national planning meeting and gathering in Chicago the day after on July 13th. In order to do what we need to do, we need to fill up that auditorium and we need money. And there's really no way around that. We need you to donate to the Center for Political Innovation. We have set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have already contributed. We already raised a couple $1,000, but it's not enough. In order to really pull off our July activities and really have a win for anti-imperialism, we need your support. We need you to go to the GoFundMe right now and donate $5 or $20. We need you to go to the donate button on the CPI website and send us $100 or $50, whatever you can do. If we're gonna do what we need to do in July and build the organization and have the mega anti-imperialist rally that needs to happen on July 12th and solidify the network that we're building to continue to carry out the great operations that we do, we need you to help us out. Every cent that we raise goes into building this group. I'm lucky I have a paycheck with everything that's going on. I'm surviving, and I have consistently put a huge amount of the money that I have, my own resources, my own funds, into CPI because I believe in it, because it needs to happen, because this organization is necessary. I'm looking at what I've got and my own resources and my own bills and all of that, and I'm looking at what's already been paid for, and it's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. I can't just pay for everything myself. We have membership dues and other things, but we need a special gift. We need a special gift to make July happen. We need you to give us a special contribution so that we can make sure the July events go smoothly, that the housing for the people coming in out of town is covered, that the speakers that are being flown in, their airfare is properly covered. We need you to make a special one-time gift to make this July gathering, this anti-imperialist summit that we are organizing. We need you to help us make it happen and help us make it a success. Small gift, big gift, whatever you can do. We need you to help us with it. But you know what? I'll just say this. If it's a matter of send us a gift or come, we'd rather you come. We'd rather you be there. It's much more important that you be there on July 12th. If you can't afford to give us a gift, but you can afford to come to town, if there's one event that you come to this year, make it July 12th. CPI, Center for Political Innovation, we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and we're doing it right. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to win the internet. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to make ourselves feel special or act like we're cool. We're building what needs to be built. We are building the real connections. And if you can understand why what we're doing is so important, if you can understand why anti-imperialism is the future, but we have to break out of the narrow niche circles and internet culture and get to the masses of people with real outreach, if you can understand that, please give us a gift. We're trying to build an actual movement to win new people to anti-imperialism and continue to carry out operations to change the conversation in America, so that we have a country where there's a mass movement demanding justice for working families and an end to these wars, that we're saying no to World War III, we're saying no to the emerging low-wage police state. That's what we urgently need. So if you can help us in any way, send us a gift. If you can be there on July 12th, be there. This is the biggest endeavor CPI has ever done, and it's going to lead to even bigger things. We don't back down. We don't go away. If we were going to back down, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were one of their plants or one of these fake anti-imperialists, they would be making it a lot easier for us. We have been facing a lot of challenges
but we continue to achieve great victories. So we need your support. Please send us a contribution. Please be there on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in the Chicago area. It's right near the O'Hare Airport. It's going to be awesome. We need you there. Thank you.
The concept is basically this. Wherever you go in the world, you find two types of people that are socialists, Marxists, communists, revolutionaries. On the one hand, you have a middle-class strata of people who are angry at injustice. And this exists in any country in the world, capitalist, socialist, wherever you go. You find people that are middle class, usually younger. Some of them grow out of it, some of them don't. They're angry at injustice, they want to change the world, and they're rebellious, they want to tear things down, they want to fight injustice, they want to be heroic. That exists wherever you go, right? And it's usually less than 1 to 10% of the population. That always exists, right? And, you know, let's be real, that's where the Bolsheviks came from. That's who Fidel Castro was. That's who Che Guevara was. That it's important. You can't ignore it. And that, you know, a lot of the socialist movements, historically, you have that layer of middle-class radicals, middle-class youth radicals who want to change the world. However, they are incapable of making a revolution. They are just a small sector of society. The folks that are key in making socialist revolutions happen are not the university students who are full of rage and injustice, want to tear things down and change the world and fight for justice. Revolutions are made by the broad masses of people. By the broad masses of people. That's who makes revolutions. By the broad masses of people. That is who makes revolutions happen. And the broad masses of people make revolutions for very different reasons, right? That bohemian middle-class left, they're young, they're angry, they want to go down and tear things down, they want to be heroic. But the people who actually make the revolutions are people who aren't generally interested in politics until they're suffering. And when a capitalist crisis comes, the broad masses of people are suffering. And their lives become unstable. You know, they can't get a job, they can't feed their kids, they're being sent to die in wars, society is coming apart, and they turn to socialism and Marxism because they want order. They want to have food, they want to feed their kids, they want to not be afraid, they want the economy to be organized to serve public good, they want socialism because they want order. Right? And the brilliance of Lenin was that he was able to organize that bohemian middle class in Russia, that's who the Bolsheviks were, to affect the broad masses of people. Right? The peace, land, and bread. You read the April thesis, right? The people of Russia didn't want to keep fighting in the war. They were hungry. The peasants wanted land. So Lenin got this organization of middle-class kind of bohemians and labor activists, labor unions were a big part of the Bolsheviks, to go out and build a party that would seize, you know, the desire, you know, for order. And they were able to take power, right? But these two souls within socialism, these two trends within socialism, didn't go away. Trotsky was very much a representative of that bohemian middle class that wants to behead every last king, tear down every last wall, go out and fight like crazy. That's why he wanted permanent revolution. He wanted the Soviet Union to be just a temporary holdout in a global, crusade to spread communism all over the world. He wanted to militarize the entire country. He wanted, blood. That's what Trotsky was about. Permanent revolution. Whereas Stalin was for socialism in one country. And he was saying, okay, we have the Soviet Union. Let's build a socialist society in the Soviet Union. Let's have peace with the West. Let's bring in some foreign experts to help us build our industries. And let's build a prosperous society in the Soviet Union. And the overwhelming majority of the people living in the Soviet Union favored Stalin's position. They were tired of war. The Russian Civil War was horrendous. Millions of people died. They didn't have medicine. Stalin won out. But in a way, Stalin was quite conservative. Stalin, during the 1920s, the Bolsheviks had very, very liberal sexual policies, right? They had, homosexuality was legal, and there was, a talk of abolishing marriage and all of that. Well, Stalin instituted the Soviet family, which was a mother and a father and kids. Now, the mother and father were both working. Women could go to university and get degrees, but they glorified the Soviet household, the Soviet family. Stalin outlawed abortion. Let's remember, Stalin outlawed homosexuality. And that Stalin also, in a lot of ways, brought back a lot of the admiration for Russia's history. There were movies made in Russia that glorified the old czars, for example, right? And he appealed to Russian nationalism, right? And they Alexander Nevsky and Ivan the Terrible. You watch movies from the Stalin era, they're glorifying Russia's history and Russian culture, right? And that there was a conservative side to Stalin because he was a break. Stalin was a break with that middle-class trend, right? That's just the reality. Stalin was a synthesis, right? You had the Bolsheviks that were these ultra-liberal middle-class bohemians. You had the Russian people who wanted stability and peace and had turned to the Bolsheviks to get out of the crisis of World War I and economic famines and all kinds of hardships. So Stalin was the synthesis. He was a combination. On the one hand, he represented Marxism, which is the most radical far-left thing, but he also represented the soul of the Russian people, which is deeply conservative and longing for stability and a civilization that lasts thousands of years. Stalin was a synthesis, right? That's the reality. And, after the Second World War was over, American intelligence agencies became very well familiar with the reality that there were two contradictory souls within socialism. Socialist countries, socialist revolutions are made by millions of people who want to get out of the crisis of capitalism. But socialist movements, socialist parties tend to be very popular among this middle class that wants chaos and wants instability. So there are two contradictory souls within socialism, and there always will be. I mean, that's just a reality. There always will be two contradictory souls within socialism. But the U.S. intelligence agencies figured out a mechanism for manipulating the first tendency. They figured out how to manipulate the middle-class student rebel, that faction. And they worked really hard at it, and they brag about this. I know this sounds like a conspiracy theory, folks. I know that, okay? He's talking about CIA and just Google right now the phrase Congress for Cultural Freedom. Congress for Cultural Freedom. The first thing that will come up is CIA.gov. CIA.gov. Smoking gun. And they brag about how the CIA launched a program, 1951, called the Congress for Cultural Freedom. And on that website, who do they quote? Sidney Hook. Sidney Hook, a Trotskyite professor in New York City. And that there was a huge effort to manipulate that bohemian, middle-class radical strata and turn them against socialist countries. The Congress for Cultural Freedom was an entity created by the CIA with millions of dollars that funneled money into art galleries, into all kinds of things, into, movie experimental filmmakers, the Frankfurt School, which was a Marxist school of cultural criticism in Germany, the art of Jackson Pollock. There was a Trotskyite magazine called Partisan Review that was distributed on the college campuses all across the United States. And it was about manipulating the middle-class revolutionary intelligentsia to oppose the socialist countries and expanding that contradiction between countries that are striving to build socialism and middle-class radicals. And the result has been the creation of an entity called the synthetic left. There is an entity now walking around that calls itself the left, and it is not left. It is not the left. There is an entity walking around that calls itself left-wing, that calls itself socialist, that calls itself left, and it's not left. It's anti-Marxist, it's anti-socialist, it's anti-historical progress. There is a bizarre bohemian death cult that exists in the Western world that is the creation of the CIA. It's a result of all kinds of CIA money and such, that walks around. It is anti-populist, it hates average working people, and it walks around and calls itself the left, and it's not the left. The Communist Party USA of the 1930s was an amazing organization of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people who wanted to build socialism. The Socialist Party of Eugene Debs, an amazing organization of millions of people that wanted to build socialism. The Wobblies, the IWW, amazing organization, right? There was attempts in the new communist movement of the 70s to build something like the Communist Party USA or the Socialist Party again, right? That such things, the left has existed. But this entity that walks around the Western world, this entity, this counterculture, really counterculture is what it is. That entity is not the left. It's the difference between left and right is this: progress. It always has been, right? The reason that they came up with the concept of left and right was in France, after the French Revolution, they formed a national assembly. And the people that were loyal to the king and feudalism in the old system, they sat on the right. And those that were enthusiastic and supportive of the French Revolution and the modern world and marching into the future, they sat on the left. If you're a conservative, you want to go backward, you sit on the right. If you believe in historical progress and getting to a higher form of civilization, you sit on the left. That's the difference between left and right. Are you for progress or are you against it? Right? And this entity emerged in the Western world that does not believe in historical progress. Let me repeat. There is an entity that emerged in the Western world, funded by the CIA, funded by the intelligence agencies, that does not believe in historical progress. And that is not the left. That is the synthetic left. And this is probably the most clear manifesto of what they believe that I have ever read. It's called The Aquarian Conspiracy by Marilyn Ferguson. Marilyn Ferguson is a spiritual guru. She was the spiritual guru of Al Gore, right? She visited the White House and hung out with Al Gore, right? This book is endorsed by all the CIA intellectuals. Carl Rogers, a psychologist with all kinds of ties to the intelligence agencies. Arthur Kessler, who published an anti-communist book for the CIA called The God That Failed. It was like an anti-communist manifesto, right? You read this book by Marilyn Ferguson, the spiritual advisor of Al Gore, is not Marxism. This is not Marxism. This does not believe in historical progress. This is not left. This is a demented death cult. This is a demented death cult. It is people who want to destroy human progress. And they have taken the place of the left. I'll read to you from it. A leaderless but powerful network is working to bring radical change in the United States. Its members have broken with certain key elements of Western thought and they may even have broken with the continuity of history. That's the first sentence of the book. A leaderless but powerful network is working to bring radical change in the United States. That's sentence number one. Sentence number two, its members have broken with certain key elements of Western thought, and they may have even broken with the continuity of history. Goes on. There are school teachers, office workers, famous scientists, government officials, lawmakers, artists, millionaires, taxi drivers, celebrities, leaders in medicine, education, law, and psychology. Some are open in their advocacy and their names and may be familiar. There are legions of conspirators. There are corporations, universities, hospitals, on the faculties of public schools. They're in the White House staff. They're in state legislatures, in volunteer organizations. You read this. This is what the synthetic left is. This is the most blatant manifesto. 1981, I believe it was published. The paradigm of the Aquarian conspiracy sees humankind as embedded in nature. It promotes autonomous individuals in a decentralized society. Human nature is neither good nor bad, but the continuous transformation of and transcendence. Right? And where is ground zero for the Aquarian conspiracy that she spends this whole book describing? America is free, but California is freer. If America is open to innovation, innovation is California's middle name. California. And who is carrying out these operations in California? Right? In California, we are creating an aristocracy, a new aristocracy, an aristocracy of those who care. Membership is restricted only by capacity for concern. And who is carrying it out? Who is carrying it out? In Santa Barbara, the Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions, the Center for the Advanced Study in Behavioral Sciences in Palo Alto, and the Stanford Research Institute. CIA think tanks. The think tanks of Western capitalism are carrying out the Aquarian conspiracy. And what is further evidence that in the last chapter, the whole Earth conspiracy, it exists around the world. What's central to it? The Club of Rome. The Club of Rome. Who are the Club of Rome? The Club of Rome, they wrote a book called The Limits to Growth. And they said that the human population is just too big. There are too many people, and we need to drastically reduce the human population. We need to drastically end technology. This entity, created by Western intelligence agencies, is walking around pretending to be Marxism, pretending to be socialism, pretending to be the left. The Aquarian conspiracy, created by Western intelligence agencies, and they don't believe in essential aspects of Marxism. Historical progress is the essence of Marxism. They don't believe in historical progress. History's gone too far. It's the Tower of Babel. They worship primitivism. Right? And if you look at them, who are some of the most beloved figures on the synthetic left? The Dalai Lama, who presided over a feudal, oppressive regime in Tibet that tortured people, who, is working, waged an ugly civil war in Tibet in the 1950s when hundreds of thousands of people died, was trying to keep feudalism intact in Tibet. Who else is a big central part of the synthetic left? The Hare Krishna movement, one of the most right-wing, traditionalist Hindu sects in India. Somehow they're a big part of what it means to be a leftist in the United States. Right? Julius Evola. Do you know the name Julius Evola? He was one of the main ideologues of Italian fascism. He wrote a book called Revolt Against the Modern World. Revolt Against the Modern World. And if you read it, it's all about admiring feudalism, right? The Tibetan regime where, there was no strikes or protests. It was so authoritarian. The Indian caste system is so beautiful. Eastern mysticism, all of this stuff that was associated with fascism in the 30s has entered the left. These entities that walk around that don't believe in historical progress, that believe there are too many people in the world, that believe that we need to go back to nature, we need to go back to some kind of Eastern primitivism, that primitivism is beautiful, modernity is evil, that favor destruction, want to reduce the human population. That entity is walking around calling itself left. It is not left. It is the synthetic left. It is a middle-class movement that is trying to drastically reduce the human population, that is trying to beat back socialism and destroy historical progress. It's the synthetic left. It was intentionally created by the CIA, and it considers communism, actual communism, to be fascism. Susan Sontag declared that communism is nothing but the most effective form of fascism. Right? They think that if you're an actual communist, you're a Nazi. And you'll notice all over the internet, anyone who is anti-imperialist suddenly gets called a red-brown. Right? There's a lot of nasty stuff said about me, a lot of nasty stuff said about Max Blumenthal, a lot of nasty stuff said about anyone who won't join them. If you still believe in socialism, if you still believe in historical progress, if you defend socialist states, countries that are trying to raise themselves up from poverty, you are declared to be a fascist because according to the synthetic left, communism, actual Marxist governments are merely the most effective form of fascism. That's what these people believe. That is what they believe. Right? The people who saved the world from Hitler, the Soviet Union, the anti-fascist underground fighters in Germany that blew up armaments factories, that freed Jews from the concentration camps, they're all only the most successful form of fascism. That's what these people believe, that communism is just the most successful form of fascism. In my book, I quote extensively from Susan Sontag. Susan Sontag, made famous by the CIA Partisan Review. You know, they go after me, they go after Max Blumenthal, they go after the Workers' Party of Belgium, they go after the CPGBML and Joti Brar, they go after George Galloway. Anyone who is genuinely a socialist gets declared by these people to be a fascist because they have usurped, they declare that they are the left. They are the left, right? They are the left. This cult, this death cult that doesn't believe in historical progress, that wants to tear things down, that wants poverty. They have declared that they are the left. And if you maintain, if you still believe that the workers should control the means of production and that human history isn't over and that we can advance and we can get beyond the horrors of capitalism, they say that you're a fascist. Meanwhile, why is it that Donald Trump and the new right has hijacked all the working class anger? Because the left has been destroyed. And this entity that tells the working class they should be poorer, because that's good for Mother Nature, that they deserve to be poorer. This entity that wants chaos and instability, this entity that wants to destroy Western civilization and go back to nature, this entity is not appealing to working people. I tell people to imagine this. Imagine that, some average American working class family, they're at their house one day, and all of a sudden their doorbell rings. Bing bong. Someone's knocking on the door. Who is it? Oh, hi. I'm from the local socialist and communist organization. Oh, I've never met an actual socialist or communist before. Tell me what you believe. Well, we believe that this house you have, you shouldn't live in it because material things are too good. You should be poorer. And in fact, the land that your house is on was stolen from Native Americans. And on top of that, you make too much money at your job. And while we're at it, this American flag you've got hanging in your living room, hanging out in front of your house, we're gonna burn it. You have too much stuff, And we want to destroy your life because you don't deserve it, because you're a disgusting Euro settler and you value things over people, and we want to make you poorer. And we're having a riot tonight around 6 o'clock. We're going to have a riot, and we're going to fight with local law enforcement, and we're going to burn down and destroy a lot of buildings and beat some people up. So you're interested in joining our group, aren't you? Yeah. There you go, folks. That's why the working class is turning to Trump. Because this entity, this death cult, this disgusting death cult has taken the place of actual socialism. No one in their right mind wants to join a group that wants to destroy their standard of living, that wants utter chaos and destruction, that hates them. The fake left hates the working class. There's too many of them. They're useless eaters. They need to reduce the human population. They need... This is a cult. This is a disgusting cult. This death cult, this chaotic death cult, the synthetic left, has taken the place of the actual left. It wants to drive the standard of living down. It admires primitivism. It wants chaos. That's not socialism. Folks, I will read to you. You want to know, back in the day when the Communist Party of the United States was big and it was powerful, was their message to average Americans, we want you to be poorer, we want to tear down society and make chaos? No. Their message was, we will make your life better. And in fact, I have here, if I can get it out here, this was the election manifesto of the Communist Party USA in 1940. Right? The presidential campaign of the Communist Party. The way out, right? Capitalism was making the lives of workers unstable. You know, it was a Great Depression. People were losing their jobs and homes and leading to a new war. And the message of the Communist Party was that they represent the way out. Right? It's fascinating. You read the election manifesto of the Communist Party from the 1940s. The way out. Right? In the 1932 presidential campaign, their slogan was, a revolutionary way out of the crisis. And what did the Communist Party do? Did they go and burn shit and beat people up? And no, they organized unemployment councils. When people were hungry, they fed them, and they organized them to fight back and demand, they fought for the rights of veterans. You know, veterans benefits. The reason that veterans in the United States have veterans benefits is because of the bonus march, right? The bonus march that was organized by communists, right? This was, you know, the Black Panthers, the Black Panther Party. What did they do? They had a free breakfast program. They fed hungry children. They fed hungry children. Right? The Black Panthers, what did they do? Did they want chaos? No. They wore uniforms. Military uniforms. Do you think any leftist group in the United States would ever wear uniforms? Oh no, we can't be all dressing the same. That's fascism. That's communism. You know, I mean, it's unbelievable. Maybe I've spent too much long talking about this, but regardless, if you look at what the Black Panthers were, right? You read about how they denounced Eldridge Cleaver for his ultra-left adventurism and his fetish for violence. They denounced the Weather Underground for their terrorist campaign, right? You read about the Communist Party USA and how they organized in a time of crisis to feed the hungry people, right? They said, don't starve, fight, organize ordinary people to fight for their economic interests. It was amazing stuff, right? That was a real left. And the synthetic left needs to be gotten rid of. We need a real left. And I have tried to popularize the slogan to express a real left. We need a government of action to fight for working families. Owned a print shop, and his mother was deeply religious, and he was always kind of a young adventurer. Like, he tells the story when he was a teenager, he took a car and he and his best friend ran away and drove all across the country without telling their parents, and were like gone for like a year. And he was kind of an adventurer, and he attended the Missouri School of Journalism. And the Missouri School of Journalism was started by Walter Williams, who is considered to be the father of journalism education.
And Walter Williams was a progressive. And at this time, you know, early 20th century in the United States, there was the muckrakers, right? It was a tradition like Ida Tarbell, people that exposed the crimes of big business. And it was kind of a progressive thing. And Walter Williams, who had founded this school, had been a great admirer of Abraham Lincoln. And there was a feeling, interestingly, that the British Empire and Britain was particularly bad and was particularly contrary to the interests of America. And Walter Williams, the founder of the Missouri School of Journalism, had learned to speak Chinese, and he had gone to China and given quite a few lectures in China. He was a big admirer of Dr. Sun Yat-sen. And it was actually common in China at the time, if there was a reporter or a journalist who was working and reporting on the KMT government, they would actually ask them, so what year did you graduate from the Missouri School of Journalism? That's how well the Missouri School of Journalism was loved. And Edgar Snow, he's dispatched to China, he's learning to speak Chinese, and he covers an incident in 1928 to 1930. It's a famine in China, where 3 to 10 million people die from malnutrition. And he's there and he's writing about this, and he's just horrified. He can't believe this because millions of people are starving to death. And one of the reasons people are starving to death is because the fields that should be growing food are growing opium poppies, right? And that was a big factor. He also writes about, at the time, in the American media, there was a big demonization of Chinese people. And it said the Chinese people are barbarians because they sell their children into prostitution. And that was a big thing. At China's ports in Shanghai, there was a lot of child prostitution. Why was that happening? When people are malnourished, you know, and don't have food, the idea is, you know, that they might eat instead of starving to death. And one of the other reasons that so many people died during this famine was because China at the time didn't have a strong central government, right? The warlords and all the chaos, they couldn't mobilize relief. There was so much corruption. And Edgar Snow is writing, in his writing, why is there no revolt going on? I mean, all these people are dying of malnutrition. Why is there no revolt? And he's just very morally outraged by what he's seeing, and he's blaming it on the British largely. He's seeing that China has basically become, you know, the captive market of the British financial corporations and such. So he gets the idea that he wants to interview the leader of the Red Army. And at the time, in the cities, Mao was kind of a legend. In the official KMT press, they only referred to the Chinese Communists as the Red Bandit Army. And they downplayed the idea that they had any political aspirations. And Mao was almost a mythical figure. It was like there were rumors that there's this guy in the countryside who has this army, and he's kind of a Robin Hood figure, but no one really knew who he was. You couldn't say that, right? In all the press, it was just, well, there's this red bandit army that's trying to overthrow Chiang Kai-shek, and they're bad. So Edgar Snow, you know, he gets the idea that he's going to interview this mythical figure, Mao, the leader of the Red Bandit Army. So one of the people he approaches is the widow of Dr. Sun Yat-sen, right? And he says to her, you know, I'd really like to interview Mao, the leader of the Red Bandit Army. She doesn't give him an answer. And then he also finds out there's a professor at a university who's a Russian citizen, right? And so he goes to him and says, you know, I'd really like to interview, doesn't get an answer. Then he gets a letter written in invisible ink that tells him to go to a certain place at a certain time. So he then goes there, it's in the middle of the countryside, and he's greeted by someone who speaks perfect English, Zhou Enlai. And Zhou Enlai, you know, eventually becomes a very important leader of the Chinese Communist Party, greets him and takes him to the camp where Mao is based out of. And he goes to this camp in the middle of the mountains, and the people there are singing all the time. And he gets there, and they're just constantly singing, and they've rewritten all the old Chinese folk songs to have communist themes to them. And he's in this camp, and so finally, after he's been there for a few days, they take him up to a cave where he interviews Mao, and he gives Mao his first interview. And it's amusing because the anecdote that stands out is when he goes to interview Mao for the first time, as they start talking, Mao takes his pants off and begins checking to see if he has lice in the middle of the interview. And Edgar Snow is just blown away because he was expecting to meet Mussolini or Stalin, and he just couldn't believe that he's meeting this guy. But he sees that Mao lives a very humble life in this cave, that he has like a bed that's on top of a trunk that has like the written records of the army, and he's got a little stool, and that you know, he's living up in this cave. And one thing that's amusing is as Edgar Snow is interviewing Mao about his life, you know, Mao's wife is very interested because she's never heard any of it, right? She's never heard Mao tell it. And the reason is that they had a rule in the Red Army camp. You weren't allowed to talk about your previous life. When you became a communist, you took on a new name, and you were considered to be reborn in the communist movement. So no one talked about their life. So Mao's wife has never heard Mao talk about growing up and what his life was like, because it's considered to be, didn't matter. You know, they didn't talk about that kind of thing. And so he interviews Mao, and he's very blown away. Like Mao, he talks about Mao's hobby is he grows peppers for a living. You know, and that's like his hobby, and Mao has written a lot of poetry, and he finds Mao to be just this amazingly well-educated person, right? Mao is, you know, he was a librarian. Mao knows in-depth the details about the history of Rome and Napoleon, and is just one of the most well-educated, sophisticated intellectuals he's ever met, but he's living a very, very humble life. I mean, he's living in a cave, he's, you know, he's got like a little stool he sits on and eats his meals, he's got this bed, living this very, very humble life despite being this intellectual giant and being in this army full of people. He's kind of blown away. So Edgar Snow comes back to the United States and he writes this book called Red Star Over China. And it's a big best-selling hit. It's a best-selling hit. Hundreds of thousands of copies sell. It's really, really popular. And it portrays the Red Army as kind of heroic, you know, Robin Hood, revolutionary kind of people. It sells so much that Edgar Snow starts meeting with Roosevelt regularly at the White House as the key China advisor. And during the Second World War, Edgar Snow is actually hired by the Chinese Industrial Cooperative Association, which is a group that's trying to raise money in the areas controlled by the Red Army during the Second World War, not for weapons, but to try and build industry, like manufacturing, and try to give economic life in the red areas. And the slogan of the Chinese Industrial Cooperative Association is gung-ho, which means all together. And, you know, there was a movie during World War II, and that becomes a big phrase that's all used. And Edgar Snow apparently begged Roosevelt, would you please give American money to fund the Chinese Industrial Cooperative Association? Roosevelt would not do it. And, I mean, Edgar Snow becomes a very prominent person, but Edgar Snow is one of many. There's many people who are similar to Edgar Snow. Agnes Smedley is a very famous woman. Now, Agnes Smedley is a feminist, socialist writer, also born in Missouri, and she was well known among the Socialist Party in New York City. She was a friend of Margaret Sanger, who eventually started Planned Parenthood. And she was involved with the struggle for the people of India for independence from the British. And, you know, she coordinated with Indian Americans. You know, during the First World War, a lot of Indian independence fighters were persecuted by the British government, alleged that they were German spies working with the Germans. And she was involved in reporting and exposing a lot of that persecution. Eventually, after the First World War, she was charged under the Espionage Act for having, you know, worked with these Indian folks, and the idea was by highlighting the crimes of the British in India, she was undermining the war effort in World War I, and she was hurting the war effort. She was charged under the Espionage Act. Eventually, the charges were dropped, and then she published a novel in 1929 that was an underground hit, and it was called Daughter of Earth, and it's kind of a biographical novel that tells the story of a young woman growing up and becoming a socialist and a feminist. And it's influenced heavily not just by Marxism, but by Freudian psychoanalysis. And it's just a big hit in like bohemian intellectual circles in the USA and Western Europe, Daughter of Earth. So eventually, in the 1930s, she goes to be embedded with the Red Army. And she becomes very close to the General Chu Te. And she actually applies to join the Chinese Communist Party. And she writes, you know, some books describing their efforts, similar to Red Star Over China, where she's describing what the efforts are like and all of that. Of course, she's accused in the American media of being a Chinese communist propagandist and all of that.
She was.
And she applies to join the Communist Party, and they reject her. They ultimately reject her from joining, saying that she doesn't have discipline and that her has a tendency to be overly independent. After the Second World War, she moves back to the USA, but she's, of course, persecuted by McCarthyism, and she isn't able to find any work. She eventually dies in the United Kingdom in 1951, and interestingly, though, after she died, her ashes were buried in one of the most prominent cemeteries in China, where, like, heroes of the revolution are buried. And she's considered to be one of the main key people that was key in promoting the cause of the Red Army around the world, Agnes Smedley. Now, Anna Louise Strong, another American. She was born in Nebraska, not Missouri, but, you know, she's another American from kind of a wealthy background. Her father's this prominent minister. She goes to Oberlin College, but she's really opposed to child labor, and she's going around the United States with photo exhibits showing the horrors of child labor, and she becomes very, very prominent for doing that, and she's eventually elected to the school board of the city of Seattle. And she's a socialist. She's interested in socialism, joins the Socialist Party. And she opposes the First World War when it breaks out. And as a member of the school board, she's speaking out against the First World War, so she's voted out of office. And then, following the First World War, they had the general strike of Seattle in 1919, where the IWW,
Peace with Russia! Peace with China! Peace with Russia! Peace with China!
It's time to stand for peace here at the United Nations. We are marching up to the religious rally. Russia and China are not our enemy.
Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China.
Peace with Russia. Peace with China.
Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China.
Peace with Russia. Peace with China.
So next up, we'd like to welcome up the founder of the Center for Political Innovation.
We're here today to do something that brings us all together. Republicans, Democrats, conservatives, liberals, leftists, rightists, whatever your ideology is, war still kills you. War still destroys you. And what's happening in the world right now is very, very frightening. Praying for peace with China. We're praying for peace in the Caribbean, peace in Latin America, peace in Asia, peace in Africa. It's something we can all agree on. And in the back, I want you to notice we brought a banner with us. And that banner has a beautiful picture on it. And that's a picture, regardless of how you feel about American politics, that was a historic moment. When Donald Trump shook hands with Kim Jong-un, that was a historic moment. And one thing I think that we can recognize here is that if Korea could come together, if Korea could reconcile, the whole world could come together if we had peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula.
Right? This is Joe Biden, and I doubt he actually wrote this. It's written by his name, but I have a feeling, there's not much about corn pop and, and fighting people with chains in parking lots and cancer moonshots in here. So I have a feeling he didn't write it himself. His staff probably wrote this, but regardless, this is Joe Biden making his case for why he should be the commander-in-chief of the United States and not Trump. Quote, President Donald Trump has belittled, undermined, and in some cases abandoned U.S. allies and partners. He has turned on our intelligence professionals, our diplomats and troops. He has emboldened our adversaries and squandered our leverage to contend with national security challenges like North Korea, Iran, Syria, Afghanistan, and Venezuela. He has launched ill-advised wars against U.S. friends and foes alike that are hurting America's middle class. The rapid advance of authoritarianism, nationalism, and illiberalism has undermined our ability to collectively meet the problems he's describing. Trust in democratic institutions is down. You see that? Trust in democratic institutions is down, right? You're on here listening to me ramble about the ruling class. You're not supposed to think there's a ruling class. You're supposed to have trust in America's democratic institutions. You're supposed to have trust in democratic institutions. Oh my God, America's a democracy. Everyone knows that. There's no ruling class, Caleb. There's no ruling class, Caleb. It's a democracy. Everyone knows that. Come on. Right? You're supposed to have trust in America's democratic institutions. You're not supposed to be interested in ideas like socialism. You're not supposed to be questioning the wars. You're supposed to have trust in our democratic system. And Trump is facilitating the continued rise of people not having trust in our democratic institutions. And in the international system that the United States has so carefully constructed is coming apart. Trump and dangerous demagogues around the world are leaning into these forces for their own political gain. And you read it. He's talking about what he will do, right? You go on, pages. I mean, definitely not going to read you the whole thing. One thing he's going to do is start taking in Syrian refugees, right? He will set our annual refugee admissions at 125,000, right? They understand that if they keep continuing regime change operations in Libya, in Syria, and places like that, they have to allow people to flee to the United States, right? So they're going to start taking in refugees again. That's one of their critiques of Trump, is he's not allowing refugees to come in, right? And in a lot of these countries, the people that operate and cooperate with the United States do so on the understanding that they will get to move here, right? We know that, right? That people get rewarded with visas. Well, Donald Trump's travel ban has put an end to that, right? He goes on to say, I will propose a law to strengthen prohibitions on foreign nationals or governments trying to influence U.S. federal, state, or local elections and direct a new independent agency, the Commission on Federal Ethics, to ensure vigorous and unified enforcement. The lack of transparency in our campaign finance system, combined with extensive foreign money laundering, creates a significant vulnerability. We need to close the loopholes that corrupt our democracy, right? They don't like the notion that there is not a monopoly on crafting public opinion by the rulers of the United States, right? They don't like that now you can get on the internet and look at alternative news sources from around the world. They don't like that, and they're going to crack down on it, right? That public opinion should be crafted only by the American elite media. The mainstream American media should have the absolute authority to do that, and any other voice should be suppressed. That's basically what they're saying here. We know about the harassment and the pressure being placed on RT. We know what's been done to Chinese media and the forced registrations that are going on. They don't like the idea that anyone except the American ruling class can influence public opinion in the United States, right? They want to make sure that only Wall Street and London craft what Americans can believe, right? That's basically what they're saying here. They don't want alternative opinions. They don't want alternative voices. They don't want the other side of the story to be told. They don't want people around the world to question more. They don't want people in the United States to question more. They want an absolute monopoly on control of information. It's pretty ridiculous. Furthermore, they say today democracy is under more pressure than at any time since the 1930s. Freedom House has reported that 41 countries essentially ranked as free. From 1985 to 2005, 22 have registered net declines in freedom over the past 5 years. Now, this is a big theme. Like the Wall Street Journal ran an article about a year ago that blew my mind. They talk about democratic regression around the world. This is a big theme in the literature of the ultra-rich. They talk about democratic regression. And what are the examples? The two examples they usually give of democratic regression. One, Hugo Chavez getting elected in Venezuela, and two, the rise of Vladimir Putin in Russia. Now, why are these considered to be examples of democratic regression? They say that these leaders get elected, right? And then they tamper with the independent institutions. And that can't be tolerated. Even though these leaders are elected, Vladimir Putin is wildly popular in Russia, is reelected democratically. Hugo Chavez and Maduro are democratically elected in Venezuela. But Freedom House and Joe Biden think that that represents democratic regression. Why? Because elected leaders get into power and they stop having the, intelligence agencies of the country be foot soldiers of the CIA. They use the government to control the economy and reorganize the economy, right? Putin instituted, with Gazprom and Rosneft, he created two giant state-run oil.
A homeless person can take it out of the garbage, right? Again, they didn't produce that food so people can eat it. They produced that food so that they could make a profit from it. Sellability, not usability. That's capitalism. I mean, why do you think it is that pharmaceutical companies were working so hard to pressure doctors to overprescribe opioid medications to make profits? Why do you think it is that all over the country there are companies that are not hiring law-abiding citizens and just functioning outside of the jails, but instead they're going into the prisons and hiring prisoners to do the work and paying them 2 cents an hour, taking jobs away from people on the outside? What's that about? It's about making profits. Capitalism is the rule of profits. It's an economy that functions in the interest of profits. Well, socialism is when the economy functions to serve the country. Socialism is a planned economy. It's when the people of a country come together and take control of their economy and force it to work in the interest of the public. That's the difference between capitalism and socialism. That's the definition that I can agree on. People have asked me what socialism would be like in the United States. I've given them 4 basic steps. Number 1, right now we're having a huge boom on the oil and energy markets, right? At this point, because of hydraulic fracking, we're producing more oil than most of the world. I believe we're 3rd in terms of oil production in the world, and we're the top natural gas producer in the entire world. We're having a boom right now. Our country is very, very wealthy in terms of natural resources, but yet we're getting poorer. And in fact, a lot of the states that have the most of this natural gas are some of the poorest states, the states that are hardest hit by deindustrialization, Pennsylvania, Michigan. Well, one first step toward moving the country towards socialism would be doing what most countries, or a lot of countries, have done around the world, and nationalizing our natural resources. Oil, natural gas, coal, timber. The profits from the land of the United States of America should go to the people of the United States of America. We shouldn't have governments that are bankrupt while we've got a huge boom in oil and natural gas. It shouldn't be going on like that. The profits should go to the country. Number two, right now, all across the United States, like I mentioned, roads are being unpaved. Water isn't being properly purified. People are drinking lead in their water, contaminated water. Look at the MTA. It's in complete disrepair. Well, what we need right now is a mass program of infrastructure reconstruction. All these young people stuck in low-wage, short-term jobs should get hired and paid a decent wage to start rebuilding the highways and the bridges, revamping our universities, building a healthier country. We should put the next generation to work. Give them bright green uniforms. Say they're the Army of American Rebirth, and put them out there building high-speed rail and new highways. Let's rebuild the United States. Roosevelt did it during the Great Depression. There's no reason that our current leaders can't do it. That's step number two. Step number three. Right before he died, Franklin Delano Roosevelt put forward the idea that we needed an economic Bill of Rights. We have the Bill of Rights, the right to free speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of religion. But we ought to have an economic Bill of Rights. People ought to have the right to see a doctor when they're sick. People ought to have the right to have a decent home to live in. People ought to have the right to an education. Right? This is basic. This is what Roosevelt called for, and he said that this was a way to safeguard democracy. Roosevelt famously said that hungry stomachs are what dictatorships are made from, and that in order to safeguard democracy and freedom, you have to make sure that people are cared for. That if you don't want to have some kind of authoritarian nightmare, you need to provide for people. That'd be step number three, Roosevelt's economic Bill of Rights. And step number four, banking. Now, maybe you don't want to read Karl Marx, maybe you think that stuff's a little too radical, that's fine. You can read an obscure document people don't really read much these days. It's called the Constitution of the United States. And the Constitution of the United States says that only the federal government has the right to print money. Only the federal government has the right to print money. Well, that's been gotten rid of. Right now we have a private corporation, the Federal Reserve, that is printing our money. And for every dollar that they print, we are getting even more deeper in debt. And like I said, maybe Karl Marx, all that stuff's a little too radical for you. Well, read the Bible, or read the Torah, or read the Quran. Every major religion forbids usury, lending money at interest. They say that capitalism is great because you can work hard and get ahead, right? We've heard that before. You work hard and get ahead. Well, I've got news for you folks, that lending money at interest is having money. It's getting money by having money. That is not working hard to get ahead. And what it leads to, the reason that every civilization in history has warned against it, is because it leads to a creditor class that has more money than everybody else and rules over society. And that's what we're dealing with right now. At this point, all of our governments are in debt. We're completely beholden to these bankers that have control over our economy, right? Well, I think that the lending of money should be in the hands of the community. If somebody wants to open a business, instead of going to some banker, they should go to the community and make a case that their business or their community or their business or their project will be beneficial to the entire community. And if they determine that, we'll lend them the money to do it. And then when they start paying back their loan, the interest or the revenue will go into the state budget. And we can build more hospitals and more schools and make sure we have decent roads and Amtraks and all kinds of things, right? So those are the four steps. Those are the four steps. Take control of our oil and natural resources, infrastructure development, pass the economic Bill of Rights of Roosevelt, and control of our banking system. That's socialism. Now, notice that doesn't sound very radical, does it? That doesn't sound too radical, There's no blood in the streets. No one's getting killed here. There's no Russian guys in fur hats are showing up at your house and saying, "This place now belongs to the government." None of that.
So we're here on 34th Street, and the crowds have lined up. They're going in to see Trump speak. We've got our banner. We're handing out our palm cards, spreading the message.
Like a concert, but bigger.
I see people, I see the lines of people going block after block after block after block, and it makes you wonder, is the media, the mainstream media, really telling you the truth about how unpopular Donald Trump actually is?
This administration is evil, and we need to bring America back and make America godly again. Make America great again.
Only peace can make America great again. Only peace can make America great again. This was a great, great moment when Trump talked to Kim Jong-un and started the process of peace on the Korean Peninsula. And we want to see peace not just with North Korea, but with Russia, with China, with many countries around the world. It is outrageous that billions of dollars is being spent on prolonging the war in Ukraine when our people can't get relief in North Carolina. People are left behind in Georgia and North Carolina. They can't get the relief they need. This is outrageous. Our government is more concerned with waging wars around the world than for caring for our own people. That we need a president who will put America first, a president who will bring peace around the world. Only peace can make America great again.
Yeah, you think Trump could be a peace president?
I think he can, as long as he surrounds himself with people who have peace in mind. My concern, I'm a voter, I'm concerned about everything. He's surrounding himself with a lot of people from big tech, and big tech has pretty much been now part of the military-industrial complex, so that's slightly concerning, but I think if Trump surrounds himself with good people, I think so.
I appreciate Trump and all his efforts.
You like the banner, huh?
I do.
Yeah, are you worried about war, the danger of war?
I am, and I know I'm confident that Trump can put an end to it.
They're marching us toward World War III, and they're taking our freedoms away. While they do it, we have got to stand up. Kamala Harris represents the most vile factions of the deep state, the regime change apparatus.
Yeah, what do you think about how Kamala Harris, I mean, it seems like she's locking up her political opponents, trying to put people in jail, trying to put Trump in jail so she can win the election?
They'll do anything to stay in power.
You're a Kennedy fan, I can see, huh?
I am, yes.
Yeah, he's bold, sticking up about the vaccines and all of that. Telling
He
the truth.
is, but I think it's important. When you have a lot of mainstream publications who refuse to report on a lot of the stories that people have, I think it only adds more validity to what Kennedy's been saying about big pharma, big ag.
This is a man of peace. This is the man that can do it. This is the man that can make things happen. Everybody say war, war, war. This man is for peace, he's for unity, he's for the black, he's for the white, he's for everybody. This is the man I like.
Yeah.
Don't worry about what the fake media say. 100% the right man for the job.
We want peace between all different races and nationalities in the world. This is how they are. I'm here advocating peace and he's calling me a Nazi. Didn't the Nazis start a big war? Didn't the Nazis take people's freedom away? This is how they are. This is exactly how they are. You're a Nazi if you want peace. This is how sick they are. You're standing here saying you want peace, and he's calling us Nazis for wanting peace. I'm standing here for peace, and they call you a Nazi. This is how sick the woke left is. It's Nazism to want peace. I'm a patriot. I love my country, and loving your country means you don't want a war. I am a patriot. I love America, and I don't want World War III. Only peace can make America great again. Trump wants to negotiate. He wants to trade with countries around the world rather than bombing them. He wants to end these insane sanctions that are weakening the dollar around the world. And he wants to open up trade and friendship. Peace starts with trade and doing business.
Obama couldn't do it. Bush couldn't do it. He did it. For that reason, I'm giving my vote for him. I'm from New York City here. I'm voting for him.
About yourself, you and I go back to Occupy Wall Street.
Yeah, we go back to Occupy Wall Street. I started off with the Jersey City Peace Movement. We're all about saying no to wars. And that's why I've come out to stand here with this sign, because World War III is a bad thing to get ourselves involved with. And seeing who Kamala Harris these days is surrounding herself with, the likes of Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney and these neocon warmongers that just won't leave us alone.
What do you think? What do you think?
Excellent. Excellent.
That was a great moment when he met with Kim Jong-un.
Yeah, he has the respect of people around the world, unlike Kamala.
Absolutely.
No one has any respect for.
I say America first, not Ukraine first. I say America first, not Israel first. Only peace can make America great again. Only peace can make America great again. This is the... No problem.
How are people liking it? Good?
He's a deal maker, and this should just be the beginning. I can't wait until Donald Trump shakes hands with Putin. I can't wait until Donald Trump shakes hands with Xi Jinping. I can't wait until Donald Trump shakes hands with the Iranians and with the Cubans all around the world. Only peace can make America great again. And it's time that we do business. There's a whole new economy in the world. If you look at the BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, all these countries are rising up from poverty and building new railways and all that. We should trade with them. We should get some of that money for America. America shouldn't be trying to lock the world out. Our dollar is losing value because of this silly policy.
Anarchist Union, shut down the city of Seattle. And she is the writer for the Union newspaper, the Union Record, that gives these very, very fiery and strong editorials supporting the strike. The strike is eventually defeated. She goes to the Soviet Union then. At that point, the Soviet Union is blockaded. No one can get in. There's a humanitarian crisis. And she goes with the Quakers to visit the Soviet Union to try and break the blockade and bring medical aid in. And then she comes back to the United States and she writes books about what she saw in the Soviet Union that are very popular. And back then, there was no internet, there was no television, so to have someone who'd actually been there and seen what it was like was very exciting. And she writes a book called The First Time in History, which is like what life is like in the Soviet Union. Eventually, she moves back to Moscow and she publishes the Moscow News, which is the main English newspaper in Moscow. And she knows Stalin on a personal level. She goes to many meetings with him. And so in the 1930s, they send her to China, and she writes a book called China's Millions, The Revolutionary Struggles of 1927 to 1935. And it's very similar to Agnes Smedley and Edgar Snow. She speaks of the Red Army as this exciting army in the countryside fighting for freedom. After the Second World War, she goes and interviews Mao, and she does a face-to-face interview with Mao. And it's in that interview that Mao gives his famous quote about paper tigers. He says, "The atomic bomb is a paper tiger, which U.S. reactionaries use to scare people. It looks terrible, but in fact it isn't. Of course, the atom bomb is a weapon of mass slaughter, but the outcome of a war is decided by the people, not by one or two new types of weapons. All reactionaries are paper tigers. In appearance, the reactionaries are terrifying, but in reality, they are not so powerful. From a long-term point of view, it is not the reactionaries, but the people who are really powerful." In the 50s, she goes to Tibet. The old Dalai Lama regime is being overthrown, and she writes a book called When the Serfs Stood Up in Tibet. She writes this book describing how the Dalai Lama's regime was very brutal and had gouged people's eyes out and tortured people, and it was a feudal regime done in the name of Buddhism. And she says that the revolution in Tibet isn't being forced on Tibet by China, that it's an uprising of the Tibetan people fighting for their rights. In the 1960s, she lives in China. She's a personal friend of Zhou Enlai. She eventually dies in 1970 in China. One of the last figures I wanted to mention is William Hinton. Now, William Hinton is an American. He's born in Chicago, and it's actually the son of the man who invented the jungle gym. And his mother is one of the most prominent educational theorists who founds this very prestigious school in New England called the Putney School. He visits China in 1937 before finishing college, and he's in China, and he basically studies the land reform movement. He eventually becomes an English teacher in China. He's teaching English, and he's employed by the U.S. Department of War to be there during the Second World War. And after the war, he's working with a UN program where they're giving tractors to villages to try and improve their ability to have access to modern agriculture and grow crops. And it's in a KMT-controlled area, but when his area is seized by the Red Army in 1948, he stays. He doesn't flee. Most Americans tended to flee when the communists took over their area, but he stays. And he's in this village called Longbo, and he observes in great detail the process of land reform and how they redistribute the land. And he documents it. He takes very careful notes. He does all kinds of interviews about it. He comes back to the USA, and he's unable to find any work. This guy has got all kinds of degrees. He's this well-known academic, but because he's known to be a Chinese communist sympathizer, the FBI stalks him like crazy. He ends up becoming an auto mechanic. It's the only kind of job he can do. So he's an auto mechanic in the United States, but he goes to meetings of the Communist Party USA and other leftist groups and gives kind of very small lectures about what he saw in Longbo. And then finally, in 1966, he writes a book about what happened in this village called Fan Shan. And it's an underground hit. It's very popular among 60s radicals. And he eventually gets invited back to China because they're impressed with this book that he's written. It's getting everyone excited about China. And so in China, he lives in China during the Cultural Revolution, and he writes a book called Turning Point in China, supporting the Cultural Revolution. He writes another book called The 100-Day War, describing the chaos on the campuses. He comes back to the United States, and before he dies, he actually starts the China-USA Friendship Association, which is an attempt to, and it's one of the only groups that could arrange for travel to China during the Cultural Revolution. At that point, it's very hard to get to China. But the China-USA Friendship Association, led by William Hinton, was one method that people that were deemed to be communists and could visit China. So that's William Hinton. The other person I wanted to mention is Han Suyin. Now, Han Suyin is a Chinese American, but she writes a romance novel. It's a big hit in the 1950s. Love is a many splendored thing. It's a big hit, and she's one of the only famous Chinese Americans at that point. There are very few famous Chinese Americans. Well, as the 1960s gets going, she becomes a great admirer of Mao. She starts going around giving lectures about how important the land reform is. Eventually, she becomes very much a sympathizer with the Chinese Revolution. She writes a biography of Mao, a two-part biography series of Mao, Wind in the Tower and The Morning Deluge, which describes Mao in perfect detail. And she's a very famous American who becomes a sympathizer with the Chinese Communist Party and with Mao Zedong. So that's section 2, Mao's American Friends. So let's discuss. And I also, it's worth mentioning Norman Bethune also. Yeah. He was Canadian, he wasn't a US citizen. But yeah, Norman Bethune is a fascinating story, right? Norman Bethune is a wealthy doctor in Canada, and he's walking someplace in the city, and he sees a group of unemployed workers that are protesting, and the police are coming down hard on them and beating them up. And so as a doctor, he rushes in to give them medical assistance. The police end up arresting him. He ends up in jail, this wealthy doctor with all these unemployed workers led by the Communist Party of Canada. And he's in jail with them, and in the jail they have all these political conversations. He gets out of jail, he joined the Canadian Communist Party. He's very blown away and very sympathetic. He eventually goes to Spain to work in the anti-fascist fight for the Spanish Republic. Then he goes to China, and in China he cuts himself during performing an operation. He dies of an infection, and then one of Mao's most famous speeches is the speech at the funeral of Norman Bethune. And Norman Bethune, even today in China, is like one of the most beloved figures. There's memorials to him. There's even in Canada, I think he's even highly regarded. There's been movies made about his life and such. He's a very important figure. People often point to the story of his life as kind of a random occurrence about, if he hadn't been walking down that street, who knows how history could have been. But,
I think either in Canada or in China, there's like a type of physician or some sort of medical practitioner. They're actually called Bethunes. Wow. After like one of his innovations. Wow. So, great.
Yeah.
I just finished reading When the Surf Stood Up in Tibet by Anna Louise Strong, and I recommend to anybody to read it because you can find the whole text on the Marxists Internet Archive, and it's so different from anything you've ever read about Tibet. Everything you're told about Tibet in the American media is stood on its head, right? It is just a completely different viewpoint. And she talks to the, in Tibet they had, most people were serfs. So they, basically the ruling class of Tibet, which was the higher lama, not the lower lamas, but the higher lamas, they owned manors where they owned serfs, but there were also people who were essentially slaves who were like.
Then that gets us to Stalin. Who is Stalin? Right? And Stalin is another case of like if you go to the library, you go to not the library really, but if you go to Barnes and Noble, you will find all kinds of books about Stalin that are it's just so ridiculous. It'll be little anecdotes that people said. You'll just get this image of this monstrous, brutal tyrant who ate little babies for dinner and had blood dripping down his throat and had vampire teeth. And, you'll get this over-the-top caricature. And the sad thing about, if you ever read anything about Stalin, okay? I'm not going to get into, what happened when Stalin was the leader of the Bolsheviks. I'm not even going there. But it's like Stalin was wildly popular when he was running the Soviet Union. And still to this day, he's very, very popular in Russia, number one. And number two, he was very, very effective as a political organizer before the Bolsheviks took power. He was a very, very, very effective political organizer. So if there was nothing good that he ever did, if he was just this caricature of evil, who just sat around and was evil all day long, and how can I kill more people today? You know, if that's who he was, why do people still love him? Why was he able to get so many people to follow him? Why was he, why was he so effective in organizing and building the Bolshevik Party before the revolution? This was a guy who obviously had a lot going for him. And you know what drives me crazy? You know what drives me absolutely crazy? I'll just say this, is that what I just said about Stalin, that, okay, put aside, we're not going to argue about Holodomor and gulags. I'm not even going to go there. I'm not interested in talking about that. Right now we're talking about personalities, okay? Right? So let's just put aside. I'm not going to engage in the historical debate of I'm not doing that, right? We can agree that a lot of people were in gulags who didn't belong there. We can agree there were some pretty bad famines that happened because the country was barricaded and because they were struggling to industrialize and collectivization. So I'm not even gonna have that argument here. Put all of that aside, right? I'm sitting here telling you that Stalin, in order to do what Stalin did, in order to industrialize the USSR, in order to defeat the Nazis, in order to build the Bolshevik Party as effectively as he did, he must have been very charismatic and very skilled. That's something that if you're an honest person, you could be the most extreme anti-communist ever. You can hate everything that Stalin stood for. You have to admit, the guy was quite competent on some level. And people are happy to say this about Hitler. Did you notice that? If you said that about Hitler, you would be the History Channel. You could be the History Channel and say that about Hitler. We all know that Hitler killed millions of people in gas chambers, that Hitler was a mass-murdering, racist, fascist who started a war that killed hundreds of millions of people. Hitler was evil. But if you get there and you say, well, Hitler was a very good speaker and he knew how to... Everyone's like, yeah, that's okay. But if you say anything good about Stalin, if you say anything good about Mao or Fidel Castro or Kim Il-sung, it's like, oh my God, you're defending... And it's like, even if you hate them, even if you don't recognize them ever doing something good, you have to admit that in order for them to accomplish what they accomplished, they must have had some skills. They must have been somewhat charismatic. They must have been somewhat effective in their work, but you can't do that. And you can do it with Hitler. For some reason, you can do that with Hitler. There's no, if you say Hitler, oh, well, he was a good speaker. Oh, he knew how to give good speeches. He knew how to organize. Everyone's like, yeah, that's fine. That's the History Channel. That's, college history classes. Hitler is, we're going to read every biography and every book. And, but with Stalin, if you get anything other than mass murdering, baby-eating butcher, and same with Mao, anything but evil, satanic, blood-drinking, it's weird. It's, Harpal Brar, who I've interviewed before, communist writer in Britain, I interviewed him, and in one of his speeches, I remember he said that when the bourgeoisie talk about communism, they stop sounding historical, and they start sounding hysterical. And it's totally true. And as weird as it is, Hitler is widely hated. The majority of the human race recognizes how horrendous the Holocaust was and how horrendous Hitler's crimes were. So we all know how evil, Hitler was. But for some reason, we're allowed to acknowledge that in order for Hitler to do all the evil things he did, he must have been effective in some ways, but not with communists. You can't acknowledge that with communists. With communists, oh, no, they're pure satanic evil. And if you say anything, oh my God, it's the weirdest thing. It is the weirdest thing. I remember sitting there in school, the way they described communism, it's idiotic, it's stupid, only an idiot would believe in communism. They want to divide up everything actually absolutely equally, and everyone gets paid the same wage. That's retarded. They don't believe in God. Communism is pure stupidity, pure idiocy. But fascism, it's like, well, Hitler was a very good speaker and he made the trains run on time. It's like fascism is an understandable mistake. And communism, you just have to be an idiot. U.S. society is really, really slanted to the right. It's really, really slanted to the right. If you don't think there's a right-wing bias in U.S. society, I'm sorry.
I mean, it is utterly ridiculous. Fascism and Nazism are, that's an understandable mistake. And, and communism is, you have to be an idiot to believe in and it's like, no, and again, there's not intellectual honesty here. I'm not a fascist, but I understand the appeal of fascism. I understand the arguments that fascists made. I understand what they believe. I understand the effectiveness that fascists built their organizations with. Because I'm honest, I can admit that, look, there was a reason that the fascists were able to take power. In order to actually understand things, you have to be honest, right? You have to put aside your bias and understand things. I think fascism is abominable. I hate fascism. I'm appalled by fascism, but I understand it, right? With communism in the United States, you're not allowed to understand it. Communists are just these stupid people who think that everyone should get paid the exact same wage no matter how hard they work, and human nature, duh. And it's like the way people talk about communism is so, you look at the 20th century. How many millions of people fought and died for communism? How many people, intellectuals, Albert Einstein, John Stein, all these people believed in communism, but they're all just fucking idiots. They're all just not smart enough to watch Jordan Peterson videos. Are you kidding me? There's a lack of intellectual honesty. So I just want to throw that out there, right? Try to cancel me all you want, but I'm telling you, with Stalin, right? Stalin was obviously somebody, like him or hate him, who knew what he was doing, right? He was a very, very effective organizer. So I'm going to tell you about Stalin and his personality. Stalin, he was not Russian. Did you know that? Everyone thinks Stalin was Russian. He was not Russian. Stalin was from Georgia. And no, I do not mean Georgia in the southern United States. He was not from Atlanta. He was not from that state right next to Alabama and right above Florida. No. Stalin was from Central Asia. And Stalin's mother has one of the biggest personalities that you can ever read about. Stalin's mother is, and by the way, one of the best biographies I've ever read of Stalin is called Young Stalin. And it's by Simon Sebag Montefiore. It's called Young Stalin. And it's, again, Simon Sebag Montefiore is so right-wing and so conservative. He's from the British aristocracy. He went to one of these elite British private schools, Eton or whatever. And so because he's so conservative and he's so wealthy and all of that, they let him write a book that's kind of admits Stalin's effectiveness. And, Stalin, he's from a little village in Georgia. I think it's called Gori. He's a little village called Gori. And his mother, Stalin's mother, has a really strong personality. She's somebody who can do anything, practically, if she sets her heart on it. She can make anything happen, right? He's from a very poor family. But Stalin's mother is just this very forceful person who can just get things done. And there are different perceptions about why. One popular story, which again we cannot confirm, is that she had many miscarriages before Stalin was born. So she made a promise to God. She said, if you can let me give birth to a son, I will make him become a priest. That's one version. That's not confirmed. For whatever reason, Stalin, which was not his name, right? Yosef Yugashvili, right? His mother was determined for him to become a priest. And so, even though he's from this tiny little village, even though, his father's a bootmaker and an alcoholic, Stalin's mother goes around raising money to get Stalin to go to seminary school to become a priest. And so she does it. And that in and of itself, people have talked about how that is next to impossible at that time. For a little town in Georgia, an impoverished person whose father is a drunken bootmaker, a drunken guy who makes boots, and it is next to impossible for somebody from a little tiny town in Georgia to go to seminary school and become a priest. So Stalin's mother somehow going around and raising the money to get Stalin into seminary school is kind of amazing. It is like, it's huge. And that shows how kind of fanatical his mother was. And his mother lived well into the time when he was leading the country. And I know Stalin at one point banned any interviews with his mother because she was spending a lot of time doing interviews for newspapers and in the media. And Stalin was sick of hearing his mother talk on the radio and stuff. And he actually banned her from speaking in the media, which is kind of funny. But Stalin's mother had this big personality, very religious woman. And she determined that Stalin should become a priest. So she somehow got him to go to seminary school. She got the money together to fund Stalin going to seminary school. And so Stalin went to seminary school, right? And at seminary school, Stalin was apparently one of the worst behaved students they had ever had. He was constantly getting into mischief, constantly getting into trouble, constantly breaking the rules. Stalin was apparently a horrendous student at seminary school. He was constantly getting in trouble, constantly breaking the rules. He was like a juvenile delinquent, at seminary school. One of the things, and this is fascinating, they had a rule at this seminary school that Stalin was at, that you could only read religious books. You can only read religious books. So Stalin went to the local village and he got a subscription. You could do that at the bookstore in this village. He got a subscription. So they would send him every single book they got. And he then made money selling those books secretly to all the other boys in the seminary school. He had an underground book smuggling conspiracy. He ran a book smuggling ring at the seminary school, right? And they weren't communist books from what I understand. That's been romanticized later, but they weren't communist books from what we understand. They were just, stuff like Victor Hugo and, just novels and stuff. But he was getting punished and he was making money doing it, right? It was kind of his little hustle, as Girard says. That was Stalin. And he's constantly getting in trouble. Not a very good student. He's getting low grades. Right? He doesn't get very good grades. He's not very focused, but he does learn to read and write. And that puts him ahead of a lot of people in Russian society at that time. In the Russian Empire, we're talking the Russian Empire in the 1890s, 1900, that puts you pretty far ahead of a lot of people if you can read and write. So finally, his mother just stops paying the bills. She's like, I worked so hard to send you to priest, to learn to become a priest. Worked so hard to do this, and you're screwing around, and you're breaking the rules. Screw you, and his mother stops paying the bills. So Stalin goes to the nearby village, the village near where, his seminary school is. And there he joined the Bolsheviks, and he became an organizer of industrial workers, of factory workers. He becomes a union organizer after he's kicked out of the village. But there's another aspect of this too, which is that Stalin's mother and father were not together. That Stalin's father wanted him to be a bootmaker, like he was, not a priest. And so frequently, throughout Stalin's childhood and teen years, his father would kidnap him. Right? I mean, this is one of the saddest things. So his mother wants him to go to priest school, maybe because she made a promise to God, or maybe not, we don't know. His father, who's an alcoholic, wants him to become a bootmaker. And so frequently, Stalin will, go home to visit his family or whatever. And from what we understand, the father would show up and take Stalin away with him and start teaching him to be a bootmaker. And then the mother would go back to, wherever the father was and say, no, Stalin's coming with me, and have him become a priest at seminary school. You want to talk about a confused upbringing, right? Your mother is, moving heaven and earth to get the money together to send you to seminary school to be a priest. Your father, on the other hand, keeps showing up, kidnapping you and taking you, and basically taking you against your will back to his home somewhere else to try and get you to become a shoe or a bootmaker. Do you imagine how confusing that would be for a young man? I mean, the parents were not together. They were not living together, right? The parents had split apart. So, and Stalin's mother, and again, you want to talk about the force of Stalin's mother. Stalin's mother, the more you read about Stalin's mother, the more you read that she's this dynamic person, right? I mean, this is not a society where women are encouraged to take on leadership roles or her ex-husband is showing up and taking her son away, and then she's showing up and taking her son back from the ex-husband and sending him back to seminary school. This is like, again, you want to talk about an interesting thing, but the thing is that everywhere Stalin goes, and this goes right up to the time of his death, Stalin is very much a man's man, right? Stalin is very much an organizer. Stalin is very much he is popular everywhere he goes. In seminary school, right? He's running this underground book smuggling club. And, he may not be getting good grades, and he may be the class clown, and he may be always in trouble and all that, but he's popular. All the other kids think he's the coolest guy around. And that's one thing that Stalin kind of has going for him. Wherever he goes, people love him. Later when he's a revolutionary organizer, he goes to prison. And the other Bolsheviks are in the prison, and they're like, oh my God, what are we going to do? And Stalin makes friends with the other prison inmates. And he's really popular in the jail. And the other prisoners, they think he's really badass, and they think he's really cool. And that Stalin has a way of just kind of getting people to like him, right? He's charming. And he can tell jokes, and he just knows how to get along with people. He's the kind of person that people like, right? He's a very charming, charismatic individual. When he's in the jail, right? A lot of these Bolshevik organizers are intellectuals. They're from a wealthy background. You put them in a jail cell with robbers and criminals and murderers, and they're sitting there, oh my God, this is terrifying. Stalin, somehow, all the other prison inmates like Stalin. This happens over and over again. Later, in Stalin, in his revolutionary years, he's deported, right? This is a thing they used to do to criminals and revolutionaries in Russia, is they deport you to Siberia. Russia, they would deport you to Siberia. So they deport Stalin and Lenin, Bukharin, a lot of these great revolutionary leaders, they deport them to Siberia. So they're in Siberia. Right? Siberia. Look at a map. Look how big Siberia is, right? It's a big, vast amount of territory, but not a lot of people there. It's very spread out. And, they talk about how, a lot of these revolutionaries are sitting there, oh my God, what are we going to do? Well, Stalin, he goes to the local village. He makes friends, with some of the local villagers. And he's so popular that they elect him the president of the hunting club. Stalin could get along with anybody. Prison, workers, factory workers, seminary school, you send him out to Siberia in the middle of the village. Stalin, in the Siberian village, he makes friends with all the local Siberians. They like him so much, they make him the president of the hunting club. Right? Stalin, and he likes to drink, right? He likes to drink. He likes to, he's a manly man kind of, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he had a deformed foot. One of his feet were deformed, if I'm not mistaken, but Stalin knew how to charm people. That's really who Stalin was. He was a man's man. He was an organizer. He was a popular guy. And a lot of people don't know this, but, right, in Lenin's book, What Is to Be Done, he pitches the idea of an all-Russian socialist newspaper. It's called Iskra, which means spark. Iskra was not widely read. The Iskra newspaper, the Bolsheviks, it was an ideological paper for people that were already in the Bolshevik Party. However, there was another newspaper that was very widely read, that everybody read. It was all over the Russian cities. It was called Pravda. It means truth. The Truth. It was a newspaper called The Truth, Pravda. After the Russian Revolution, it became the official government newspaper. But before the revolution, Pravda was this daily agitational newspaper that the Bolsheviks distributed throughout St. Petersburg. And it was this daily newspaper, Truth. And Stalin was the editor of Pravda. not Iskra, not the ideological, theoretical journal. He was the editor of Pravda, of Truth. And a lot of what was in Pravda was what they called worker correspondence, letters to the editor. And it was just people complaining about their conditions. And it was anonymous. A lot of it was anonymous. Anonymous letters from people. Hey, at my factory, they're making us work this long. It's bullshit. I don't like it. Thank you, John. Hey, at my factory, they just got this new machine and it doesn't work. And it was just people, average people, often not signing it with their real name because they didn't want to lose their job and they didn't want to get in trouble. It was average people, writing letters, and that was most of what Pravda was. It was worker correspondence. And Stalin was the editor of Pravda, of the daily newspaper that people could read. It was this daily newspaper that agitated. It was the agitational newspaper. Iskra was the ideological paper. It was the propaganda newspaper. But Pravda was the agitational newspaper that just kind of stirred people up to a greater confrontation with the bourgeoisie. And Stalin was the editor of that, along with Kamenev. So, Stalin, the more you look at Stalin, the more you see this is kind of a man's man. This is kind of a mass organizer. This is a popular guy. A lot of testosterone there. Definitely, definitely a bro, you know what I mean? But this is a guy who knew how to get along with people. He could tell jokes, he could tell stories, and he just was very, very charming. And that's how Stalin was able to do what he did, right? That's how he was able to do what he did. And put all of your thoughts about what happened when he was leading Russia aside, this is who he was, right? I just told you about how Lenin, was the very nervous person, the very nervous guy, and all of that. Well, now I'm telling you who Stalin was, right? And again, if you want to understand Stalin and the role he played in history, you have to understand the personality there. Now, one of the best stories I ever heard about Stalin, and again, if you go to Barnes & Noble, you'll find a million biographies. They're all full of unverified stories of him doing monstrous atrocities. But one of the best stories I ever heard about Stalin, which people say checks out, most likely probably did happen, right? It's not just a rumor, it's not just something, is that supposedly one day when Stalin was leader of the Soviet Union, he was walking with his daughter, right? And his daughter saw a propaganda poster with him on it. And his daughter said, "Oh my God, Daddy, are you Stalin?" And Stalin said to his daughter, supposedly, right? This probably happened. This is not, doesn't fit the horror story. This is, something that most likely happened. Stalin said to his daughter, he said, no, that's Stalin. That's Stalin. I'm your father. Meaning that Stalin himself knew that the propaganda, and that's true. I mean, as much as I'm critical of the books that we all get spoon-fed about Stalin, where he comes across as this atrocious monster, the Soviet biographies of Stalin are junk. I mean, they're just so, sappy propaganda. The cult of personality around Stalin. The cult of personality around him wasn't very honest, right? That he was presented as this, superhuman, infallible, godlike father figure for the nation or something. It wasn't really who he was. And he knew that. And that story, that anecdote where he says to his daughter, he says, "Oh, no, that's Stalin, I'm your father." It's sweet, right? I mean, and it shows you that on some level, again, just like the cult of personality around Lenin, the image you get of Lenin is very different than who Lenin really was. The image that we get of Stalin, that the Soviet government made of Stalin, was very different than who he really was. And the image that we're now presented with Stalin, where, and we're presented with the image of Stalin as being Satan, Satan incarnate, that's not very accurate either.
Weren't even serfs, they were essentially slaves. And, she went to Tibet in 1959, and so we have to understand is that 1951 was when the People's Liberation Army took control of Tibet, but when they took control of Tibet, they let the system that was in place stand as it is. And they said, okay, as long as you recognize that Tibet is part of China, we'll leave you alone. But in 1959, the ruling caste in Tibet, the higher lamas, they rebelled. They had an armed rebellion against China. And so the People's Liberation Army was forced to suppress that rebellion. And when they did, they said, okay, now we're going to have what they said, democracy in Tibet. So they abolished feudalism. So most people in Tibet, most of the serfs were in debt going back generations, right? They inherited debt from their fathers and grandfathers, great-grandfathers, and they abolished all the debts. All the debts are canceled, and it was a tremendous moment. And for the serfs in Tibet to finally, like, there were people who thought their life was miserable, and they thought this is what it is because they were told, okay, because in your previous life you did something bad, and so now you're being punished. You deserve this. They were told this their whole life. You deserve this, and finally, for the first time, they're told, no, this is. You have to look at the society, you have to look at what actually the forces that force you into this position, and there is a way for human beings to take control and abolish, overturn those forces, and now you can stand up. That's why it's called when the serfs stood up in Tibet. You can stand up and take control. It is just a totally different thing than anything you've been told about Tibet.
Do you want to go and then George?
So at this point, W.B. Du Bois met with Mao in the 1950s, right?
That's true. Yeah.
Okay, great. Is there any writings of W.B. Du Bois' interview with Mao?
Well, W.B. Du Bois' autobiography, the first section of it, I believe, is called Communism, and he just goes into great detail about what he saw in China and in the Soviet Union. But his official autobiography, he talks a lot about China, and he talks a lot about the Soviet Union. And yeah, W.B. Du Bois went and met with Mao. That's absolutely true.
In the 1950s.
In the 1950s, yeah. That's true. George?
Yeah, I just want to put in a little plug. I have a group called Red Star Publishers. It's on the internet, and we reprinted When Surf Stood Up in Tibet.
Great. Cool. It's a very good book. It really is.
Speaking about Tibet and also China, so in Tibet you had a situation where you had 75% of the population supporting the 25%, who represented, of course, the wealthy, and also the lamas, who are all males. Women cannot become, although in other parts of Asia, women can become nuns, that's not true in this patriarchal society. I bring this up because the majority of people who starved to death and also were involved in the uprising were women, because women were the last ones to eat and the ones most enslaved. And the same was true in China. Women were so central to the Communist Party and joining because they were the ones who were the most oppressed and also starving to death when these famines came.
Great. Anyone?
Learning about Mao.
Yeah.
I read that Mao did not like Kropotkin, and I'd like to know why is that? He didn't like the organization to have the society to be organized by small groups. Why is that?
I don't know anything about that. I don't know what you're referring to.
Oh, you didn't like Kropotkin.
Oh, Kropotkin. Well, he had been a follower of Kropotkin.
Yeah, but he decided not to go that route.
Well, what's interesting, though, is many people see a very Kropotkinist influence on Mao later in his life. I mean, even though he officially repudiates Peter Kropotkin, he's in the cities organizing the KMT, organizing unions.
Yeah.
If you look at how he eventually came to power, he was organizing communes among the peasants, and he was redistributing land, and he was building up base area in the countryside, and that there was, many people point out that if Mao had been saying the kind of things that he said in the 1930s in Russia, he wouldn't have been in the Communist Party, he would have been with the Social Revolutionary Party of the anarchists, and that as much as Mao officially repudiated his earlier years as a Kropotkinist anarchist, there was a big influence there, absolutely.
Am I right in thinking that Mao was the first Marxist figure to have a kind of Kropotkin-esque emphasis on the peasantry more than the proletariat?
I would think so, yeah, and that was a defining aspect of him, was this belief of the peasantry, and the argument was, well, the peasantry are not proletarians. They don't sell their labor power. They have their tract of land and they rent it from the landlord, but they can be won to proletarian ideology. And that was the belief. And that, Mao had this whole thing about new democracy, about how when they first take power, they won't be building socialism. They'll be empowering peasants to have their own land. They'll be empowering people to start their own businesses. And that new democracy will pave the way to socialism. And, interestingly, Trotsky had utter contempt for the peasantry. In all of his writings, he calls the peasantry a class without a future, and he just completely hates peasants. Lenin had said that it was necessary to have a worker and peasant alliance. And Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution had rejected that. And that seemed to be kind of the basis of, Trotsky was very much holding on to Western European Marxism of the previous years, of Karl Kautsky and such. Lenin is saying, well, we need to organize with the peasantry. And then Mao is saying, it'll be the peasants that make the revolution. He's taking Lenin to a whole nother level.
Yeah, okay. The Dalai Lama himself admitted that Mao was a great man. And you always see the hints of, in the Bertolucci film on the Tibetan Lama, when he's leaving, the last thing they did was commit human sacrifices, these lamas. Yeah. And this is actually hinted in the movie where the guy who plays the Dalai Lama turns and says, is this necessary? And the reactionary a-holes that are actually the political powers in Tibet say, yes, it is. And I want to point out another book. This is C.K. Yang's book. C.K. Yang was a American sociologist from Hawaii who actually went to China. I think this was his ancestral village in southern China. And C.K. Yang did a really intense, minute sociological study of this village. And the big thing was the oppression of women, which was, he wrote about that extensively, and the hierarchies within the Chinese family. And then he also wrote about the oppressions. So that was from 47 to 48, and then from 49 to 50, he was in the same village. He was there for 4 years. He studied the transition to communism, and it should be a companion to Hinton. And I want to say one thing about Hinton's Fan Shin, the most, and this is a neglected book. I think all Marxists or people should actually read it. It's very dense, it's boring, it takes a while to get through, but it's worth it, But I'll admit it, I did it, I finished it. Okay, the most powerful, Hinton's book talks about the bottom-up transformation of Longbo, the village you mentioned, and one of the most powerful chapters is when half the world stood up, and it's all about the liberation of women. And the Communist Party didn't go in these villages and do this order and boss people around. They would send 2 or 3 cadres in there and find out who are the poorest peasants and have them lead the social movement. They would give them a little bit of training and do it. And in this, by then, Longbo was firmly in communist hands. They were doing the numerous land redistributions. And this chapter, when half the world stood up, this woman was complaining to the cadres how her husband was beating her. So so they said, okay, well, they get all the women and they do what they call consciousness raising thing, which actually eventually was a big, powerful movement within the feminist movement. So they did this conscious, and all these women were talking about their husbands, and a few of the husbands were cool, but many of them were cruel. So they got together, they went after that woman's husband, and they gave him a chance to either apologize or leave. He refused, so they beat him up. And then they went to all the bad husbands, and there was like a little bit of a counter thing, and some of the husbands said they're sorry and learned their lessons. Some were just complete assholes. They kicked their asses and they chased them out of the village. And then the big thing with this, and even in this movie, was a transformation of women in the revolution, because they were the most oppressed. I'm agreeing everything you said, and I'm just expounding, sorry about that.
Yeah. No, and I think that's why Anna Louise Strong, Agnes Smedley, Han Soo-yin, there's so many women writers that were particularly attracted to the Chinese Revolution. Right. As the empowerment of women was a really big part of what they did. Right. So this is section 3. It is right to rebel. So, I'm sorry, I'm not a socialist because I want to destroy the United States of America. That's not what I'm in this for. I'm a socialist because I want to save the United States of America. You know? I gotta tell you, the 100th anniversary of the Russian Revolution just happened. And there's a lot of eulogizing of that time going on across the United States right now and across the world. People were all kind of giving homage. People behaved very heroically during the Russian Revolution. But if you look at what was going on at that point, I mean, that was a kill or be killed situation. People were starving to death. People were miserable. I don't want things to get to that point in the United States of America. You know, when you're 15, you want to be Che Guevara, you want to, be a hero, what's one thing? But in reality, I don't want anything like that to happen. I want to save this country from some kind of violent catastrophe. I don't want us ever to get in a situation where those kind of events are going on. Things were quite hard during that time period. We don't want to get there. No rational person wants to live through events like that, where you have death on that large of a scale and that many people that are suffering and dying. Let's be clear about that. Let's be rational. The glorification of violence, that's something that every serious revolutionary has always rejected. Punchism, adventurism, ultra-leftism. Serious revolutionaries, they don't glorify that kind of thing. And you can read that. Revolutions, violent revolutions, are kill or be killed situations where people have no choice. When people are forced to take up arms, they have no choice. They're fighting for their lives. They're fighting for their communities. It's a nightmarish situation that none of us want to be involved in. We want to save our country. We want to get to the point that we can have a decent society. This document was written at a time the Chinese Communist Party had a very different way of operating. Mao's writing about the peasants, but at the time this document was written, the Chinese Communist Party focused almost exclusively on the people in the cities. They got their orders from Moscow, from the Communist International, and they were operating in the cities, and they were functioning kind of as a wing of the nationalist KMT movement in China. And that's what they were doing. And Mao went to the Hunan province, and he wrote this document. And this document is actually kind of a wild polemic. If you read it, there's a lot of really, really fiery rhetoric, a lot of anger, not at the government, not at society, but at his own comrades. He's yelling at them almost. I'm going to read you some of what else he wrote. He wrote, "When the masses are in motion, there are three alternatives: to march at their head and lead them, to trail behind them, gesticulating and criticizing, or stand in their way and oppose them. Every Chinese is free to choose, but events will force you to choose quickly. If your revolutionary viewpoint is firmly established, if you've been to villages and looked around, you will undoubtedly feel thrilled as never before. Countless thousands of the enslaved peasants are striking down enemies who have battened their flesh. This change that is taking place now is an important factor in the completion of the revolution. Every revolutionary comrade must support it, or he will be walking and taking a stand of counter-revolution." Now, he writes these words. You can hear just the burning anger. Because no one was more Chinese than Mao Zedong. Mao Zedong was Chinese up and down. He was the walking incarnation, and he knew that the Chinese Revolution was not going to come from the 1 or 2% of the population that was based in the cities. It was going to come from the 90% that were operating in the countryside. And the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party didn't want to hear that because they were too busy obeying the orders of folks in Moscow who told them to do something else. Well, history has a way of operating, as we know. A few months after this document was written, Chiang Kai-shek and the Nationalist Party changed their position, were no longer aligned with the Chinese Communist Party, started killing all the communists. So then the communists had to flee, and where did they flee, of course? They fled to the countryside, and pretty soon Mao was leading the Chinese Communist Party. And the interesting thing about it is, numerous times throughout the 1930s, Moscow tried to fire Mao as the leader of the Chinese Communist Party. Many times they wrote letters saying, we've appointed somebody else to run the party, and they just ripped that up, right? Mao was the leader of the Chinese Communist Party, and that's how it was. And it was the peasants that made the revolution in China. And that's the reality. That's what happened. But when Mao wrote this document, he was a voice crying out in the wilderness. He was speaking the truth and speaking common sense, and he was doing it at a time where people just didn't want to hear it. And that's what's so beautiful, and that's why that document is considered one of Mao's most important essays. That's why it's studied all over China now, is because this was a turning point. He took the Chinese Revolution in the direction that ultimately led to the victory of socialism in China. Now, folks, I had a grandfather who was a huge baseball fan. right? Anyone know I have a relative who's just really into baseball? They just love baseball. My grandfather was a huge baseball fan. In fact, he used to call me Slats. He'd be like, "Hey, Slats, how you doing there? Good to see you, Slats." I didn't realize this. Apparently this is a reference to some 1950s shortstop or catcher or something like that. I didn't know that. But he loved baseball. But yeah, my grandfather in a room with another big baseball fan, they'd be sitting there, and pretty soon they'd be talking about statistics that I couldn't understand. They'd be talking about dates and players and names we've never heard of. People call that inside baseball. You know, it's the kind of thing where if you're not part of that little subculture, you don't really understand it. It doesn't make any sense to you. Inside baseball, right? If you're not part of this little enclave of people, you don't really understand it. No one likes to listen to inside baseball. If you're not part of the little community where people are using these words and phrases, you just kind of feel left out, and it kind of doesn't make you feel well to hear what they call inside baseball. Well, I'm going to work very hard to make sure that this next part of my presentation is not inside baseball. Now, they've done polls. People have probably seen these polls. They say about 30% of the U.S. public believes in socialism at this point, right? 30%. Among millennials, it's actually about 50%. We got plenty of socialist groups in the United States. Like we got the Socialist Party, the Communist Party, the Socialist Workers' Party, the Revolutionary Communist Party, the International Socialist Organization. We got the RCP and the ISO and the QWH and the XYZ and the GW. I mean, we got more parties than you can imagine, right? We got more parties than you can possibly imagine. And we don't just have parties. We got a lot of leagues, right? We got committees. We got internationals, right?
Jesus considered himself to be the true inheritor of the Hebrew prophets, right? He was the true inheritor of Abraham and Moses. He considered the Pharisees and the Sanhedrin to be sellouts and hypocrites. However, his teachings dramatically diverged from Judaism as it was practiced in his day. And in the 100 years following his death, it became clear that Judaism and Christianity were distinctly different movements. At some point, if what you are doing is so fundamentally different than what other people from the same movement or religion or ideology are doing, you just have to acknowledge that it's different. And even if you consider the others to be sellouts, right? Jesus considered the other Jews and the Pharisees to be sellouts. Lenin considered the other Marxists to be sellouts, but he still understood, it got to the point that what he was doing was so fundamentally different, it took on a different name. And that brings us to here we are. We in CPI, we are preserving the revolutionary essence of Marxism-Leninism. There are 4 points in the Marxist-Leninist ideology that no communist organization in America holds on to. And these points are fundamental. And, all the people in America claiming to be Marxist-Leninists, none of them believe in these 4 points. Number 1, Marxism-Leninism is anti-imperialist and says that the Western imperialist system is the main impediment to growth and human progress, and that all anti-imperialists must be supported. That is an essential part of Marxism-Leninism. If you don't support Russia and Ukraine, well, you're not doing what Marxism-Leninism said, because they supported even the Emir of Afghanistan, right? If you don't support the People's Republic of China on Taiwan, you're not doing Marxism-Leninism, because Marxism-Leninism said the Western imperialist system is always the enemy. If you don't support the Islamic Republic of Iran, if you don't support the Venezuelans, if you don't support anybody who's fighting imperialism, anyone who's fighting the Western imperialist system, then you're not doing Marxism-Leninism. That is an essential thing. I just read to you how Stalin said they supported even the Emir of Afghanistan, even the Egyptian merchants, but yet communist groups in America, almost barely any of them support Russia and Ukraine. They're neutral in Ukraine. They condemn Russia. They protest against Russia. It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. And they've claimed, that Russia is somehow an imperialist country or China is an imperialist country. Well, first of all, that's not true, because that's not the economic definition of imperialism. But even if it was, you would still support them against U.S. imperialism because of revolutionary defeatism. You always welcome the defeat of your own imperialist bourgeoisie. So, the German communists wanted Germany to be defeated in World War I and World War II. The British communists wanted Britain to be defeated in World War I. and they wanted Britain to be defeated by people around the world that were struggling against colonialism. You always want to see imperialism defeated, right? And so even if Russia and China were imperialist, you would still want them to win because that's called revolutionary defeatism. But yet, very few communists in the United States, like a very, 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 very small number, will actually support the forces around the world that are battling imperialism, even though that is a fundamental point of Marxism-Leninism. You always stand in opposition to imperialism. You always side with the people that are opposing your own imperialist bourgeoisie. None of the communists in America do that. They condemn Russia. They speak with hatred for Russia. They speak with hatred for Iran. They speak with hatred for China. They speak with hatred for Vietnam, for the Houthis. It's unbelievable. None of them hold on to this fundamental point. Second, Marxism-Leninism believes in economic growth and the increasing of productive forces. The whole point is that capitalism is a system where economic growth is restrained by the irrationality of the market, poverty created by abundance, poverty amid plenty, right? And that imperialism is when the big multinational corporations keep countries in poverty. And the whole point of socialist planned economy, the whole point of socialism is to have economic growth. And what did the communist governments do when they took power in the Soviet Union? Stalin had 5-year economic plans, and he mobilized the country to lift it up out of poverty. And what did the Chinese Communist Party do? They built up the country and lifted people out of poverty, and they've built the second largest economy in the world. Any country that has a socialist revolution, their focus is creating economic growth and eradicating poverty. However, communists in America overwhelmingly believe that growth is bad. They believe that economic growth is somehow bad. And they repeat the idea, it's finite resources, limited planet, and that they think the problem with capitalism is that it creates economic growth. Well, no, actually the problem with capitalism is it holds back economic growth. And in fact, the higher stage of communism, the ultimate goal of a stateless, classless world, is only possible with vast material abundance. And the whole point of having a socialist revolution is to rationally control the means of production so that you can have economic growth. So when the communist movement overwhelmingly doesn't believe in economic growth, and the whole point is economic growth, that's a pretty big difference. But yet, the overwhelming majority of communists in America, or so-called communists, whatever you want to call them, think economic growth is bad. They think capitalism is having money. They think capitalism is having wealth, and they think that's bad. And they think communism is about just being happy with what you have or having less because money isn't everything. It's bizarre. It has nothing to do with what communist governments do. It has nothing to do with what Marx wrote. It has nothing to do with what Lenin wrote. But not only do the overwhelming majority of communists in America not stand with anyone who struggles against imperialism, but secondly, they don't believe in economic growth. Third, Marxism-Leninism has no loyalty to the left of imperialism, right? At some points, it might be important to align with the left of imperialism. At other times, it might be important to align with the right. At other times, you might not align with anyone. During the early 1930s, Stalin organized the communists of the world to focus on opposing social democrats and protesting against the left, right? They said the social democrats were the main enemy. They called them social fascists. And the focus of the communist parties was to oppose leftists, to oppose social democrats. And then, after the rise of fascism, which was considered a right-wing ideology, then the communists aligned with the social democrats and focused on opposing the right wing, the fascists. At some points, you might align with the right. At other points, you might align with the left. Other times, you might align with nobody. But there's nothing magical about the left that says that just because somebody's on the left, you align with them. And Stalin had absolutely no problem mobilizing his followers to target the left. And Stalin also had no problem making friends with right-wing business owners. Henry Ford, who later became a Nazi sympathizer with Hitler, Henry Ford did business in the Soviet Union. Stalin had no problem aligning with Henry Ford. And I believe Stalin even said that he thought that Bolshevism was I think it was rooted in American efficiency or something like that, and that Stalin brought all kinds of right-wing businessmen to the Soviet Union. The Koch brothers, their father Fred Koch, he got his start running the oil industry, and so Stalin had no problem making friends with right-wing business owners, and Stalin had no problem mobilizing his forces to oppose the left. And there were also lots of times where he had his followers mobilize them to fight the right and to, align with the left. It just depended on the situation. This idea that there's the left, which is good, and then there's the right, which is bad, has nothing to do with Marxism-Leninism. Absolutely nothing to do with it. But yet, this is what communists in America believe, that there's this big, scary, evil thing called the right wing, that it is our duty to protect imperialism from. And the right wing is always bad, is always the main danger, and the left is always better than the right. And that might be true sometimes, but at other times it might not be true. And that there's no magical loyalty. And in fact, social democracy, Lenin very clearly pointed out, is part of imperialism. It's not the better part of imperialism. It's just part of the imperialist system. World War I could never have happened without the left, the Social Democrats who supported it. So that's a fundamental point. But the overwhelming majority of communists in America, they believe that we should build the left, that we need to support the left, we need to oppose the right. We have to, and that's not Marxism-Leninism. Fourth, Marxism-Leninism seeks to create a planned economy. Now, this is very basic. This is very, very basic. Read the Communist Manifesto. What is it? The working class seizes control of the government and then operates the means of production according to, it centralizes the instruments of production to raise productive forces, 5-year economic plans. I mean, we want a planned economy. However, the overwhelming majority of communists in America don't want a planned economy. Some of them want more of a welfare state. They just want the government to tax people more and give them free health care. A lot of them think they want independent worker cooperatives that are part of the capitalist market and operate on a market basis. Some of them want to, remove all the white people from North America and redistribute the land to Native Americans. Some of them want to create a government that's focused on feminism and LGBT. They all want something. But very few of them agree on this basic fundamental point of we want a rationally planned economy, right? I mean, it's bad enough they don't believe in economic growth, but there's a number of them that have even told me that wanting a centrally planned economy is fascist. That's Nazi, right? And they want worker cooperatives, and they want to make white people ashamed of their white privilege, and they want to show men not to be sexist and awful, and they want 14 different genders, and they want environmentalism, and they want all kinds of crap. And it's interesting, all the different crap that they've come up with.
Robert F. Williams was the leader of the NAACP in North Carolina, Monroe, North Carolina. And he was marching to integrate the local swimming pools and protesting for the right of African Americans to attend and swim in these local swimming pools. Protesting, and the Ku Klux Klan was threatening his family and was shooting at them. So he started an all-black chapter of the National Rifle Association. They started learning to have firearms. Eventually there was a shootout between the NAACP and the Ku Klux Klan. Robert F. Williams fled the United States after being charged. He fled to China. And it was in China that he actually was able to meet Mao. There's a very famous photo of Mao with Robert F. Williams. And at the request of Robert F. Williams, Mao wrote a statement to support Martin Luther King's 1963 March on Washington. The I Have a Dream speech was given at this march. And Mao writes, "On behalf of the Chinese people, I wish to take this opportunity to express our resolute support for the American Negroes in their struggle against racial discrimination and for freedom and equal rights. There are 19 million Negroes in the United States, or about 11% of the total population. They are enslaved, oppressed, and discriminated against. Such is their position in society. The overwhelming majority are deprived of their right to vote. In general, only the most backbreaking and despised jobs are open to them. Their average wages are barely a third and a half of those of white people. Proportional unemployment.
He says, but the American Negroes are awakening and their resistance is growing stronger and stronger. Recent years have witnessed a continuous expansion of their mass struggle against racial discrimination and for freedom and equal rights. A gigantic and vigorous nationwide struggle is going on in every city and state, and the struggle is mounting. The American Negro organizations have decided to start a freedom march on Washington, August 28th, in which 250,000 people will take part. The speedy development of the American Negroes is a manifestation of sharpening class struggle and sharpening national struggle within the United States. Among the whites in the United States, it is only the reactionary ruling circles who oppress the Negro people. They can in no way represent the workers, the farmers, the revolutionary intellectuals, and other enlightened persons who comprise the majority of American white people. At present, it is only a handful of imperialists headed by the United States and their supporters and reactionaries in different countries who are oppressing, committing aggression against, and menacing the overwhelming majority of the nations and the peoples of the world. That's Mao's statement that he made for Martin Luther King Jr.'s famous march. And 10,000 copies of it were distributed to the marchers, and they were distributed by members of Youth Against War and Fascism, which was the youth group of the Workers' World Party at the time. And they distributed many, many copies of it. And what was interesting was, at that point, so the Communist Party had maintained in the 1930s that black people were a nation, right? And that they had the right to self-determination as a nation. Earl Browder kind of backed away from that. Then, when Earl Browder was overthrown, that was a main point in reestablishing the Communist Party, was re-emphasizing that position, Claudia Jones and others. So then, in 1956, the Communist Party of the United States was cast into crisis because of the Khrushchev secret speech and the 20th Party Congress. And there was a fight not just about Stalin and the Soviet Union and Marxism-Leninism, but one of the points of disagreement was the Black Belt. And should the Communist Party orient itself towards supporting Martin Luther King, who was not a black nationalist, who maintained that black people were simply the same nationality as people in the United States, they just faced discrimination? Or should the Communist Party orient itself toward figures like Malcolm X and black nationalists? And that was a debate. And ultimately, the folks who didn't think black people constituted a nation won out, and in 1956 or 1957, at the 57 convention, the Communist Party officially dropped its support for black nationalism and gave its support to the Civil Rights Movement. Well, in 1962, there was a group of African American activists, many of which were part of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, and they had been members of the Young Communist League, a lot of them, but they supported black nationalism. So they gathered at Central Ohio University, or Central State University in Ohio, to form something called the Revolutionary Action Movement. And it was an effort to form a new communist party that would be sympathetic to black nationalism. And interestingly, Malcolm X actually symbolically made a point of symbolically joining them. He never actually, he wasn't really active, but he made a point of coming to their meetings and saying that he supported them in the final years of his life, which I think is fascinating. And that the position of supporting black nationalism became kind of a divide between the Communist Party, which supported the Civil Rights Movement and opposed black nationalism, and more radical forces. Now we know in the 1960s there was something called Students for a Democratic Society. And this was early in the 1960s. The United Auto Workers Union had provided the funding to forces to meet at Port Huron and form kind of a liberal activist group that believed in the Civil Rights Movement and opposed expanding wars in the Vietnam War. Tom Hayden, other forces were involved in it. And originally, Students for a Democratic Society had a ban on, you could not be a communist and join. However, communists started joining Students for a Democratic Society. In 1965, they formally lifted the ban, and many communists joined this mass activist group called Students for a Democratic Society. For a while, it had been funded by the United Auto Workers. As it got more radical, they cut off their funding, but it had already grown in big numbers. There was a grouping called the Progressive Labor Party, and that was a group of young people, or people who had been in the Communist Party, who broke away and then wanted to form a more radical Communist Party that would be aligned with China. They joined Students for a Democratic Society en masse. They had a faction that they called the Workers' Student Alliance, and their idea was for these young people who were students who were part of the group, the idea was they would go get jobs in factories and form a Workers' Student Alliance. That was their feeling. Now, it's important to talk about what was happening in China, and I'm going to talk about the Sino-Soviet split. So we know, as early as 1950, the U.S. government was trying to divide China and the Soviet Union. In fact, the New York Times in 1950 it wrote, "The United States' aim is to drive a wedge between the Chinese and the Russians." This was widely acknowledged. The idea that China and Russia, two huge countries, were led by communist parties and were aligned that had a lot to do with the humiliating defeat of the United States in the Korean War, that had a lot to do with what was happening around the world. And the New York Times admitted as early as 1950 that there was an effort by the US government to drive a wedge. Well, 1956, you had the 20th Party Congress. Stalin has died. Khrushchev, opens the Party Congress, and he gives this tirade against Joseph Stalin. And a lot of what Khrushchev says in the speech is documentedly false. Like, one thing that he says in his speech is that Stalin was so upset when he heard that Nazi Germany had invaded the Soviet Union that he began weeping and crying and hiding under his desk. Well, anyone who knows anything about Stalin knows that that's complete malarkey. Stalin was a bank robber at one point in his life. He would walk into banks with guns and rob people at gunpoint. So the idea that he heard about an army thousands of miles away and just broke down sobbing is just completely ridiculous. But why did Khrushchev say this? Why did he say this? Well, he's trying to tell the United States that Stalin was not a good ally during the Second World War. And that the secret speech in 1956 was mainly Khrushchev groveling before the United States and sending the message, so sure, Stalin before me was this crazy revolutionary and all this, but I'm sympathetic. I want to hold off world revolution, and that seems to be a.
Great, but yeah, well, we're here. This is a great rally, isn't it? It is, in fact. Yeah. Well, we're here because we want peace, and that the big banks and corporations that have been trying to push us into a new war with China and a new war with Russia, they are also trying to destroy this country. They're setting up a police state here at home, mass incarceration, our roads are crumbling, our schools are falling apart, living standards are dropping. Our enemy is on Wall Street, our enemy is in London, our enemy is in Washington, D.C., in the Pentagon, our enemy is not in Russia, it's not in China, it's not in Cuba, it's not in Venezuela, it's not in Iran, our enemy is right here at home. It's time for the working people of this country to realize who their real friends and who their real enemies are. We need to fight for peace, jobs, democracy, and equality. That's what I'm here to say today. What about you?
What I'm here to say today is...
And an oil company and a gas company, two state-run energy companies, used them to reboot the economy, used the state to stabilize the Russian economy. They talk about media, right? In Venezuela, the government has created a media apparatus to counter the pro-capitalist media that is widespread in Venezuela. Independent institutions get tampered with by the state. And what they mean by independent institutions is institutions that serve the West, right? That serve Western capitalism, should not be messed with, right? Venezuela's, military, Venezuela's intelligence apparatus, Venezuela's media, Venezuela's entire economy was independent in the 90s when everyone was poor and when they had free market capitalism. When Chavez got elected, he tampered with these independent institutions and made them start fighting for the Venezuelan people and fighting for socialism. So therefore, it's democratic regression, right? When Putin, before Putin was elected, during the 1990s, when Boris Yeltsin was in power in Russia, and Russia was being looted by Western companies and sex trafficking and poverty, it was an economic disaster. Well, at that point, the independent institutions were independent, i.e. serving Western capitalism. When Putin came in and started reorganizing the economy and such, at that point, it was democratic regression. This theme of democratic regression is a big theme in the propaganda of the ultra-rich and the propaganda backing up U.S. foreign policy, right? If people around the world get elect leaders, you don't have to, no violent revolution here. If a government comes to power, even democratically elected, but it starts instituting policies that change the nature of society, then it stops being a democracy, according to these people. That's a huge theme. That is like the universal consensus among the American ruling class, that if someone gets into office, elected by the people, and starts changing society, it's not a democracy anymore. That's what they believe, right? And that's what Joe Biden's talking about here. That is considered a threat, right? What they call democratic regression. Freedom is under attack because it stops being freedom when Western capitalism doesn't de facto rule. That's an important point. It's a little bit complex, but it's an important thing to understand, right? No matter how democratic Venezuela is, no matter how much they allow the opposition on television, no matter how much they have elections that are internationally monitored, they've always referred to Venezuela as a brutal dictatorship. How? It doesn't even have the death penalty. How is Venezuela a dictatorship? Because they lost, right? It's not freedom if they lose. That's what you need to understand. If a government comes to power and starts fighting for the people and starts changing all the things that de facto serve our rulers of the world, all the things that de facto serve Western capitalism, if a leader gets elected with a popular mandate and starts to change that, that's no longer democracy. That's what they believe. This is the belief. They spell it out for you. I read you an article from the Wall Street Journal. They spell it out, this concept of democratic regression, right? That when the economy is bad, people start wanting things to change. And they start electing leaders that start tampering with those independent institutions. So I'm repeating myself, but that point needs to be really, really hammered home. And we hear this a lot. And Joe Biden is making that point here, right? He sees Trump as enabling democratic regression, right? So what is he going to do? Joe Biden is going to call a global summit for democracy. He will bring together the world's democracies to strengthen our democratic institutions and honestly confront nations that are backsliding and forge a common agenda. They will be fighting corruption, defending against authoritarianism, and advancing human rights in their own nations and abroad. So basically, they're going to get together and have a meeting about making sure that no government gets elected anywhere in the world that might actually fight for its people, right? Because that's democratic regression. But it gets better. It gets better. Joe Biden goes on to say, at this summit, members will issue a call of action for the private sector, including technology companies and social media giants, which must recognize their responsibilities and overwhelming interest in preserving democratic societies and protecting free speech. At the same time, free speech cannot serve as a license for technology and social media companies to facilitate the spread of malicious lies. Those companies must act to ensure that their tools and platforms are not empowering the surveillance state, gutting privacy, facilitating repression in China, elsewhere, spreading hate and disinformation, or spurring people to violence or other misuse. So basically, he's announcing here that if he's elected, he will call an international meeting dedicated to forcing Facebook and Twitter and all of that to shut down any idea that might aid this democratic regression, i.e. wanting society to change. This is basically what he's calling for. He wants Silicon Valley and all of them to get together and do everything they can to basically prevent the spreading of ideas that challenge Western capitalism, i.e. misinformation. This is really amazing, folks. I mean, he's laying it all out there. This is public. This is not some secret document. This is foreign affairs. This is the public document, the public magazine of the Council on Foreign Relations. You can't make this up. For 70 years, the United States, under Democratic and Republican presidents, played a leading role in writing the rules, forging the agreements, and animating the institutions that guide relations among nations and advance collective security and prosperity until Trump. If we continue his abdication of that responsibility, then one of two things will happen. Either someone else will take the United States' place, but not in a way that advances our interests. And
got to the border, we began to walk under two flags flying over the bridge we were to cross. One was the bloody British rag of imperialism, casting its shadow over poverty, starvation, vicious exploitation in Hong Kong. The other was the flaming red flag of revolution and socialism, telling us all, the people of the world, the time has come to come along. This ain't just any old border that we are standing on. It stands between two systems, one dying, one young and strong. And then we crossed that bridge into China, saw a great banner up ahead. Its meaning set my heart a pounding, and this is what that banner is. Long live the great unity of the peoples of the world. Long live the great unity of the peoples of the world. Went to a the steel mill, saw people working hard, but there were no bosses. The workers ran the job. They worked 10 hours, 6 days a week, on great machines built by their own hand. They labored not for some rich man's profits, but to meet the needs of people of the land. And they are building with such a spirit of revolution and socialism, for they are masters of their own future. The working class is in command. Talked with an older worker. He said many worries are gone. If one is sick or injured, they are provided for. We have no fear of rising prices, no unemployment will you find. There's always more to be done to build China, not just for us but to free mankind. Long live the People's Republic, long live working class rule. Long live the People's Republic, long live working class rule. We arrived in Shanghai, where before it was free, dope and prostitution and starving people filled the streets. And now these people stand up united, providing for the needs of all. Decent housing, health care, education, they decide now they are the law. And man, I felt so damn proud of China, of revolution and socialism. Just look at what our class has accomplished. Just look at what the struggle has won. We talked with men and women, now working side by side, about our many struggles for freedom so long denied. They said, comrades, China is with you. This is your country as well as ours. The struggles of the people united will be triumphant. We have the power. Long live the great unity, yeah, of the peoples of the world. Long live the great unity of the peoples of the world. No, I missed my family, wish they were there with me. I knew they're back home struggling to change society. And I admit I hated to leave China. You know that freedom kinda grows on you. But now I feel such deep determination to do the job we all have to do. Remember, people, our day is coming. Make revolution, build socialism, to do away with class exploitation, to end oppression once and for all. And I have learned a lesson that I will always heed. The fight to end oppression, the working class must lead. But we will build us up a great movement to sweep away the system we're in. And nothing gonna stop us from doing it. We will fight and we will win. Long live the People's Republic. Long live working class rule. Long live the People's Republic. Long
thesis of Khrushchev is the idea that you know, people around the world shouldn't take up arms. You know, people in South Africa and elsewhere shouldn't take up arms because the USA has the atomic bomb, it's too dangerous. And he seems to be urging communists around the world not to challenge US power and trying to negotiate some kind of deal where the USA will be friendly. And many people see it as almost like a deal. It was like Khrushchev was saying to the United States, I'll hold off revolutions in the third world if you'll be friendlier to me. It was kind of a block, right? So then China, clearly there's criticism there. At first China kind of embraces Khrushchev a little bit. They publish some documents that are critical of Stalin. But starting in 1960, you start seeing the publication of big kind of manifestos from the Chinese Communist Party that are critical of the Soviet Union. One of them is called Long Live Leninism, and it's published in 1960. And if you read it, it's a reiteration of this call for anti-imperialist revolution and such. The things that Khrushchev was trying to tone down, they're emphasizing. 1962, they publish a very big pamphlet called The Difference Between Comrade Togliatti and Us. And it's an attack on the leader of the Italian Communist Party, who is very well promoted by the Soviet Union. And it's a subtle way of saying we don't agree with the Soviet Union. 1963, China publishes, and it's personally written by Mao Zedong, Proposal Concerning the General Line of the International Communist Movement. And they're urging the Soviet Union and other countries around the world to wage a campaign against what they call revisionism, which is people not believing in Marxism and selling out and opportunism. And it seems like, you know, China is pretty clear that they feel like the Soviet Union is betraying people around the world that are fighting for their national liberation and independence. And at the same time, as a result, China is receiving lots of Soviet aid to build buildings and build some of the first power plants. And at first, you know, that's going very, very well. And Mao builds a huge amount of power plants all across China. Mao, you know, brings, you know, some tractors, iron oxen, they call them, tractors, you know, to help people farm. You know, and there's a lot of things that are being done in those early years that are very important, right? The scourge of drug addiction was wiped out in the 1950s during this time. I mean, opium addiction was just completely wiped out. You know, prostitution and venereal disease was wiped out in mass campaigns, and huge things are being done. You know, these barefoot doctors are created. These are doctors, you know, who go to these remote rural villages where people have never seen a medical professional in their lives and start giving people medical care. And you know, they're achieving a lot of big things in terms of economics, but when the Soviet Union pulls out their aid, that's a big loss, and it causes some big problems. And you know, there's a feeling in China that the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party is becoming bureaucratic. So what's bureaucracy? Now this is an important thing that we have to talk about. So when you have a socialist country, right? Every country that has ever had socialism has been building socialism on the basis of underdevelopment, right? Marx thought the socialist revolutions would happen in the Western countries that were already developed, but it's actually been in the countries that are underdeveloped that have had socialism. So socialism has been built on the basis of scarcity. Right? And the analogy that is given is if you have a shortage of food, you're going to have to ration food to make sure people have enough to eat. So in order to ration the food, you're going to have a line, right? Where people are going to have to get in line and get their ration of food. But then any line is going to have a guard who makes sure that no one takes anyone else's food and makes sure everyone gets what they need. But that guard is going to demand a bigger slice of food for taking on the responsibility of being a guard. And that's the basis of bureaucracy. And when you're building socialism on the basis of low levels of development, you're going to have some level of bureaucracy. So then the question becomes, how do you control the bureaucracy? How do you make sure that the bureaucracy doesn't just overthrow socialism and become the new ruling class? Well, you know, in the Soviet Union, they wrangled with this, right? 1921, the Bolshevik Party had its famous party purge, where they kicked out millions of people. All these people had joined the Bolsheviks right after the Russian Revolution, didn't believe in communism. It's just, oh, well, the Russian Revolution happened, they're the new ruling party, I guess I'll sign up. So millions of people were expelled, and people were re-allowed to enter when it was clear they agreed with the Bolshevik Party program. From 1920 to 1932, they had something called the party maximum, which was like the highest income you could have. If you were a member of the Communist Party, you could not have above a certain income level, and that was the idea, was to keep the party pure. And you know, essentially what was developed in the 1930s was kind of a police state apparatus in the Soviet Union. The idea being making sure that leaders of the Communist Party were not traitors and sellouts, and that escalated. You know, people talk about, you know, Yezhovshchina or the Great Terror, and there were times where that was very intense. But the idea was Stalin and leaders of the Soviet Communist Party were trying to make sure that the Communist Party of the Soviet Union stayed true to Marxism. Well, 1961, China had cut ties with the Soviet Union, and Khrushchev was engaging in de-Stalinization. So China is criticizing the Soviet Union, and Lin Biao, who is a general, he was on the Long March with Mao, he puts together a book, right? The Red Army, the idea of the Red Army is that the Red Army is a political army. It's not just an apolitical army. Our military in the USA is not supposed to be political. It's not supposed to have any political loyalties. Well, even still today in China, the People's Liberation Army is loyal to the party, not even the elected government. Very interesting. And so, to give political training to the soldiers, Lin Biao puts together this book. And originally it's blue, and it's just quotations from Chairman Mao, right? And he assembles it, and it's quotes from Mao. And eventually they start introducing it to the population at large. They make it red, so it's more communist. And you have the little red book that was distributed, right? Then, 1966, at a university in China, the students feel like the professors are not teaching in line with communism. They're teaching the old way. So they're protesting, and they're hanging up these posters on their campus to criticize their professors. And there's some feeling that they should be arrested for doing this. This is disruption. This is a problem. So Mao and Lin Biao show up at the campus and very symbolically bring a poster of their own and hang it up. And that poster says, Marxism consists of 1,000 truths, but they all boil down to a single phrase. It is right to rebel. Right? And this is the slogan. And this is the launching of the great proletarian cultural revolution. And the idea is that the party leadership is bureaucratic, is not taking the revolutionary line. So Mao and Lin Biao are leading this uprising among young people who will overthrow the capitalist, what they call the capitalist rotors in the party, and keep the bureaucracy and keep the party true to the communist line. 1967, the next year, you have something called the January Storm. And that's in the city of Shanghai. The young cultural revolutionaries overthrow the government, and they establish the Shanghai Commune. And they say that they want all of China to stop having elected governments and have it, kind of a workers' cooperative regime all over the country. Mao disagrees with Lin Biao and says, actually, the Shanghai Commune is a little bit too chaotic, and he proposes that they have instead what he calls the 3-in-1 combination. For every factory, they have an elected worker from the factory who's in charge. They have a tech.
How did this stop? This was a great moment. June 30th, 2019. The leader of People's Korea and the leader of the United States shook hands. They met, the first president ever to visit the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. We had Donald Trump trying to make peace with a country that is still technically at war with the United States. Donald Trump was trying to open the door to peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula. There would be hope to bring the troops home from South Korea. There would be hope that there could be denuclearization, that North Korea wouldn't feel threatened anymore, that there could be no more bombs and weapons, and the people of Korea could reunify. And Donald Trump going to People's Korea was sabotaged. It was sabotaged by John Bolton and the neocons, the same forces that got us into Ukraine, the same forces that are escalating and pushing buttons against China and Taiwan on the Taiwan Strait, the same forces that want World War III sabotaged the peace process on the Korean Peninsula. We're here to say, finish what Trump started. We want peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula. We want U.S. leaders and the leaders of People's Korea to sit down. We would like to see trade between the United States and People's Korea. We would like to see those railroads in South Korea that have been built. We'd like to see them in action and see the Korean people trading with each other. We don't want war. We don't want money wasted on international confrontations. And we also don't want a police state. And at the same time that the big bankers who control Joe Biden, the Silicon Valley monopolists and fascists, the same forces that control Joe Biden, are waging a war not just around the world, but against the American people. They are driving our country into poverty. Our trains are derailing. People are breathing in deadly chemicals. The water is not properly purified. Jobs are falling apart. Schools are falling apart. It's a nightmare. They have waged a war against us. And instead of rebuilding America, they're trying to move toward a low-wage police state. That's what they're doing here in the United States. They are trying to move toward a low-wage police state. We saw what happened, what's been revealed about January 6th. That was a setup. We saw that those people were led to do what they did for propaganda purposes. We call for an amnesty. We don't endorse what the people did, but they were enabled to do it and set up to do it by the American government. The FBI, the Secret Service, other agencies enabled what happened on January 6th to happen. Those folks were entrapped. And we say that until they're going to be honest with the public about what really happened on January 6th, there needs to be an amnesty for those who've been arrested. And the same goes for the Uhuru movement. A group of black revolutionaries, black activists, had guns pointed in their faces, drones flown into their homes. They were terrorized and accused of being Russian agents. Why? Because they were organizing for the rights of black people, organizing for the rights in their community, providing services that were not available in their community. They're waging a war against us. At the same time, they're waging a war against China, Russia, Iran, Venezuela, Cuba, and any country that dares break out of their financial system. And it is our responsibility to oppose it and to join arm in arm with the people of the world against imperialism.
There's about 5 4th internationals, there's a 5th international, maybe there's going to be a 6th or an 8th or a 12th international. Right, we got loads of socialist groups. But forgive me if I'm stepping on toes here, but let's be real, none of these groups mean jack shit. Sorry, I hate to tell you that, I hate to be a bit of a jerk, but it's the reality, right? None of these groups really mean anything. You know, not only did I go to the World Festival of Youth and Students with Alex and Dakota and others, this recent one, but one of the most meaningful experiences that I ever had was going to the World Festival of Youth and Students in Quito, Ecuador in 2013. So at that time, I was part of a smaller, irrelevant socialist group, but I got to go to the World Festival of Youth and Students in Ecuador. And at that point, you know, I got to meet with people from around the world, people who called themselves socialists, communists, and revolutionaries. They were a lot different than the socialists and communists and revolutions in the United States. I mean, I met with folks from Angola, folks from Zimbabwe, folks from Venezuela, folks from India, Russia, China, places like that. And these folks were just a completely different breed than the folks that I was working with in the United States. It was like night and day. In the United States, if you believe in socialism, you basically have two choices. Two choices, right? On the one hand, you can be burning the American flag, selling lots of newspapers, and screaming about Trotsky, and be irrelevant, and be just somebody that most of American society looks at and just says, I'm just going to go the other way. Or, to be fair, you have another option. Now, the other option is you can be in groups that function within their local Democratic Party clubs, folks who watch MSNBC religiously, and when it gets down to it, you know, socialism is something they talk about once a year, you know, on May Day, maybe they read some Marx. When it gets down to it, you know, they're urging the Bernie-crats to just shut up and vote for Hillary and calm down, and at the end of the day, they're just functioning as Democrats, and maybe socialism is just something they put on the back burner. Those are your two options. That's what you can be if you can be a socialist. You can be irrelevant and extreme, or you can just kind of give up on your ideals and function as part of a party that you don't believe in, but, you know, hold on to, you know, socialism is something you put on the back burner. Those are your two choices, right? But when I met with socialists from Ecuador, and socialists from Venezuela, and socialists from India, socialists from China, Vietnam, places like that, I was meeting with folks that didn't fit either of these categories. Now, these folks were serious revolutionaries. You could talk to them up and down about Marx and Lenin, and they could tell you in depth, in great detail, about how they were working to try and build socialism in their country. And these folks, in addition to being dedicated and serious and very dedicated to what they believed in, these folks were also not irrelevant. They had seats in parliament. They had huge swaths of territory they controlled. In some places like Vietnam and in China and Angola, they were actually running the government. They were the ruling party. These people weren't irrelevant extremists, and they weren't sellouts and phonies. They were actually leading their country and trying to develop, make their country wealthier. And that was kind of a surprise for me. Now, I was always taught, you know, that in a setting like this, you never really want to talk about yourself, right? No one came here tonight because they want to hear some white male go on about his own life. That's not why you're here, so I'll be very brief. You know, I'm originally from Ohio. Grew up in a very small town, about 10,000 people. And it's a very Republican town, almost entirely white. And, you know, I remember, one thing that I remember very distinctly is there were certain people in my town who every day they wore shirts with religious slogans on them. This one kid had a shirt that said, "Caution, God at work, do not proceed without a Bible."
So the kid had a shirt with like a bloody nail on it. It's like, his life was not pointless and neither is yours, you know? And I used to hate these kids. I'm like, do they have to preach at us every day? Like, what is the problem, you know? Well, I look back on myself and kind of being annoyed with these religious shirts, and I feel kind of guilty because I realized the reason that these kids were wearing religious shirts every day, it wasn't because they wanted to preach at me. It was because these were the only shirts they had. Their parents could get these shirts for free at the local evangelical Christian churches. And so that's what they were wearing. You know, there were a lot of kids in my town who grew up in trailers. You know, I mean, I grew up thinking that I was rich because both of my parents had college degrees and they were both working. I never remember them being unemployed throughout my childhood. And, you know, I'll tell you, I discovered all of this on my own. You know, I first read the Communist Manifesto when I was in 5th grade. It was at the local library where my mom worked. I read it. I did not understand it, but the tone of it appealed to me. Workers of the world unite. I was excited about it, you know? And I started getting involved in more socialist and revolutionary groups when I was in college. And when the financial crisis hit, when the financial crisis came, I was there. I was just like, this is it. This proves it, right? I mean, the economy of the United States needs to be reorganized to serve the public. The time has come. We need to go out and organize. The polls were coming out. People were upset with capitalism. It was time to go. I was finished with college. I was living in Cleveland. And the folks in this socialist group I was in were just always telling me, you know, calm down, Caleb, calm down. You know, it's not, you know, it's not the end of the world. You know, come to a rally every so often. You know, but you got to chill out. You know, get another hobby or something. Go to a rally every so often, but you don't have to give yourself to this. You don't have to be so passionate. I just thought that was so odd. And I'll never forget, and the reason I'll never forget is because it was my birthday, December 30th, 2010. I packed up very few of my belongings that I had, you know, some clothes, you know, some old socialist books, packed them into a suitcase. I came to this city on a Greyhound bus, December 30th, 2010. And you know, those were hard times before I moved to New York City. I remember, you know, I was always working in gas stations. I am just not a very good gas station attendant. I have absolute respect for folks who can do those jobs well. I am not one of those people. I just couldn't do it. You know, I remember selling my blood plasma on the east side of Cleveland. You know, and I would think, you know, this used to be, you know, this prosperous center of the steel industry. And here, every day, there's a line, hundreds of people lined up to sell their blood plasma to get an extra $30 for the week.
Values, or no one will. And chaos will ensue. Either way, that's not good for America. He says, he talks about in the need, it goes on in the article to talk about how he doesn't like the idea of direct invasions. He says, we can be strong and smart at the same time. There is a big difference between large-scale, open-ended deployments of tens of thousands of combat troops, which must end using a few hundred special forces soldiers and intelligence assets to support local partners against a common enemy. These smaller scale missions are sustainable militarily, economically, and politically, and they advance the national interests. He is saying the idea, you know, invading Iraq like George W. Bush did, and he voted for and supported, that's not what they want. What they want regime change operations. They want situations like Libya, situations like Syria, situations like Euromaidan in Ukraine, which, you know, we know his son did pretty well financially as a result of, right? That they want to foment unrest in countries. They want to use the intelligence agencies and special forces to create big, long-term wars that divide countries, like in Syria, like in Ukraine, like in Libya. Like, that's the goal here, right? That it's much more effective, rather than straight up invading, right? Where everyone in the country can unite against the foreign occupier. Let's try to manipulate countries. Let's try to have the intelligence agencies foment big, ugly civil wars in countries that, look at Syria. He's talking about Syria here. You look at the Syria. Before 2011, Syria was a peaceful country. Christians, Muslims, Sunnis, Shia, Alawites, living in peace. But what did they do? Well, they used special forces and intelligence assets to support local partners against a common enemy, and they set up one of the ugliest wars, a war that's killed well over 500,000 people already. These smaller scale missions are sustainable militarily, economically, and politically, and they advance the national interest. I don't think it advances the national interest. The rise of ISIS has not advanced the national interest. The rise of terrorist groups has not advanced the national interest. I mean, I don't see how these smaller scale missions of destabilizing countries, fomenting unrest, prolonging conflicts as long as you possibly can, I don't see how that's in the national interest, but it's in Joe Biden's interest, right? It's different than what Betsy DeVos wants. It's different than what Bernie Marcus wants, right? They want big wars that blow things up. They want to sell weapons. But he's talking long term. How do you roll back countries like the Ba'ath government in Syria? How do you roll back countries like Libya? How do you overturn socialism in places like China? Well, you do it with this long-term, small-scale destabilization. This is the voice of the richest of the rich ruling class denouncing Trump. He says, Trump has bankrupted the United States word in the world. He has alienated the United States from the very democratic allies that it needs most. He has taken a battering ram to the NATO alliance, treating it like an American-run protection racket. Right. We need, we should be strategic. We should keep Europe happy. No. Trump with his quote-unquote America First policies. Trump in the way that he is thinking, he's just, thinking about making money for weapons contractors and stuff. He's not thinking long-term. He's hurting the alliances, the strategic alliances of Western capitalism. And of course, who is the sinister bad guy in Joe Biden's fantasy? The Kremlin fears a strong NATO, the most effective political alliance in modern history. To counter Russian aggression, we must keep America's military capabilities sharp, also expanding its capacity to take on non-traditional threats such as weaponized corruption, disinformation, and cyber theft. We must impose real costs on Russia for its international violation of international norms and stand with Russian civil society, which has stood up against Russian President Putin's kleptocratic authoritarian system. What Russian aggression? I'm sorry, what are they talking about, right? What are they talking about? I mean, I'm sorry, where is this Russian aggression they're talking about, right? The United States was aggressive, destabilized Syria. So Russia, with the support of the Syrian government, sent its forces to back up the Syrian government against the terrorists supported by the United States in Syria. In Ukraine, we had a situation where the United States funded the Euromaidan movement, this mass protest movement that violently overthrew the elected government. And in response to that, at that point, the people in the eastern regions, and especially in Crimea, who are Russian and have been Russian, and everyone's centered around a Russian military base, voted for independence, right? I mean, you can go back to 2008, South Ossetia, right? South Ossetia was attacked, right? A Russian-aligned territory was attacked, South Ossetia. So Russia responded, and there was a fight in Georgia, right? I'm looking for this Russian aggression he's describing. What I see here is Russia defending itself, Russia protecting its allies from American aggression. That's what I see. I'm looking for this Russian aggression he's always talking about, right? The people...
Russia, peace with China, peace with Russia, peace with Russia, peace with China, peace with Russia, peace with China, peace with Russia, peace with China, peace with Russia.
We're not strong enough. In the way, and he starts to opine on how it could be best used. He says, if you ignite the bomb at it, give it out, and they cut him off. They say, it's okay, doctor. Go between 130,000 to 250,000 people dead because of these bombs, but we don't know. And they did use it. 78 years ago today, the United States of America dropped.
Hey friends, how you doing today? I'm letting you know, the Center for Political Innovation, we are about to do, on July 12th, the biggest event that we have ever done. It will be our national gathering in Chicago on July 12th. And it's going to be really, really special. We are talking with a number of important anti-imperialist voices, a lot of different communities. There's going to be musical performances, dance performances, there's going to be great speeches, and it's going to be a whole day gathering dedicated to anti-imperialism. I am committed,
And CPI has always been committed to building an in real life network of people. And we carry out real operations. We were at the inauguration of Trump with our Trump and Kim banner saying only peace can make America great again. We were on the streets of Chicago at the Democratic National Convention with a book exposing what Kamala Harris and who she really is and what she's really about, and it was really, really important. We have 1,000 copies of our book about the Houthis that are being distributed with the poster of the convention on the back to people who would never go looking for this. We are putting door hanger flyers on doors of people, again, that would never go looking for this. We're not performing and trying to make ourselves feel good. We're actually trying to build a network of people that can be anti-imperialists in America. And it's not easy to do. It's very difficult in these times to build a real in-life organization. People have their issues. We live in a very strange time, but we have to do it. And we are committed to continuing this project. This video is basically me telling you we need your support. In order to pull off our convention that includes our 7-day program for our members around the country to come to Chicago, includes our huge convention on July 12th, where we're gonna fill up the Midwest Convention Center, in order to have an effective national planning meeting and gathering in Chicago the day after on July 13th. In order to do what we need to do, we need to fill up that auditorium and we need money. And there's really no way around that. We need you to donate to the Center for Political Innovation. We have set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have already contributed. We already raised a couple $1,000, but it's not enough. In order to really pull off our July activities and really have a win for anti-imperialism, we need your support. We need you to go to the GoFundMe right now and donate $5 or $20. We need you to go to the donate button on the CPI website and send us $100 or $50, whatever you can do. If we're gonna do what we need to do in July and build the organization and have the mega anti-imperialist rally that needs to happen on July 12th and solidify the network that we're building to continue to carry out the great operations that we do, we need you to help us out. Every cent that we raise goes into building this group. I'm lucky I have a paycheck with everything that's going on. I'm surviving, and I have consistently put a huge amount of the money that I have, my own resources, my own funds, into CPI because I believe in it, because it needs to happen, because this organization is necessary. I'm looking at what I've got and my own resources and my own bills and all of that, and I'm looking at what's already been paid for, and it's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. I can't just pay for everything myself. We have membership dues and other things, but we need a special gift. We need a special gift to make July happen. We need you to give us a special contribution so that we can make sure the July events go smoothly, that the housing for the people coming in out of town is covered, that the speakers that are being flown in, their airfare is properly covered. We need you to make a special one-time gift to make this July gathering, this anti-imperialist summit that we are organizing. We need you to help us make it happen and help us make it a success. Small gift, big gift, whatever you can do. We need you to help us with it. But you know what? I'll just say this. If it's a matter of send us a gift or come, we'd rather you come. We'd rather you be there. It's much more important that you be there on July 12th. If you can't afford to give us a gift, but you can afford to come to town, if there's one event that you come to this year, make it July 12th. CPI, Center for Political Innovation, we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and we're doing it right. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to win the internet. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to make ourselves feel special or act like we're cool. We're building what needs to be built. We are building the real connections. And if you can understand why what we're doing is so important, if you can understand why anti-imperialism is the future, but we have to break out of the narrow niche circles and internet culture and get to the masses of people with real outreach. If you can understand that, please give us a gift. We're trying to build an actual movement to win new people to anti-imperialism and continue to carry out operations to change the conversation in America so that we have a country where there's a mass movement demanding justice for working families and an end to these wars, that we're saying no to World War III, we're saying no to the emerging low-wage police state. That's what we urgently need. So if you can help us in any way, send us a gift. If you can be there on July 12th, be there. This is the biggest endeavor CPI has ever done, and it's going to lead to even bigger things. We don't back down. We don't go away. If we were going to back down, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were one of their plants or one of these fake anti-imperialists, they would be making it a lot easier for us. We have been facing a lot of challenges, but we continue to achieve great victories. So we need your support. Please send us a contribution. Please be there on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in the Chicago area. It's right near the O'Hare Airport. It's going to be awesome. We need you there. Thank you.
Technician who makes sure things are good, and then they have a political representative from the Communist Party. Not direct worker management of the factory, but this 3-in-1 combination. And at various times in the cities in China, the fighting gets so intense that actually factory workers are going out to stop the students from killing each other. And students are, it's very violent. I mean, and it's extremely chaotic. And William Hinton, the American writer, he's living in China at the time, and he's observing this. And in the United States, many left-wing activists and students are very inspired by the Cultural Revolution that's happening. The Progressive Labor Party in the United States, they support the Cultural Revolution. They think it's great. The Revolutionary Action Movement, they support it. The Workers' World Party supports it. And many point to it as proof that China is more revolutionary than the Soviet Union. And the Little Red Book, among Students for a Democratic Society activists, the Little Red Book becomes kind of almost like a thing that everybody has. And at SDS conventions, they're waving the Little Red Book around like they're in China. And in the United States, anti-Vietnam War protests and black liberation protests are really escalating. October 21st, 1967, hundreds of thousands of people march against the Vietnam War. Abby Hoffman is a countercultural figure who leads a breakaway march, and they go to the Pentagon, and they're protesting at the Pentagon. And Abby Hoffman is this kind of cultural figure. He says he has something called the Youth International Party. Another figure associated with it is Jerry Rubin. And they are promoting drug use. They think drug use is very revolutionary. And interestingly, there's a TV interview with Phil Donahue, where Jerry Rubin's being interviewed by Phil Donahue.
Can we take another one? Hi, you had a brief question for Jerry Rubin.
Yes, Mr. Donahue. First of all, I'd like him to know that that he is speaking to one of his peers. I'm 23 years old and I'm a college graduate, and I followed his movement closely. And since he seems to advocate man's humanity to man, I would appreciate his being more polite to me than he has been to previous callers. First of all, Mr. Rubin, how long do you think you would stay alive were you to advocate your policy in Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Russia, or Red China for that matter?
Well, I wouldn't be advocating when I'm advocating now. There, hey, why don't you finish, man? Why don't you let me finish? You're interrupting a lot. You're really interrupting a lot. You're very nervous. I'm so nice to her, and you treat me... Okay, go ahead, talk to her. Go. I advocate a revolution in all those countries except China. I advocate a revolution in those countries. I think that we need a world revolution. I think that's what's happening.
Basically, in the minds of the yippies, or the radical hippies, there was a feeling that China was the one true communist, society. And all over the United States, Students for a Democratic Society is growing in big numbers. Martin Luther King Jr. is assassinated on April 4th, 1968. He's assassinated, and in response, there's uprisings and rebellions in almost every major urban center of the United States. So Mao issues another statement supporting Martin Luther King. He says, some days ago, Martin Luther King Jr., the African-American clergyman, was suddenly assassinated by the U.S. imperialists. Martin Luther King was an exponent of nonviolence. Nevertheless, the U.S. imperialists did not, on that account, show any tolerance toward him, but used counter-revolutionary violence to kill him in cold blood. This has taught the broad masses of black people in the United States a profound lesson. It has touched off a new storm in their struggle against violent repression. The storm of the African-American struggle is taking place with the United States in a striking manifestation of the comprehensive and political and economic crisis now gripping U.S. imperialism. It is dealing a telling blow to U.S. imperialism. This is, Mao is supporting the uprising. And it's interesting because if you read his statement, Mao makes it pretty clear. He's undisputed in his mind that the U.S. government killed Martin Luther King. And in the African-American community, that was the feeling in the United States. Among radical circles, that was the feeling, was that it was just assumed that it had been the U.S. government that had killed Martin Luther King. The final years of Martin Luther King's life, he was, speaking against capitalism, denouncing the Vietnam War, saying that the USA needed to adopt a democratic form of socialism. I know the filmmaker Michael Moore tells the story of when he was a teenager. The night Martin Luther King was killed, he was, somebody was out at their car, was heating up their car, and heard on the radio outside of the church that Martin Luther King had been killed. And so when the crowd of people were coming out of the church after the evening prayer service, the person shouted, someone shot Martin Luther King. And all the people coming out of the church in this very small town in Michigan, it was very conservative, all started applauding. And there was a feeling among the conservatives in the United States that Martin Luther King should be killed. And the FBI had gone after him, right? COINTELPRO. And so Martin Luther King's assassination touches off a huge storm of rebellions. In April, later that year, Columbia University is shut down by protests by Students for a Democratic Society because the university is planning to build a new gym and evict a whole bunch of residents of Harlem from their homes, and they're also cooperating with the military to do military research and stuff. August of 1968, you have the Students for a Democratic Society protesting the Democratic National Convention in Chicago because they're going to nominate a pro-Vietnam War candidate, even though millions of students in the United States oppose the Vietnam War. And of course, the students are very brutally beaten up outside the convention. It's very ugly. So, 1969, back in China, after the Cultural Revolution has been in full swing, has the 9th National Party Congress. And there are 1,512 delegates from around China that come to this party Congress. However, most of them are not members of the Chinese Communist Party. They're Red Guards, right? It's a whole new party, basically. All these young activists that have never been part of the party. And at the new Chinese Communist Party Congress of 1969, they pass a new constitution for the Chinese Communist Party that declares that when Mao dies, Lin Biao will become the new leader. They enshrine into the Constitution that the theory of continued revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat is officially part of the Chinese Communist Party's belief. Mao is very old at that point, and he barely speaks. He just kind of shows up and waves. That's what happens there. June 18th of 1969, Students for a Democratic Society has its national convention in Chicago. And at their national convention, there's a big fight between the Progressive Labor Party, which is pushing for a worker-student alliance, urging young people to get jobs in factories, and Progressive Labor Party doesn't support the Black Panthers. Right? The Black Panthers have sprung up, and they're former members of the Revolutionary Action Movement that are engaging in armed patrols and following the police around, and they've become kind of this symbol of black rebellion in the United States, the Black Panther Party, right? It's a very radical organization. Well, the Worker-Student Alliance doesn't support them and wants young people to get jobs in factories. This other faction, called the Revolutionary Youth Movement, supports the Black Panthers and urges young people not to get jobs in factories, but to engage in ultra-left street fighting and street violence. So the Students for a Democratic Society convention, it ends in chaos, right? It breaks apart. The Revolutionary Youth Movement faction is famous for their manifesto that they wrote, which is called "You Don't Need a Weatherman to Know Which Way the Wind Blows." People refer to them as the Weatherman faction. At the convention, everyone's waving around the little red book, and they're all beating each other up, and chaos is erupting. The Weatherman faction calls for days of rage in Chicago, in which thousands of young people are supposed to gather in Chicago to fight the police. Well, a grouping within the Revolutionary Youth Movement thinks that's kind of a bad idea. And the Black Panthers also think that's a bad idea. And they say, well, instead of going out and doing chaotic violence in the streets, you should do survival pending revolution. Because starting in 1949, the CIA launched a program called the Congress for Cultural Freedom and started funneling money to anti-communist leftists. Generally, the people that made up the Congress for Cultural Freedom were followers of the Trotskyite Max Shachtman. And Shachtman, after World War II, his followers, one of them being Irving Kristol, who is the father of neoconservatism, started working for the CIA. And Irving Kristol was actually the director of the CIA's Congress for Cultural Freedom program, where they started covertly giving money to leftists in order to put out an anti-Soviet message. The magazine Partisan Review, which was purported to be a communist socialist magazine, and it was all over the college campuses. Every campus you went to, you could find Partisan Review, and it was this subversive communist magazine, except it like every issue was devoted to exposing the Stalinists. And a lot of what was done in Partisan Review magazine was equating the Soviets with the Nazis, right? And saying that it's basically the same system. And direct CIA payments to pay for their operations were supplemented by the Ford Foundation and the Rockefeller think tanks and other things. And various left-wing academics were getting subsidized by getting paid lots of money to have their articles appear in this magazine that was everywhere. And this was the conscious manipulation. And you talk about the Frankfurt School and the rise of this new, and it's weird because on the right, they have this whole thing about cultural Marxism, right? Well, what they're missing is that a lot of these cultural critics that really emphasized Gramsci really downplayed the idea of class struggle. Emphasized. You had Herbert Marcuse, who said that the working class was not revolutionary; it would be the intellectuals who were the revolutionaries. All of this was being covertly supported as a way to kind of direct intellectuals and leftists away from Marxism. And in the process, they changed really the nature of what leftism was. The anti-populism came out. Susan Sontag is a really important voice in this milieu. And so Hannah Arendt also comes out of this. And anti-populism, the idea that average people are the enemy, that average people are dangerous, and if they ever get together and start fighting for their rights, that's basically the same as Nazi Germany. That became a big theme in what it meant to be a leftist, this kind of intellectual nonconformity.
Up with that they want, but none of them, very, very few of them, actually want a planned economy where society controls and plans the means of production. So when these fundamental 4 points can't be agreed upon, when all of the forces in America that call themselves communists can't agree on these 4 fundamental points, how can we say that we're in the same movement? There's not a single communist organization that believes in anti-imperialism. There's not a single communist organization that is in favor of economic growth. There's not a single communist organization that is not loyal to the left. There's not a single communist organization that even wants a centrally planned economy. They all are doing something different. They're all doing something different. And so at this point, with no communist organization in America that stands for these principles, we preserve those 4 points. So we preserve the revolutionary essence of Marxism, Leninism. However, we do stray from Marxism. At the same time that we preserve Marxism's revolutionary essence, we stray from Marxism, Leninism in some pretty key areas. For example, the foundational principle, the foundational philosophy of Marxism, Leninism is dialectical materialism. And I reject dialectical materialism. I believe in God. I believe in the power of the human will and intention. I don't believe that conflict is the way that history always moves forward. Conflict certainly happens, but it's not the only way. And the dialectical materialist philosophy rejects all spirituality, says all that exists is matter, and that matter is constantly changing, and through struggle, contradiction, history moves forward. Well, I think history can move forward with forgiveness, with reconciliation, with common interest, with people working together and having a similar goal, with mentors and mentees, object-subject relationships. I think that there are other ways history can move forward, not only with contradiction and struggle. And I also think that spirituality is very important. I think God exists. I think that mind over matter, and believing in yourself and expecting good from the world. I believe you get what you expect, and so the idea that your mind doesn't create reality, your mind just reflects the material world around you, the idea that there is no God, the idea that change only comes through conflict and all of that, I don't accept that philosophically. I think it made sense why Karl Marx believed that, because he emerged in the era in which feudalism was being defeated. And feudalism was a society where they said spirituality was all that mattered. The church
ran everything. Everyone's total existence was justified in the name of spirituality. And there was supposed to be no struggle in feudalism. Everyone was just supposed to know their place and accept it. And a lot of people, peasants, didn't like that. Different people rose up. And so Marx was celebrating the burst of struggle to overthrow feudalism. He was celebrating science and rational thinking, which was the overturning of the strict religious feudalism that was very dogmatic. And so it makes sense that Karl Marx would believe in this dialectical materialist philosophy. It seemed like the ultra-revolutionary view, the ultra break with the old society view, but it was an overcorrection. It was an overcorrection. He replaced the rigidity of feudalism that rejects all struggle and the insane religious dogmatism of feudalism with materialism and the dialectical philosophy. And I think that was a mistake. I do not promote dialectical materialism. And I believe that dialectical materialism is damaging psychologically. If you live your life believing that there is no God, if you live your life believing that all change comes through conflict and struggle, and that I believe that you will burn out. It will destroy you psychologically. You need to learn to forgive. You need to learn to love. You need to learn to find common ground. You need to learn to accept. You need to learn to have give and take action. You need to learn to follow and look up and admire, right? You can't just live a life of struggle, and you need to find God, and you need to wrangle with your own spiritual being and what you're asking of the universe and what you're putting out there. So I just do not accept the dialectical materialist philosophy. Second, we recognize non-Marxist Leninist socialism. There are a number of governments around the world that are not Marxist-Leninist, but are socialist governments that have broken out of imperialism, that have built a centrally planned economy where the banks and the factories and the major industries are controlled by the state, and the state is overseeing economic growth. There's no fundamental economic difference between Iran's economy and China. In China, they believe in Marxism, Leninism, and Mao Zedong thought. In Iran, they believe in Shia Islam. But what's the difference? Iran actually has a higher rate of state ownership than China does. In Iran, they have Basij councils that carry out the will of the revolution on a local level. In Iran, they have state-run industries. They have the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. I mean, there's a different ideology in Iran. In Iran, they're Muslims, and in China, they're communists. But the economic system that they have, which is a government that has come out of an anti-colonial, anti-imperialist revolution, controlling the economy and planning it out to have economic growth, it's the same system. Gaddafi's Libya, they didn't believe in Marxism, Leninism, but they had a centrally planned economy where housing and healthcare and education was guaranteed to all, and the state planned out the major industries, and they were aligned with the Soviet Union. Ba'athist Arab socialism in Iraq and in Syria, Bolivarian socialism in Venezuela, Nicaragua, all over the world. There are socialist countries where countries have broken out of imperialism and established a centrally planned economy where Marxism-Leninism is not their ideology. However, communist groups, and I guess the communist ideology to some degree or other, insists that only the Marxist-Leninist ideology can create socialism. And this is something that even some of our closest friends hold on to. This belief that Vietnam, because it's a Marxist-Leninist party, is socialist, but Iran is a bourgeois nationalist state. I don't accept that. That Venezuela might eventually become a socialist country, but they're not there yet because they don't believe in Marxism-Leninism. But the Lao People's Republic, well, that's a full socialist society. That doesn't make any sense, right? There's nothing, if we're talking about the economic system, right? There's absolutely no reason that a country cannot have a socialist society unless they say, we believe in Marxism-Leninism. And that is a ridiculous form of dogmatism. And it's worth noting that that is something that the Soviet Union didn't believe. The Soviet Union considered Iraq to be what they called a socialism-oriented government. And they considered Gaddafi's Libya to be what they called a socialism-oriented government, right? The Soviet Union understood that there were other socialist countries that weren't Marxist-Leninist. On top of that, the Marxist-Leninist governments that do exist have become ideologically eclectic. For example, the Chinese Communist Party now claims Confucius as part of its ideological heritage. Bet you didn't know that.
To be birds flying higher in a sky more blue. If I can dream of a better land where all my brothers walk hand in hand, tell me why, oh why can't my dream come true? Oh, why? Sun where hope keeps shining on everyone. Tell me why, oh why won't that sun appear? We're lost in a cloud with too much rain. We're trapped in a world that's covered with pain. But as long as a man has the strength to dream, he can redeem his soul and fly.
You should go into working class neighborhoods and organize and try to build a new communist party, right? Fred Hampton, a leader of the Black Panther Party of Chicago, was very critical, and the Black Panthers largely don't agree with what the Weathermen do.
The Weatherman SDS has been trying to give the impression that the Black Panthers are on their side, but the Panthers deny this.
We believe that the Weatherman action is anarchistic, opportunistic, individualistic, it's chauvinistic, it's custoristic, and that's the bad part about it. It's custoristic in that its leaders take people into situations where the people can be massacred, and they call that revolution. And it's nothing but child's play, it's folly. We think these people may be sincere, but they're misguided, they're muddleheads, and they're scatterbrained.
All right, Revolutionary Youth Movement 2 is formed by people within the Revolutionary Youth Movement faction who don't agree with them. October 8th, that's the day that the Days of Rage are supposed to start. Roughly 300 people assemble wearing football helmets and carrying chains and baseball bats, fight the police. 200 of them are arrested. December 4th, Fred Hampton, the leader of the Black Panther Party of Chicago, is murdered. He's killed in his bed while he's sleeping, right? He's organized the people of Chicago into a gang truce, right? He's formed a rainbow coalition. He's doing a free breakfast program, feeding school kids. He's not calling for violence. He's calling for building community organizations. He's emphasizing the need to teach Marxism. And at that point, Huey Newton, the leader of the Black Panther Party, is calling for basically, what he calls this theory of intercommunalism, And it's this idea that first they'll have the Black Panther Party among the African American community, then they'll have a Puerto Rican organization, they'll have a Chicano organization, they'll have a gay organization, and he's going to work with the Revolutionary Youth Movement too, and they're going to build a white working class organization, and eventually they'll all merge into one multinational new revolutionary communist party for the United States. But people need to organize their own communities first, and then they'll enter together. And that's a way to make sure that the problems that he blames the old Communist Party. He says in the old Communist Party, there was a feeling that a lot of the African American members felt like they were being used or not given proper autonomy, and that'll kind of resolve that difference by giving people autonomy and control of their own organizations. Eventually, a new Communist Party will be formed based on these different organizations among specific communities first. Well, Fred Hampton is gunned down in his apartment. They call it a vicious Panther attack on the front page of the paper. But of course, if you look at what happened, it wasn't a Panther attack. It was an assassination. I mean, it's very well documented. They just killed him. The family has won settlements in court. So shortly after that, the Weathermen, and they call their National War Council in Flint, Michigan, and it's a big rally in which they're calling for more ultra-left street fighting violence. Bernadine Dorn, the leader of the Weathermen, actually hails Charles Manson, who recently went on a killing spree. And she says, quote, "First they killed those pigs, then they ate dinner in the same room with them, then they shoved a fork into Pig Tate's stomach, wild. And the Weathermen start saluting each other with a fork salute, in honor of Charles Manson and his fork killing Sharon Tate." Shortly afterwards, the Weathermen disappear, and there's roughly 30 of them left who go on an underground bombing campaign for like a decade, doing symbolic bombings. However, the Revolutionary Youth Movement 2, which is the group within SDS that had supported the Black Panthers but didn't agree with the Weathermen's street fighting tactics, they, at that point, say that they want to go into communities and start building a new communist party that will fight for the working class. And they lay the basis for what will be my next section, which is where I'll talk about the new communist movement. So, I want to discuss that.
Yes, what was not mentioned is that certain key members of the Weathermen were actually on the pay of the FBI. And so that's why they were advocating violence, so that would discredit the whole left. Same thing in Italy with Gladio. You had key members who were on the pay of the FBI, and a lot of the bombings in Italy didn't have anything to do with the Red Brigades. They all had to do with the U.S.
NATO intelligence.
CIA and NATO intelligence.
Going into the Days of Rage, the reason why a lot of the Black nationalist movement and Fred Hampton said, like, this is a bad idea, you don't go into Days of Rage, because you had a bunch of middle-class white students going into, poor black areas, causing a ruckus. And then, like, it's basically what they called revolutionary tourism, if you want to call it that. And then, like, after they left, the police would start cracking down on the black people who actually lived there. Meanwhile, the white students who came there just to smash some windows are long gone. It's just, it was more harm to the community of black folks who actually lived there. It was very ultra-left.
I just remember there was a thing where PL was criticizing the Vietnamese because they said the U.S. troops there are workers in uniform and they shouldn't be shooting at them, they should give them leaflets or something like that.
There you go.
I feel like it's almost kind of become like a consensus that it was the Cultural Revolution that produced a lot of or influenced a lot of the ultra-leftism or amateurishness of the new left in the United States. Like, how much do you think that's actually attributable to what was going on in China versus it kind of being misunderstood over here?
Well, there was a divide in the American ruling class. That's really, really apparent at the time. When it came to the Vietnam War, there was the soft power CIA faction of the U.S. government that didn't want troops in Vietnam. And there was a military-industrial complex that did want troops in Vietnam, right? And that it is very well documented that there was a lot of CIA money going to fund the drug programs and going to fund some student activism. And that most certainly had an effect. And I'm going to talk about that in my next section. But it's kind of amusing. I was talking to George earlier today about the filmmaker Jean-Luc Godard. Jean-Luc Godard was a French filmmaker who in the 70s was a Maoist, I guess. And he made a movie he was commissioned by the Rolling Stones to make the movie version of their song Sympathy for the Devil. And if you watch that movie, right, it is kind of like violence and utter chaos is what you want. And then Abby Hoffman wrote a book called Revolution for the Hell of It. and that there was this kind of feeling that chaos is the goal, and as much chaos and destruction as you can create, and that there was a very big section of the intelligence agencies that were supporting, chaos, seeing the military-industrial complex as probably working against the long-term interests of the United States. And I'm going to talk about that in the next section for sure, but I would absolutely say that. And youth organizing has been a big part of communism from the beginning. What Mao was doing with the Cultural Revolution, where you had the youth being organized to overthrow the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party, was certainly not something that had been done before. There's a book that came out during the Cultural Revolution. It was published by Monthly Review Press, and it was written by a member of the Italian Parliament who visited China during the Cultural Revolution. It's called Daily Life in Revolutionary China. And one passage from that book that really stands out in my mind is the Red Guards, who were like the youth rebels of all of that. They say to her, is it true that in America there are young people, that young men that grow their hair long like girls and use narcotics and listen to rock and roll music? Is this true? And she says, yes, this is true. And she said, don't they know they're being tools of the bourgeoisie? And the culture, the Red Guards, despite the youth rebellion thing, were very, very hostile to counterculture. They thought counterculture in the West was absolutely disgusting, which I think is amusing. But
well, there was a class divide even within the Red Guards, because a lot of them, most of the street battles were. A lot of them were from like the children of the upper echelon party cadres, the Liu Shaoxi, and they wanted to squash. They wanted to make sure that their entitlement stayed, and so there was different areas. So some of these Red Guards would have a base in one factory and in another, and then it turned out the Liu Shaoxi Red Guards wound up, bringing guns and beating people to death, killing people. And of course, these poorer Red Guards would fight them, and that's where a lot of the struggle. Unlike the U.S. media always presented
of a really small peninsula like Crimea, which I've been to, which is entirely centered around a Russian military base. Everyone speaks Russian. If they take a vote to join with Russia, I'm not seeing aggression there. I don't see the aggression. If the Syrian government requests Russia's support to defeat terrorism, again, not seeing the aggression here. If South Ossetia, a Russian-aligned territory, is attacked by Georgia, and then Russia responds to make consequences so Georgia doesn't do that again, I'm really not seeing this aggression, folks. Not seeing this Russian aggression, but they just say it like it's a fact. That's one thing. When things are not true, they say it like it's a fact. That's they don't want to explain it. So there is Russian aggression. Well, no, there's not. But if you just say it like it's a fact, and then if somebody questions it, well, where's this Russian aggression? Are you defending Putin? Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, it's, Venezuela, right? The brutal dictatorship in Venezuela. Wait, how is it a dictatorship? Didn't they vote? Are you defending Hugo Chavez and Maduro? Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, it's a bluff. It's a bluff, right? If you just repeat things over and over again, the fantasy is that that it becomes true. Someone's calling me transphobic and homophobic. Whatever. I don't care. I'm not, so whatever. But I'll address that. Thanks for the super chat. Now, what does Joe Biden go on to say? He says, we will lock in enforceable commitments to reduce emissions in global shipping and aviation, and we will pursue strong measures that make sure other nations cannot undercut the United States economically as we meet our commitments. Right? Fair enough, right? Climate change, whatever. But then he goes on. That includes insisting that China, the world's largest emitter of carbon, stops subsidizing coal exports and outsourcing pollution to other countries by financing billions of dollars worth of dirty fossil energy projects through its Belt and Road Initiative. Can they more blatantly expose what some of this climate change activism promoted by the richest of the rich is really about? China is going all over the world, in places like Africa, in places like Latin America, building coal power plants, bringing electricity to regions that never had it before. And that can't be tolerated in the name of climate change. China is not allowed to go to countries like Uganda, to go to countries like Angola and build coal power plants because it's bad for the environment. That's basically what he's saying here. That's basically what he's saying here, right? That's basically been spelled out here, right? That the climate change thing is being used against the Belt and Road Initiative. David Fox, thank you very much, David. Glad to have you here, and everyone else in Australia. A lot of people in Australia like me. It's kind of interesting. Hey, great. Now, he goes on. This is interesting. He says, I'm under no illusion that the Iranian regime, which has engaged in destabilizing behavior across the Middle East, brutally cracked down on protesters at home, and unjustly detained Americans. But there is a smart way to counter the threat that Iran poses to our interests and a self-defeating way. Trump has chosen the latter. The recent killing of Qasem Soleimani, the commander of Iran's Quds Force, removed a dangerous actor, but also raised the prospects of an ever-escalating cycle of violence in the region and has prompted Tehran to jettison the nuclear limits established under the nuclear deal. Tehran must return to strict compliance with the deal. If it does so, I would join the agreement. Well, that'll never happen, folks, and this is what the killing of Qasem Soleimani was about. Folks, I've said it before, but I will say it again. There were two strategies in dealing with Iran. There was the strategy of the Israeli Likud party, and there was the strategy of the Trump administration, and there was the strategy of the ultra-rich, the richest of the rich, of this faction. These folks were hoping to use soft power to pull off some kind of color revolution in Iran, open Iran up to American investment, expand American influence in Iran, find divisions in Iranian society, foment those divisions, create chaos in Iran, and eventually topple the Iranian government. That was the goal, right? And that was the goal in Cuba, right? We know that at the same time Obama was, cozying up to Cuba, at the same time the CIA was creating a Cuban Twitter and was trying to destabilize Cuba, right? This soft power strategy. What they did in Libya, what they did in Syria, is what they were trying to do in Iran and trying to do in Cuba. We know that. That's a fact. Now, what's interesting, though, is that Betsy DeVos and Eric Prince of Blackwater and who else, right? Bernie Marcus, Sheldon Adelson, they don't really care about that. They want to make lots of money by talking about the Iranian threat and selling weapons. And when Qasem Soleimani was killed, have I heard of claims about Belt and Road taking land? I've heard all kinds of claims. We'll talk about the Belt and Road.
But yes, in China, it is commonly taught that Confucius, the founder of Chinese civilization, the advocate of a feudal hierarchy, that he was the founder of communism because he taught his followers about how there would be the last day, which would be a world without inequality and without oppression. And he told his followers about how there would eventually be communism. And they erect statues of Confucius in China. Was Confucius a Marxist? Is his worldview Marxist? No, but the Chinese Communist Party, despite having a Marxist-Leninist foundation, has included Confucianism in their belief, right? In North Korea, they claim that their ideology, called Juche, which means self-reliance, they say that is a fundamentally higher stage of Marxism-Leninism. They used to say Juche applied to the Korean Peninsula. That's what they used to teach. They used to teach that Juche was just Marxism-Leninism applied to Korea. Now they no longer say that. Now they say we have developed a new ideology that is uniquely Korean. It's called the Juche ideology that is a fundamental stage above Marxism-Leninism. So, even the Marxist-Leninist governments are not strictly Marxist-Leninist anymore. And if you go to Vietnam, the way they talk, yes, Marxism-Leninism is part of it, but so is traditional Vietnamese culture. So, you go to Cuba today. The communist governments around the world, even the ones that are Marxist-Leninist, have not stuck dogmatically to the ideology and have mixed in their own traditions and other ideological views, etc. The founder of the Russian Communist Party, the leader of the Russian Communist Party, Gennady Zyuganov, is a Russian Orthodox Christian. He's a Marxist-Leninist and a Russian Orthodox Christian. He's mixed Russian Orthodox Christianity in with his ideology. So even the Marxist-Leninist governments are not pure Marxist-Leninists anymore. So the idea that you have to believe in Marxism-Leninism to be a socialist society is absurd. In addition to that, all the Marxist-Leninist governments around the world, except, for the most part, with some exceptions that are really, maybe North Korea might be an exception to this, but even they want to change. They'd like to get more foreign investment. All the Marxist-Leninist governments of the world have a market sector. And it is pretty much understood that in a socialist society, while the industries can be run by the state, while the banks can be run by the state plans the economy, the state provides health care, the state oversees economic growth and all of that, it's understood that you need a market sector for the hotels, for the restaurants, for the clothing, for the children's toys, for consumer goods, for things that make life fun. People have to be able to vote with their dollars, and people have to be able to have a new idea and start a company. And that one of the weaknesses of the Soviet model was this idea that that state central planners and state bureaucracy should determine what type of shoes get manufactured and what type of restaurants exist. That's not a good way of doing things. The central planning is good for the commanding heights of the economy, but using the market and letting people vote with their dollars on things that make life enjoyable and fun, consumer goods, that is necessary. The Soviet Union had great economic successes, but it wasn't as good when it came to consumer goods. They were just really behind the West when it came to soda to drink like Coca-Cola, when it came to etc. And that as long as you have an economy where people spend money and etc., you're going to have a market for the things that make life fun. And that's not contrary to having an overall socialist planned economy. The market is not in command. Profits are not in command. The banks are in the hands of the state. The major natural resources are in the hands of the state, etc. But, having the market for fun things, having the market for consumer goods, there's nothing wrong with that. Fourth, we don't practice democratic centralism. Democratic centralism was very effective for the Bolsheviks, and it's been very effective around the developing world when people are fighting a civil war to build a socialist society. But in America, in Western countries, it has been an absolute disaster. Marxism-Leninism says that if you disagree, you either submit and obey what the party decides or you leave. And what that leads to in America is people leave, right? If you're not in, if you're in a war, you can understand why it's important to have rigid discipline, right? If you're in a situation where you're building an actual movement that's making a revolution, it makes sense to have, people can see the benefit of remaining in an organization. But largely, right now we're in a period of a strategic defensive. We're in a period where revolutionary movements are, marginal. Democratic centralism creates a situation where if you actually, strongly believe in what you believe, and if you take this seriously, you have to quit. There can only be one smart person in a group. And that's why you look at all the old communist groups. They're all centered around one smart person. There's one or two smart people that are the bosses, and everyone listens to them, right? And they never get overruled, and no one's allowed to disagree with them, because disagreeing with them, means that you're going against democratic centralism. And you basically, if the party decides to do the opposite of what you want, you have to go along with it, and you don't see a benefit to going along with it. What do you get out of it, right? I mean, you might as well just start your own group. You're going to be just as successful. No one's benefiting from unity, and so you have to just start your own group. And it's been a disaster. And the democratic centralist parties, there's a million little tiny irrelevant democratic centralist parties in America, and none of them have really accomplished very much. And the idea of having a party where people give the whole of their lives, where they must submit and obey democratic centralism, it's an absolute disaster. And in the age of social media, etc., it just doesn't make sense, right? And the final point, we do not claim Comintern lineage. Folks, I don't care if Karl Marx were brought back from the dead and brought back, and then they asked him, would you join CPI? And he said, no. I don't give a shit. If Lenin were brought back from the dead and brought to America, and they asked him to join CPI and said no, I wouldn't care. We do not claim to be the true inheritors of the Communist International. And this is not what serious political parties do. All right? Right? I mean, this is what religions do, right? It makes absolutely perfect sense for the Catholic Church to insist that if Jesus were alive today, he would join their church. That makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense for the Baptists to say that no, if Jesus were alive today, he would join their church. But a serious political party, a serious political movement doesn't claim lineage. All right? If some group out there that's politically wrong did something right and was effective in the way they organized and pointed to a fundamental truth, we should learn from it, whether or not that fits our lineage, right? And that, I'm not interested in giving people this spiel about how I'm the one true descendant of the Communist International. I'm the one true descendant of Marx and Lenin and all of that. That's just silliness. It's just absolute silliness, right? No serious political movement does that. And if you look around the world, the places that are having anti-colonial revolutions, Hugo Chavez did not claim Comintern lineage, and he created socialism in Venezuela. There are many revolutionary anti-imperialist movements.
Right? And that's what capitalism has done. But regardless, those were not good times. I came to this city on a Greyhound bus. A lot has happened since 2010. Right? Occupy Wall Street has happened. I've traveled the world. I've been to Iran. I've been to Venezuela. I've been to Russia. I gave a speech in Brazil to thousands of union workers about how Wall Street is manipulating the oil prices and was dropping the oil prices to hurt independent countries around the world. I participated in a humanitarian mission trying to get to Yemen and deliver humanitarian aid to Yemen as Saudi Arabia was bombing and killing people in that country. And at this point I work for an international TV network, and I report the news as a journalist, and I do it in a way that I can guarantee you that the Wall Street elite does not like. I'm in a good spot. But, most people that'll give you a story like that, they'll tell you, see, that's how great capitalism is, right? Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, right? We're going to work hard, right? Bullshit. Bullshit. Tell you, if you get any group of young people together, you're going to get people that are working 6 or 7 hours behind a counter with a manager driving them to work harder the entire time. And at the end of that 6 or 7 hour shift, in which they're constantly being pushed to get better stats at the cash register, sweep those floors faster, at the end of that 6 or 7 hour shift, what happens then? Do they finally get to go home and have a beer and rest? Oh no. That's when they take their laptop and they take their backpack and they go to class, right? And they run up more student debt. Another rip-off scheme for these billionaires to do. They're trying to just get a chance at the middle-class lifestyle their parents had, that American dream that you could get if you just work hard, right? They're trying to get a chance at it. They wonder why there's so many school shootings, right? They wonder why people are killing themselves at record rates. They wonder why there's an opioid epidemic here in the United States right now. They wonder why so many people are feeling insecure. I'll tell you what it is. I'll tell you what's killing the millennial generation. All these questions, what's wrong with the millennials? I'll tell you what is killing the millennial generation right now. It's the greed of Wall Street billionaires. It's the psychopathic power of money. Now, again, I'm going to bore you all with another personal story, but I'm making a point. It's not just about me. I remember, during the height of the Occupy Wall Street protests, I was a member of one of these small, irrelevant socialist groups. And I remember that, it was quite exciting to be at Occupy Wall Street. There's so many young people that are so interested in socialism, so passionate. And it got to be a problem because, the literature that my socialist group had was a little bit off. They had a pamphlet about the Carter administration and how during the reign of Jimmy Carter, the generals were over the White House, and exposing the Carter administration. That got to be a little embarrassing to sell to people in their teens and 20s. They also had a pamphlet about how Ronald Reagan was paving the road to fascism. They had that. That was a little interesting. And of all the literature they had nothing that just explained socialism in just kind of clear terms like I'm doing tonight. There was nothing that kind of just put these ideas forward. So I went to the leaders of the group and I said, why don't we put something out that just kind of explains socialism? All these young people who don't know anything about socialism, let's just explain it to them in some literature. So I wrote a draft of it, showed it to the leaders of the group, right? They read it over and they said, well, you got to change this, this, and this. And I said, sure. We changed that. 5, 6, 7 drafts. They liked it. It was all set to go. We printed about 200 copies of it, stapled, folded, a beautiful, nice cover. It was all ready to go out. And the night before I was about to start distributing this pamphlet, I got a phone call. My phone rang, and it was somebody who was a founder of the organization who was at that point about 75 years old. And she called me and she said, "Caleb, you know, I hear that you wrote this pamphlet that you're going to distribute to the occupiers." I said, "Yeah." She said, "Yeah, this isn't happening." And I said, "Well, what's the problem?" I said, "Is it politically? Is there something we need to adjust, so it's the correct political line and that, it shows that we're the true descendants of Lenin and Trotsky and all?" No, it's actually very good," she said. I read through it. Everything you wrote is amazingly correct and everything has been adjusted and all that. I said, "Okay." I said, "What's the issue?" And she said, "Something like this needs to be written by an important leader of the organization. Somebody like me or Fred ought to write something like this." And I said, "Really?" I said, "Well, would you like me to take my name off of it? Is that the issue? I could just, take my name off so it's just like on behalf of the group. It doesn't represent an individual." She said, "Oh, no. I don't want you to take your name off of it. I just want you to destroy every copy of this." And I said to her, "Well, isn't it a problem that we don't have any literature that..."
It's like Stalinism, where Mao just went around picking people out.
It was the opposite of chaos.
It was chaos. It was unleashing hostile forces. The contradictions in China, Mao gave them permission to rebel.
Want to say something?
I was just going to say what you were saying was kind of what I was trying to get at with my question, which is that it seems to me like historians have maybe misattributed a lot of what took place in the 60s in not just the United States, but really the West, towards what was going on in the Cultural Revolution. I think it was awesome.
So in order to make this final section, make sense, I have to do kind of a review of basic Marxism, right? So Marxism views history as a train speeding forward. First you have hunter-gatherer civilization, then from that you get the slave empires, Greece, Rome, Egypt, etc. Then from that you get the rise of feudalism, and then from feudalism bursts forth capitalism, and then the idea is that socialism will be the next stage, which will eventually lead to the stage of communism. And communism, the idea of communism, is a society in which there's so much material abundance that people will be able to live lives without any coercion, where, from each according to his own ability, from each according to his need. There'll be so much stuff that the need for anyone to hoard anything will kind of go away, the need for jails and prisons and things like that will go away, and that there'll be so much abundance. And Marx documents in his book Capital that capitalism, under capitalism, abundance creates poverty, right? The more effective it becomes to produce goods, the more goods you produce, more people are unemployed, right? There's the story of the coal miner, right? Who's his son is in the house and they're freezing cold, and he says to his father, "Why are we so cold?" And he says, "Because I lost my job in the coal mine." And he says, "Well, why did you lose your job in the coal mine?" He says, "Because there's too much coal." Right? And that's the problem of capitalism. And that capitalism leads to this situation where as technology develops, people become poorer. And that's the problem with capitalism. And so socialism is when the banks, factories, and industries, and the major centers of economic power are organized to serve public good and not profits. And so the surplus of society can just continue to go up. And as a result, we can get closer to that final goal of communism. That's basic Marxism. And, Marx thought socialism would come in the first world first. Well, it didn't. It was countries that were kept chronically poor by Western capitalism and imperialism that developed socialism. And one of the main things socialist governments have done in history is industrialize and raise living standards in developing countries. For example, not only the Soviet Union became a world industrial superpower, electrified with socialism. China has become, at this point, the second largest economy in the world with socialism, but it was socialism that built the huge power plant and electrified Egypt under Abdel Nasser. It was the Soviet Union and Egypt that built it, right? And that there are many great construction projects, that the goal of Marxism has always been to raise the level of productive forces, right? And the idea is you can get closer to this final goal of communism by raising the level of productive forces. The more material abundance exists in society, the closer you can get to communism. Well, the Gang of Four, which was a faction in China that came into power after the death or the disappearance of Lin Biao, which is kind of unexplained. I guess Lin Biao, this general, tried to kill Mao, or it's not exactly clear what happened, and he was on a plane, and there's a plane crash, and Lin Biao, the author, the person who put together the Little Red Book, he goes out of leadership in China. The Gang of Four come into power. And one of the key points the Gang of Four makes is that you can transition to a higher stage in poverty, basically arguing that you can get to communism without raising the level of productive forces. That as long as you have an egalitarian revolutionary line, that you can get closer to communism. And they declare China in 1970 to be the most advanced toward communism in all of human history. And at that point, I will mention that a leader named Pol Pot in Cambodia took that argument to another stage. Pol Pot eventually took power in Cambodia. And Pol Pot declared not only could you transition to a higher stage in poverty, but that Cambodia didn't need to industrialize, that they could have agrarian socialism, and that they could have socialism on the basis of an agrarian economy with no industry. The Gang of Four also began speaking of what they called Soviet social imperialism. And that was the idea, Mao, Lin Biao had been very critical of the Soviet Union. They thought it was revisionist, was selling out the revolution. The Gang of Four took it to another level, and they said the Soviet Union are imperialists. They're just like the United States, just like the Western capitalists. They're the Soviet social imperialists. The first country where we saw China start to collaborate with the United States against the Soviet social imperialists was Angola. In Angola, you had the MPLA, which was one of the main communist groups that was resisting the Portuguese, and the CIA was fighting against them, and China started sending its forces to Angola to fight against the Soviet Communist Party, the MPLA. That was in 1969. 1973, you had China embrace Pinochet, right? Because Pinochet had overthrown Salvador Allende. Salvador Allende was the socialist, was seen as a puppet of the Soviet social imperialists. He was overthrown. Haile Selassie in Ethiopia, kind of was a leader, the emperor of Ethiopia, had been aligned with the United States. China very much embraced him. And the Gang of Four also started having rallies at the North Korean border against North Korea. And they called Kim Il-sung a fat revisionist pig because he was neutral between the Soviet Union and China. And the Chinese foreign policy began to change. And what's important to note about that is that at the same time, as China's declaring, and the Gang of Four are declaring that China can be socialist without having economic growth, no growth politics is starting to become popular in the United States and among leftists, right? The CIA, at the point, they had a program called the Congress for Cultural Freedom, where they were funneling money to left-wing groups. They funded money. They actually set up a Trotskyite magazine called the Partisan Review, and it was all paid for by the CIA, but it was promoting a lot of people who were...
What's bizarre is she's trying to frame herself as Miss Black Lives Matter, when in reality, Kamala Harris was the queen of mass incarceration.
Kevin Cooper was hours away from receiving lethal injection. Hours away from it. His lawyers asked that DNA evidence be acquired in order to make sure he was actually guilty of the crime. And Kamala Harris's office tried to prevent DNA evidence from being acquired. They wanted Kevin Cooper to be executed, but the governor of California disagreed. They acquired DNA evidence, and the execution was stopped. The New York Times tells us that she feels really bad about it, for whatever that means. And people can also recall that while she was head of the California State Attorney General's office, over 1,000 people were locked up for smoking marijuana. She presided over jailing a lot of people. And on top of that, the drug labs in the state of California that were being used by the police were turning up false positive results. And yet, Kamala Harris's office did not tell the defense attorneys or the judges about this. They knew that the drug labs were turning over false positives, and people went to prison because her office concealed that their drug labs were turning up false positives. And another thing about Kamala Harris, I don't know if people saw, but there's a video of Kamala Harris where she's bragging about how she jailed the parents of children who were truant from school.
I would not be standing here were it not for the education I received. And I know many of us will say the same thing. And I believe a child going without an education is tantamount to a crime. So I decided I was going to start prosecuting parents for truancy. Well, this was a little controversial in San Francisco. And frankly, my staff went bananas. They were very concerned because we didn't know at the time whether I was going to have an opponent in my re-election race. But I said, look, I'm done. This is a serious issue, and I've got a little political capital, and I'm going to spend some of it.
Have you seen the clip? And she gets up there, and it's the same kind of thing. She's giggling. Yes, I had the idea that we could lock up parents who are truant from school. You know, I wouldn't be anywhere in my life if it weren't for my education, and so not giving a child their education is a crime, and so I jailed parents, and she's giggling about it. It's just so great. And, you know, I see so much in U.S. media. They like to trivialize incarceration. There's so many shows on Netflix and all of that where it ends towards the end where someone goes to jail, but it's part of the happy ending. It's okay. And they don't seem to realize what that means. You know, when one member of a family, when a father or a mother goes to prison, or a brother or a sister, it hurts the entire family. And when Kamala Harris is up there giggling about, oh, you know, I locked up these parents because their kids weren't in school. You know, yeah, kids need to be in school. If kids aren't getting to school, it's a problem. But the worst thing you could do is then throw their parents in jail. That's not going to help the situation in any conceivable way. But when she's joking about it, and she's laughing about it, Kamala Harris, she says, what did she say? She said, well, I wouldn't be anywhere if it wasn't for my education. It's about her. The big line when she was calling out Joe Biden, when she was trying to contend with Joe Biden in the presidential election, what did she shout at Joe Biden? She shouted, that little girl was me!
You know, there was a little girl in California who was part of the second class to integrate her public schools. And she was bused to school every day. And that little girl was me.
And then her campaign started churning out T-shirts with the face of 10-year-old Kamala Harris on them. Do you remember this? Yes. It's almost like she wants us to vote for her because she was once a 10-year-old child. I mean, that's what it sounds like. What's particularly interesting is, you know, you remember when Barack Obama was running for president. We knew everything about Barack Obama. We knew all about Barack Obama's pastor. We knew about Barack Obama's father from Kenya. We knew the school he went to in Indonesia. But Kamala Harris, barely anybody knows anything about Kamala Harris. Well, Kamala Harris's mother, who's now deceased, was from India, was a cancer researcher. And Kamala Harris's father, Donald Harris, was a Marxist economist, and is a Marxist economist, a professor at Stanford University. He was an advisor to the government of Michael Manley in Jamaica, and he and Kamala are estranged from one another. He did not attend Kamala's inauguration as vice president. They're not on good speaking terms. But the more you look at it, it's very clear that Kamala Harris sees herself as a victim. The way Kamala Harris speaks, the world has been unfair to her. And she blames Donald Harris for that to some degree or other. We don't know why. We also, there's rumors, we don't really know what happened when she was in Quebec. We just know she never talks about the years that she spent in Quebec. But Kamala Harris thinks that she is a victim. And she wants the whole world to know that that little girl was her. And she wants vengeance. And she wants to make people pay. And she wanted to make Kevin Cooper pay. And she wanted to make those parents pay. That's what leftism is if it's stripped of economics. If it's stripped of class struggle, if it's stripped of a desire to have the people rise up and control the means of production, if it's just anger, if it's just revenge, it's just a call for destruction, a call for rebellion, that's what Kamala Harris is. Kamala Harris, she's very much a guillotine meme. That's what she is. It's the glorification of punishment, a desire for revenge, a desire for destruction. And that if you look at the history of socialism around the world, the strength of socialism wasn't the guillotines, it wasn't the firing squads, it wasn't the persecution. That's not what people remember the strength of socialism being. They just did a poll. 75% of Russians say that the Soviet Union was the best time in their history, but they're not thinking that because of executions. This was from a PBS documentary. They interviewed a woman named Tatiana Fedorova.
Stalin set a task. Build this or build that. And thanks to the fact that people trusted him and this enthusiasm of young people, it was possible. Remember, this was a country where people were illiterate, lived in virtual darkness, wore birch bark shoes. Even now, I think it's like something out of a fairy tale. How was it possible at one of the most difficult times to raise these great construction sites? It was only possible through the unity of the people and the love of the people for their idol.
And the reason Stalin remains wildly popular in Russia, it's not because he executed people, it's because he mobilized them to build that country up from nothing. This was a country... He built some of the world's largest power plants. He wiped out illiteracy, and he built a modern industrial country. He raised millions of people up out of poverty. And then they fought off the Nazi invaders, and then they rebuilt the country again, and a few years later they were the first country in outer space. And the strength of socialism was not that it punished people and that it persecuted people, but rather that it enabled people to go out and build and construct. I've said to many people, I'm not a socialist because I want to destroy America. I'm a socialist because I want to save America. And we have to save America from the horrors that are being unfolded by an irrational system where profits come before people. I want to save America. I want to build a better world. If all the apparatus they've created for destroying people, for imprisoning people, for breaking people psychologically, could be utilized to build and to construct, if popular power were put in control of the means of production and control of the state apparatus of the United States, we could build something very, very beautiful.
They want you to be mad at Russia and China instead of the looters that are sitting not very far from here off Wall Street, who are actively getting bailouts in the billions, arguably even in the trillions, for their gambling debts. That's what we're here against, and that's why we're taking a stand for freedom of speech, because they're going after the Yahoo movement and anyone who stands against the imperialists, because they know we're a real threat and that's rising. They know we authentically represent the American people. They know that the American people are ready for a change and ready for an end to the wars. And that's why they're cracking down on our First Amendment. They're cracking down on our Fourth Amendment. They're cracking down on all the civil liberties we know and love.
Movements around the world, and none of them are communism TM or communism trademark, right? Communism TM is a dead brand. And if you haven't figured that out, your head is in the sand, right? Communism TM is not going to be taking power in any country anytime soon because it's largely a dead brand, right? It's just, people who claim they are the true inheritors of Marx and Lenin, they're his direct descendants, they're not taking power, right? It's dead. It's stagnant as a movement, okay? Now in China, the Chinese Communist Party that is constantly evolving and new, they're doing great things. In Vietnam, they're doing great things. But I went to Venezuela and I met all kinds of amazing anti-imperialist young people who admire Lenin, who admire Stalin, who, were anti-imperialist, and they were all in the United Socialist Party. And then I went to the offices of the Communist Party of Venezuela, and I found a lot of bitter old people that were mad that the Soviet Union fell, and that's how it is, right? Communism TM, Marxism, Leninism is largely a dead brand. And the people that are still going around saying, well, we're the true inheritors of Karl Marx, I mean, it's almost like adopting an obscure religion, right? It's like, saying that you're a Zoroastrian, right? I mean, it's saying that you're the true Taoist and all the other Taoists have sold out, right? It's not productive. If you want to build a serious movement that can seriously change things in our time, you got to get past the idea to claim that you're the true inheritor. We don't claim common turn lineage. We don't claim that we're the true inheritors of any of this, right? So there we go. So I guess just to conclude, communism has so long been an epithet and an enemy within American society that its aesthetics have become a magnet for deviant individuals. Angry teenagers rebelling against their parents, misfits who hate the society they live in, young men with Oedipal dictator fantasies, etc. None of this is the basis for a genuine revolutionary movement. And let me emphasize that, right? Communist groups in America, because communism is equated with Satan in the American discourse, communist groups in America largely attract people that want to be Satan, people that are at odds with the society they live in, people that are deviant, people that are angry, people that kind of want to be something like what the negative stereotypes about communism are. And that's a big problem, right? That's a really, really big problem. Maybe it wasn't a problem in the 1930s, but after generations, it's a problem, right? That unfortunately, communism is seen as being against the country you live in, against the society you live in. And because of that, here we go. On top of that,
The red flag, the guillotine, the desire to unleash suppressed impulses. This was all the psychology that was used by the bourgeoisie to foment and destroy the feudal order. Communism attached itself to these aesthetics. The imperialists have now found them to be useful in spreading instability across the planet. The aesthetics of rebellion, depression, and vengeance belong to the imperialists at this point. They have become part of the color revolution apparatus. Meanwhile, anti-imperialist states often present a much more conservative message, offering protection from the chaos of the market and presenting the nation as a kind of family where all have a place and are cared for. And that's true, right? The tear it down, burn it down, rebel, red flags, build the barricades. That aesthetic belongs to George Soros right now. Communist and anti-imperialist governments don't talk that way. And the people who do talk that way are pro-imperialist woke people who talk that way. The aesthetic that communism attaches itself to, the red flag, the guillotine, this idea of letting your rage out, this is what communism historically was attached to. But at this point, that is the imperialist aesthetic, right? That is what the imperialists have mainly utilized to spread the instability that keeps them at the top. And communist governments and anti-imperialist governments no longer embrace those kind of aesthetics. So that's important, right? We want to talk about practice here. Communists abandoned the Uhuru movement. A group of Hey friends, how you doing today? I'm letting you know, the Center for Political Innovation, we are about to do on July 12th, the biggest event that we have ever done. It will be our national gathering in Chicago on July 12th. And it's going to be really, really special. We are talking with a number of important anti-imperialist voices, a lot of different communities. There's going to be musical performances, dance performances. There's going to be great speeches, and it's going to be a whole day gathering dedicated to anti-imperialism. I am committed, and CPI has always been committed to building an in real life network of people. And we carry out real operations. We were at the inauguration of Trump with our Trump and Kim banner saying only peace can make America great again. We were on the streets of Chicago at the Democratic National Convention with a book exposing what Kamala Harris and who she really is and what she's really about, and it was really, really important. We have 1,000 copies of our book about the Houthis that are being distributed with the poster of the convention on the back to people who would never go looking for this. We are putting door hanger flyers on doors of people, again, that would never go looking for this. We're not performing and trying to make ourselves feel good. We're actually trying to build a network of people that can be anti-imperialists in America. And it's not easy to do. It's very difficult in these times to build a real in-life organization. People have their issues. We live in a very strange time, but we have to do it. And we are committed to continuing this project. This video is basically me telling you we need your support. In order to pull off our convention that includes our 7-day program for our members around the country to come to Chicago, includes our huge convention on July 12th, where we're gonna fill up the Midwest Convention Center, in order to have an effective national planning meeting and gathering in Chicago the day after on July 13th. In order to do what we need to do, we need to fill up that auditorium and we need money. And there's really no way around that. We need you to donate to the Center for Political Innovation. We have set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have already contributed. We already raised a couple $1,000, but it's not enough. In order to really pull off our July activities and really have a win for anti-imperialism, we need your support. We need you to go to the GoFundMe right now and donate $5 or $20. We need you to go to the donate button on the CPI website and send us $100 or $50, whatever you can do. If we're gonna do what we need to do in July and build the organization and have the mega anti-imperialist rally that needs to happen on July 12th and solidify the network that we're building to continue to carry out the great operations that we do, we need you to help us out. Every cent that we raise goes into building this group. I'm lucky I have a paycheck with everything that's going on. I'm surviving, and
I have consistently put a huge amount of the money that I have, my own resources, my own funds, into CPI because I believe in it, because it needs to happen, because this organization is necessary. I'm looking at what I've got and my own resources and my own bills and all of that, and I'm looking at what's already been paid for, and it's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. I can't just pay for everything myself. We have membership dues and other things, but we need a special gift. We need a special gift to make July happen. We need you to give us a special contribution so that we can make sure the July events go smoothly, that the housing for the people coming in out of town is covered, that the speakers that are being flown in, their airfare is properly covered. We need you to make a special one-time gift to make this July gathering, this anti-imperialist summit that we are organizing. We need you to help us make it happen and help us make it a success. Small gift, big gift, whatever you can do. We need you to help us with it. But you know what? I'll just say this. If it's a matter of send us a gift or come, we'd rather you come. We'd rather you be there. It's much more important that you be there on July 12th. If you can't afford to give us a gift, but you can afford to come to town, if there's one event that you come to this year, make it July 12th. CPI, Center for Political Innovation, we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and we're doing it right. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to win the internet. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to make ourselves feel special or act like we're cool. We're building what needs to be built. We are building the real connections. And if you can understand why what we're doing is so important, if you can understand why anti-imperialism is the future, but we have to break out of the narrow niche circles and internet culture and get to the masses of people with real outreach. If you can understand that, please give us a gift. We're trying to build an actual movement to win new people to anti-imperialism and continue to carry out operations to change the conversation in America so that we have a country where there's a mass movement demanding justice for working families and an end to these wars, that we're saying no to World War III, we're saying no to the emerging low-wage police state. That's what we urgently need. So if you can help us in any way, send us a gift. If you can be there on July 12th, be there. This is the biggest endeavor CPI has ever done, and it's going to lead to even bigger things. We don't back down. We don't go away. If we were going to back down, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were one of their plants or one of these fake anti-imperialists, they would be making it a lot easier for us. We have been facing a lot of challenges, but we continue to achieve great victories. So we need your support. Please send us a contribution. Please be there on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in the Chicago area. It's right near the O'Hare Airport. It's going to be awesome. We need you there. Thank you.
Very big names among American leftists now, like Susan Sontag, and I think Noam Chomsky was published in Partisan Review. And the Frankfurt School, which was a cultural criticism school in Germany, had originally been aligned with the Communist Party that kind of became independent. There was a lot of funding that they covertly received, and that there was a left that was getting funding from Western capitalist intelligence agencies, and one of their big differences is that they didn't believe in economic growth. Right? And they talked about a post-industrial United States. And if you read like Abbie Hoffman and Jerry Rubin's writings, they almost envision the United States becoming less industrialized, right? The idea is, well, we're going to leave the cities with their big authoritarian factories, and we're going to go farm in the countryside. And, you know, the Dalai Lama had been somebody who China had fought against. But suddenly in left-wing circles, the Dalai Lama becomes very popular. Tibetan Buddhism and some of these Eastern religions become very popular. The Hare Krishna movement which is a religious sect in India that is very, very right-wing, like probably really, really the enemies of the communists in India. They're really popular at anti-war rallies, and a lot of these young activists who want to become revolutionaries and are protesting the Vietnam War think that Hare Krishnas and Eastern mysticism is really, really beautiful.
They were heroin dealers.
And so in this context, right, where the left in the USA is starting to embrace the idea that growth is a bad thing, just one example I want to give of this, which is fascinating to me. So the 100th anniversary of Lenin's birth is taking place, right, 1970, and there's going to be celebrations on every continent all over the world. And it was on the 100-year anniversary of Lenin's birth that the first Earth Day was held in the United States. And so all the leftists and Marxists weren't celebrating Lenin's birth, they were celebrating Earth Day. And Earth Day was declared to be a holiday by the US government, and it was a big distraction. While the rest of the world was celebrating Lenin's birth, American leftists were having an environmental rally, and the American media just seemed to not notice all the people celebrating Lenin's birthday. Fascinating, I think. But, you know, the Revolutionary Youth Movement, too, which was this faction of SDS that rejected the weatherman's ultra-leftist violence, they have the idea that they're going to form among the broad masses of American people a new communist party. And the way they're going to do that is they're going to get jobs in factories, and they're going to work in factories and convince their fellow workers of communist ideas. And immediately, Revolutionary Youth Movement 2 starts to splinter into different groups. Bob Avakian is out of the Bay Area, and his supporters eventually form the Revolutionary Union, which becomes the Revolutionary Communist Party. A guy named Mike Klonsky, whose father was a prominent leader of the Communist Party USA in the past, he starts the October League, which eventually becomes the Communist Party Marxist-Leninist. There's something called the Asian Study Group, which is Asian Americans who are sympathetic to Marxism and communism. They eventually become the Communist Workers' Party. A lot of activists in Detroit eventually merge into something called the Communist Labor Party. And there's different communist groups that are forming. And these groups, they're getting jobs in factories, and they're the new communist movement. And they're trying to build communism in working class neighborhoods. And in Detroit, the new communist movement is quite successful, I would say. There was black auto workers felt they were being discriminated against by the United Auto Workers Union. So they formed something called the Dodge Revolutionary Union Movement, or DRUM. And they would protest outside the convention of the UAW, chanting, "We finally got the news of how our dues are being used. We finally got the news of how our dues are being used." And they were very much a communist faction of the UAW union. And there was a communist judge who was elected in Detroit who took the American flag out of his courtroom and quoted Mao on the bench. Eventually, towards the end of the 1970s, Coleman Young is elected mayor of Detroit. And Coleman Young had been a fellow traveler and friend of the Communist Party USA. He was very friendly with all the new communist movement groups. Wasn't a member of them, but he ran on a platform of abolishing a section of the police force called STRESS, which stood for Stop the Robberies and Force Safe Society. It was like a brutal SWAT team that was really hated among the African American community. He ran on a platform of abolishing it, and he won. And he was very much considered to be kind of an ally of the new communist movement. He was elected in Detroit. And in Georgia, there were some walkouts and wildcat strikes. 1974 in Detroit, you had Wildcat Summer, where a lot of these new communist movement groups were leading workers to go out on strike without the permission of the union. It's called a wildcat strike. And so there was some modest success, but for the most part, and this must be emphasized, for the most part, the overwhelming majority of the U.S. public had no interest in these groups. There was a feeling that the U.S. economy had been booming. These are just a bunch of rich kids who need to get a haircut, and there was just not an interest in the new communist movement. And the new communist movement is constantly wrangling with what are we doing wrong. And there's harsh polemics among them. And I also want to mention, at the time, China is starting to change. 1970, Edgar Snow visits China, right, for the last time. And he interviews Mao for the last time. He does the final interview with Mao. When he gets there, though, they take him around, and they take him to one of the universities where they're having struggle sessions at the university. And he sees young people get up and confess thought crime, basically, in front of groups of people. I had a counter-revolutionary thought the other night. I was thinking bad things about Mao. I'm so sorry. And Edgar Snow is kind of disturbed by this. This has taken on a character that he doesn't like. And Zhou Enlai, who is the person who arranged for him to interview Mao, he meets with Zhou Enlai, and he's asking Zhou Enlai, and Zhou Enlai very subtly says to Edgar Snow, he says, well, one of the things that Chairman Mao always taught us was that it was important to win people politically with arguments and not with violence. And it's understood that Zhou Enlai is very carefully and quietly telling Edgar Snow that that was not what was happening in China at that time. During the Cultural Revolution, it was with violence that people were being physically intimidated. In 1972, Richard Nixon visits China. And this is at a time where Nixon can't go to any city in the United States without there being a massive protest. But he's welcomed to China as a hero. And China takes its foreign policy to another level. Not only are the Soviet Union social imperialists, the Soviet Union are the main danger to the people of the world, right? And that they are more dangerous than the US imperialists. That becomes the foreign policy. And at the time, Nixon is meeting with Mao, and there's talk of US-China relations expanding. And Nixon is following the strategy of Henry Kissinger. Henry Kissinger is, a Rockefeller creation largely. He's a strategist. And he's basically arguing he sees the divide between China and the Soviet Union, and he's saying, well, we can use China as an ally against the Soviet Union, and he's trying to carry this policy out. But it's very controversial. Even among Republicans, Nixon is widely denounced for having relations with China. And in fact, the John Birch Society starts distributing bumper stickers everywhere with a picture of a syringe. It says, "Cut off China," and repeating this lie that somehow China is responsible for the global heroin trade, right? And, China is very sympathetic to Nixon. They see him as a guy who understands and wants to open relations with them. However, the U.S. Marxist movement hates Richard Nixon and thinks Richard Nixon is a fascist. And, the Revolutionary Communist Party, or I guess their predecessor, the Revolutionary Union, they're supposed to be the China-aligned party, but they formed something called the Workers' Committee to Throw the Bum Out, and are having national protests calling for Richard Nixon's ouster. Now, some of the other groups were closer to what China was saying, but it seemed to be contradictory. While China was seeing Nixon as their potential ally, someone who would open trade with them and get them out of the mess, the U.S. Marxist groups see Nixon as he must go, he must be driven out. It's kind of a contradiction. China announces the three worlds theory. And it's this belief that there are two imperialist countries, the USA and the Soviet Union. There's the second world, which is Western Europe, and then there's the third world, and that China is going to lead the third world in industrializing. And another incident happens in 1974. It's called the Glass Snail Incident. And it's a group of Chinese engineers from the 4th Ministry of Machine Building. They come to the United States, and they tour a factory where they're making color televisions. And at the time, you have to remember, there was an embargo against any technology going to Eastern European socialist countries. Crowd of people. Huge crowd of people here to support Donald Trump, pouring in to watch the inauguration ceremony in the Capital One Arena. Yeah, set up here, over there. How you feeling? How you feeling?
I'm good. I'm good. It was fun to pass out pamphlets at the hotel there. Everybody was asking for more.
Great.
Yeah.
Excellent.
We need to heal America as well. We need to pray for America. We need to make our country great again. We need to take over
The people need to take over to make our country better again. And I hope Trump can help us with that.
Donald Trump for one of the greatest moments of his first presidency, when he went to a country that America has technically been at war with since the 1950s and gave peace a chance. We want to make peace around the world.
You're with Russia, Iran, Brazil instead of EU, traditional American allies.
Yeah, rather than the bankers in London or in Wall Street who are trying to plunge us into poverty, who are trying to hold on to their system rather than trying to build up our economy and economies around the world, making people poorer, degrowing society. We want to stand with the countries of the world that want to build economies.
We need a government of action to fight for working families.
If he could come and set a peace treaty with Israel and Gaza, they can stop massacring and genocide the Palestinian people, I will call him the greatest president in history.
I think that Donald Trump is the man to bridge the gap between China and North Korea and Russia and the U.S.
I hope he is. I mean, when he was in office the first time, he did an amazing thing by visiting North Korea. That was awesome. However, I really didn't like what he did when he murdered Qasem Soleimani, the Iranian leader. I thought that was a huge blunder. It almost brought us to the brink of World War III. And so I'm concerned. I hear a lot of good things coming out of Donald Trump right now. And the fact that the TikTok founder is at the inauguration right now, the fact that he brought peace. Biden was always saying he wanted a ceasefire, but he wasn't able to make it happen. Biden was weak, but Trump was able to force Netanyahu to accept a ceasefire deal.
But I'd love to see, production happen in America again. I'd love to see, solid jobs, right, that aren't these sort of like financial information things, but it's really a stable, solid thing.
Because we want to hire the China Railroad Company to build high-speed rail across America. We want to work with Russia. We want to build railroads from Alaska across the Bering Sea, etc. Because there's nothing for us to gain in trying to prevent these countries from joining with the world economy.
And I think it should be a partnership. We should hire American workers. We should hire American companies, and it should be a joint operation. For example, nuclear power. I'm a big fan of nuclear power, right? If we're going to get off in fossil fuels, we're not going to get off it with windmills and solar panels. We need to go to something higher, and China is leading the world in fusion energy research right now. That's why China just got helium-3 from the moon, is because they want to do fusion energy research.
It would be good for Americans to be able to trade with them. And if we want the situation in those countries to get better, we should want to trade with them, because there's nothing for us to influence them by trying to beat them down and tell them that they're doing things wrong. We've seen that doesn't work.
Kamala wasn't a good choice, you know what I'm saying? And then they play the identity politics too much. That's really getting played out in 2025. Identity politics, trying to play the white and black game, divide and conquer. We live in the internet state. That's played out. That's very played out.
We need a more stable economy and society that's good for families, right? That's good for business, and not one that is just totally chaotic.
Maybe joining the BRICS economy, not trying to keep them in poverty. Keeping them in poverty keeps Americans in poverty. We need to be building the economy of the world.
This idea that smaller is better, and that it's better if we have less, and we just got to go back to nature and all that. That's pessimistic, horrific Malthusian thinking. Growth is the answer. Human beings are always inventing and reinventing our way we've interacted with our environment. Ants have been making their ant farms the same way for thousands of years. Beavers have been making their beaver dams the same way. But just 5,000-6,000 years, human beings have gone from hunter-gatherers in the woods to space travel and iPhones. Human beings are amazing. We have creative power that is amazing. And now is not the time to be pessimistic. We need to believe in growth.
So you're not concerned about climate change or anything like that?
I think climate change is certainly a concern, but the answer is to go higher, right? If fossil fuels aren't working out, we need to get something better than fossil fuels. The answer is not to go backward. Human beings never go backward.
Should we let Iran get the nuke?
Iran has said several times that they do not want nuclear bombs. Do I think that they should be allowed to have peaceful nuclear energy? Absolutely, and they've been completely compliant with nuclear non-proliferation treaty. Unlike some of our allies like Israel.
They're trying to arrest Donald Trump, all the fake charges, indictments on him, the attempt assassination. I think all that plays with the common people. The common people ain't stupid. And then, we love to turn fake news. I never heard a president describe the news like that.
The overwhelming majority of the American people do not want a new war. Yet the criminals like Biden Biden and the neocons, etc., have been trying to push for wars around the world to hold on to their dying system. Only peace will make America great again.
People are not fooled. They got fooled with Obama. Most of my people say, oh, you fooled me with Obama. You won't fool me again.
It's like when they interview Kamala and she goes, what are you going to do different from Biden? And she says, nothing, like a total softball. It's like, oh yeah, no, I'm not going to change anything. So people are like, yeah, no.
Imperialist who will help to dismantle the deep state that is oppressing not only Americans, but the people of the world. We need to be developing our economy, not tearing it down with degrowth and destruction. Only peace will make America great again.
If we were still burning wood to heat our homes, we would have deforested the planet many, many times over. But we don't. Now we start burning coal, now we burn fossil fuels. We're reinventing our relationship with nature. That's the nature of humanity.
The neocons who are in opposition to Trump, the John Boltons, etc., they have said that, well, if Trump comes into office, that'll be the end of NATO. Well, I think that would be a great thing. What do we have to gain by arming countries in Europe, continuing to fund their militaries so that they can have free healthcare and our citizens can go and die on the steps of a hospital? It's completely unfair and stupid.
Donald Trump, he can't be president again because there's only 2 terms allowed in the Constitution. However, he wants to be remembered as a great leader. That's what Donald Trump wants to be remembered as. So to be a great leader, he needs to stand up to Wall Street, he needs to stand up to the war makers, he needs to fight for working families here in America.
What would you say to the people who call Trump a fascist, say that we're in danger of losing our democracy?
I think they just don't have any historical perspective to know what they're saying. I mean, that's just factually untrue.
Do you think Donald Trump can bring peace to Korea? Can he bring peace to Korea? Do you support the banner? You like it?
Hope that President Trump can contribute to denuclearize North Korea and talk to Kim Jong-un and have some the conversation and then bring the peace on the Korean Peninsula.
Yeah, you're happy to see this?
Yeah.
The masses of the people in their millions are the makers of history, not the elites on Wall Street, not the Bidens of the world, the neocons who want to keep you poor so that they can stay rich. Only peace will make America great again.
Black revolutionary socialists, let me just pull this off for a minute. A group of black revolutionary socialists had their homes raided by the FBI, and they were dragged into federal court and charged under the Foreign Agents Registration Act. They said that their preaching of anti-imperialist ideas, that was acting as a foreign agent, and they almost went to prison for 15 years for being anti-imperialists. And none of the communists in America stood with them. None of them. Right? And I was in front of the courthouse with them when they were sentenced. I was in front of the courthouse with them when their trial began. But all the communist groups left them out to dry. Now, if that right there doesn't tell you why communism in America is worthless, I don't know what to say, right? If a group of black activists who are rooted in the Black Panthers, etc., get arrested for preaching anti-imperialism, and they want to throw them in jail as foreign agents, and none of these communist groups support them, that right there tells you something is fucked up. I mean, that right there is huge. And it doesn't even occur to these people to support them. I mean, it's bizarre. It's absolutely bizarre. It doesn't even occur to them to support them. It's bizarre.
It's absolutely bizarre. But, you know, one of these communist groups, I'll just tell you, these communist groups, they're not interested. There's a job that really needs to be done. There's a job that really needs to be done, which is we need to build an anti-imperialist movement to oppose the low-wage police state and the danger of a new world war. No communists in America are doing that or even understand that that is needed or possible, right? I'll tell you, one of these communist groups, right? There's a young woman who came to one of our CPI workshops, and she's very good looking, very articulate and well-spoken. And I said to her, I said, hey, you know, where do you see yourself in 5 years? And she said, I see myself rising up the ranks of my group. And I thought, like, her group doesn't do anything. They have Zoom calls about Stalin. And I said, well, have you considered, I mean, I could see you, you know, being a communist member of Congress. I could see you leading a mass anti-imperialist organization. Maybe you could start your own YouTube channel to preach these ideas. No, she just sees herself leading Zoom calls about Stalin. Like, the idea of building a movement to oppose the low-wage police state, the idea of standing with the Uhuru Three and building a movement to support the Uhuru Three when they're indicted, it doesn't even occur to these people. These people have no idea that you could actually build any kind of revolutionary movement, right? You know, we at CPI are a small organization. And what did we do? Well, when Chairman O'Malley and the Uhuru Three were indicted, you know, what did we do? We went to the federal courthouse. You know, here I will show you, you know, video of what we did. Right? I mean, if you want to see what we did, we supported them because we felt it was necessary. And these other groups, it's like it didn't even occur to them that supporting them was something even worth doing. Right? This was me at the federal courthouse. On behalf of the Center for Political Innovation, I would like to just give and express our deep admiration for the three defendants and what they put up with, what they struggled, how they endured. I also want to say that the Foreign Agents Registration Act, an absurd piece of legislation, was the basis of this prosecution. And that piece of legislation needs to be overturned. The Foreign Agents Registration Act is a threat to all Americans who advocate peace. It essentially criminalizes being friendly to other countries, and that piece of legislation needs to be overturned. That law is a threat on all Americans who advocate peace. We were honored as the Center for Political Innovation to raise this case at the United Nations, to raise this case at the World Youth Festival in Russia, and we will continue to raise this case. A full pardon needs to be granted to the Uhuru Three because Donald Trump saw how that legislation could be weaponized against his own supporters as well. So Donald Trump needs to give a full pardon to the Uhuru Three when he takes office. Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, I was out in front of the federal courthouse. It never even occurred to, to these, these communist groups that have Zoom calls about Stalin that they should support this group, right? Never occurred to them that, wow, the federal government's trying to make it illegal to be an anti-imperialist.
And so these color televisions are being made in the United States, and none of the countries in Eastern Europe have them. And so these engineers come up with the idea that China will, set up a joint venture with the American company that makes color televisions. They'll make color televisions in China, and China can sell them across Eastern Europe. And this is a way China can make money, because American companies can't sell color TVs to Eastern Europe. People in Eastern Europe would like to watch color TV. It's this idea. And so, to seal the deal, the American company gives all the Chinese engineers a glass snail. It's just kind of a gift, right? And so they come back and they've announced, we've got this deal that China is going to start making color TVs. So Mao's wife, who's one of the Gang of Four, hears about this. Furious. She goes and visits the factory, has a press conference at the factory denouncing this and saying that the glass snail is an insult, that this is an insult, this is a mockery of China, and that China would never want to make a Western decadent item like a color television. It was disgusting to even suggest it, and basically destroys the whole deal. And so China doesn't start making color TVs. And Zhou Enlai steps in, and says he was going to carry out an investigation, comes to the conclusion the glass snail was not an insult, and basically saves these students from suffering even more. April 9th, 1974, Nixon resigns. He resigns from the office of the presidency. And again, Nixon was being thrown out, and many of the voices denouncing him were not, low-income voices, but some of the most prominent and powerful voices in U.S. society seemed to be very critical of him. Nixon had escalated the Vietnam War with a massive bombing campaign, but then when it was clear the USA wouldn't win, he also arranged for the USA to withdraw from Vietnam. Nixon had also, at one point, even advocated a universal basic income for American citizens, and he had told the FBI to take the gloves off and go after the civil rights movement very viciously and destroy the Black Panther Party. And Nixon was kind of a Bonapartist. He was a representative of the ruling class, of his own faction in the ruling class that was violently asserting its will over others in order to end the political crisis. There was this political crisis in the United States of urban rebellions among the African-American community, of campus anti-war protests, and Nixon was becoming kind of an authoritarian strongman who was trying to resolve the crisis. And he was driven out of office in 1974. And China was not happy that Nixon was driven out. They felt like Nixon being driven out made it harder for them. And 1976, you have the bicentennial celebrations in the United States, the 200-year anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. So the Revolutionary Communist Party has a slogan: we've carried the rich for 200 years, now let's dump them off our backs. And they have a rally in Philadelphia to counter the celebrations. And it's quite massive. It's probably the biggest thing that organization's ever done. I mean, it's 5,000 people attend, great slogan, and there's a famous photograph that comes from that march of a group of Vietnam veterans. They're marching behind a banner that says, "We won't fight another rich man's war." And at that point, a lot of members of the Vietnam Veterans Against the War were members of the Revolutionary Communist Party. And interestingly, who started Vietnam Veterans Against the War was John Kerry, actually. And he left it after a year, but after John Kerry was out of it, it became very close to the Revolutionary Union and the Revolutionary Communist Party. I think that's a fascinating anecdote. But also there's another march, in addition to the RCP's We've Carried the Rich for 200 Years, the October League and some other groups, they have a march called Bicentennial Without Colonies, and the Black Panthers are there and others are there, and it's kind of a rally against American imperialism on the anniversary. And you can see that even though the new communist movement is kind of on the margins of U.S. society, they have an impact. For example, there's a movie from this time called Car Wash. I don't know if people have seen it. And in that movie, though, it's about a group of friends who work at a car wash, young African Americans, and the guy who owns the car wash, his son, shows up one day with the little red book and wearing a T-shirt with Mao's face and is trying to organize the students or the workers at the car wash to be communists. And if you ever watched the movie Network, which is about the 1970s, you can kind of see that this was something that was in the culture. The knowledge of the new communist movement was very, very widespread. So January 8th of 1976, Zhou Enlai died. And Zhou Enlai had been on the Long March with Mao and all of this, and he had been someone who would step in to protect intellectuals and such. And when he died, there was an episode of mass rioting following his death, where a lot of young intellectuals, teachers, scientists, engineers went out and had an anti-communist riot because they had seen Zhou Enlai as kind of their protector from the Gang of Four. 1976, September 9th, Mao dies, right? 1970, after that, Deng Xiaoping takes power and announces that the Cultural Revolution is over, and he arrests the Gang of Four for counter-revolutionary crimes. And 1978 marks the beginning of the reform and opening up, in which he starts creating free market zones. He famously proclaims, "Poverty is not socialism, but to be rich is glorious." And it's also important to note that in 1978 you have the Kampuchea War, and that's, the USA has withdrawn from Vietnam, right? And in Cambodia, the Communist Party is divided between supporters of Pol Pot, who doesn't believe in industrialization and saying agrarian socialism, and supporters of mainline Marxist-Leninist communism. Pol Pot supporters are slaughtering the mainstream communists, so Vietnam invades Cambodia to try and protect their allies in Cambodia. At that point, then China invades Vietnam to protect Cambodia from Vietnam, and you have a situation where communists are killing other communists, right? I mean, it's the Vietnamese communists are fighting the Chinese communists, and the Cambodian communists are killing other Cambodian communists. It's now been well documented that the USA was covertly funding Pol Pot, and that all kinds of weapons and financial support was going to Pol Pot as he was killing the communist wing of his own party. And this culmination where you have a war between with China invading Vietnam and a lot of death. And it's interesting because one of the defenses of the Vietnam War that you'll get from right-wingers is they will constantly say, well, look, after the USA pulled out of Vietnam, it was a bloodbath. Oh, the communists killed far more people. Well, that was because of covert U.S. efforts to manipulate communists against each other. And that was the reality. And that, yes, the military-industrial complex and the mass bombing hadn't worked. So Henry Kissinger and Zbigniew Brzezinski had developed soft power strategies of manipulating communists against each other and covertly funding that. 1978 is also the year where the Italian Communist Party and the Spanish Communist Party and the French Communist Party have a convention and explains basic socialist politics. And she said, yeah, Fred or I, we're going to get around to it eventually, there you go. Now, that story is not unfamiliar. Anyone who's been in any socialist group is familiar with stories like that. The left is dysfunctional in some very, very weird ways. And if you see this socialist group out there, they're still selling pamphlets about the evils of the Jimmy Carter administration. It's very interesting. What's going on there? Is this an accident? You got to ask yourself these questions. But, the thing is, I feel like what we need right now is we need as many voices as possible speaking up against capitalism. It's not actually that hard. Alex, what's wrong with capitalism?
It pushes so many people into debt.
Okay. Dakota, what's wrong with capitalism?
There's 11 empty houses for every homeless person.
Maddie, what's wrong with capitalism? What's wrong with capitalism, Paul?
Oh, it makes you work so hard for so little.
Joe, what is wrong with capitalism?
It's an irrational system, an irrational world, basically.
Oh. I want 1,000 voices saying this. I want 1,000,000 voices saying this. I want a chorus of anti-capitalist agitation that is so loud it shakes the foundations of this country. We need to build a kind of organization that is reflective of the kind of society that we want to build, where every voice is included, where every person is unleashed to fulfill their potential and make a contribution to the revolutionary movement. And you know what? We are going to totally remake this country right now. We are going to build high-speed trains through the Midwest. We are going to achieve full employment for all. We are going to achieve health care for all. We are going to build an entirely new country in the United States. I think that it's very possible that we could make the United States into the kind of thing people have only dreamed of and read about in science fiction novels. We can unleash artificial intelligence. We can do so much if we get rid of the rule of profits. That's the problem. The rule of profits is in the way of the future of the human race. Now, I want to just quickly close with this. If you study American history, at the time, in the lead up to the American Revolution, about 40, 50 years before the American Revolution, there was a mass movement that they called the Great Awakening. And it was a religious movement. But back then, people thought about politics in the terms of religion, right? It was like back then, people had only ever read one book. It was the Bible, and people thought in terms of religion. And before the people of the colonies were ready to awaken and have a revolution against the British, they had to awaken the consciousness first. And you saw that expressed in kind of a mass religious movement. And before the Civil War in this country, or what Marxists call the Second American Revolution, there was also, about 40 years before, there was a mass awakening of consciousness, a second Great Awakening. And this was essentially people that, they realized something was wrong in the country. And all the religious groups that go back to that time, and a lot of our culture as Americans, like the song Amazing Grace, the Mormons, the Seventh-day Adventists, they all go back to that period. Tent revivalism comes back from that period. But all of that was abolitionist. All of them agreed that slavery was wrong and it violated their moral beliefs, and that was part of the Second Great Awakening. Well, we're a much more secular society. We're not expressing ourselves in terms of religion. We're not living in revolutionary times right now. We're not living in a moment where socialism is going to come tomorrow. But I think it's fair to say that what we're living in right now would be, I would call it the beginning, the early stages of the great socialist awakening of the United States of America. The minds of people in the USA are starting to change. People are at the point where they're starting to realize, this rule of profits, this rule of the dollar is wrong. Something is wrong in our country. Something's wrong when these big corporations are getting rich while we're getting poorer. And I'll never forget, I was a salesman. When I was in college, I would call up the alumni fund and ask them to contribute. And I'll never forget, I called up this one fellow and asked him to contribute to the alumni fund. I remember he said to me, he said, "Son, why are you calling me on the phone?" He said, "I haven't got a pot to piss in at this university." Well, how can you call me on the phone and ask me to donate to my alma mater? I haven't got a pot to piss in. And I said to him, well, here at the university, we have many public restrooms that are always available to our alumni. If you would just like to specify the time and date, you can come by and use our facilities. He thought this was hilarious. He was just cracking up, and you know what? He donated like $30 to the alumni fund, right? He's a salesman. You know, I must admit, I kind of respect the Jehovah's Witnesses. I don't agree with them, but they're out on the subways every day promoting their thing. I remember when I was a kid, I'd get a knock on my door. Hello, we're from the Jehovah's Witnesses. Check out the Watchtower. They're promoting their ideas. We need people knocking on doors all throughout the United States saying, you know why there's an opioid crisis? You know why they're unpaving your roads? It's because of capitalism. It's because of the greed of Wall Street bankers. That's what we need. We need a mass awakening of the consciousness. There's all these progressive candidates running for office. And, for years when I was a leftist, I always said, break with the Democrats, break with the Democratic Party. Well, right now the Democratic Party is breaking with itself. There's a fight going on inside the Democratic Party where your average Democrat who believes in wanting to make the country better is seeing that their party has been hijacked by a clique of Hillary Clinton and John Podesta and people like that have a very, very different agenda. And if you're doing what I used to do, where you stand on the outside and shout, break with the Democratic Party, you're not going to be in on that fight. And this is the important time. There's a division going on. People within the Democratic Party itself are waking up and not agreeing with how their party is run and questioning things. And the question is, are you going to be outside of that conversation or are you going to be inside of it? And I think that's a conversation people need to have. But at this point, and I said before, I don't want a violent revolution. But turn on your TV. Charlottesville, Baltimore. The capitalists are doing a pretty good job of moving us toward a violent revolution all by themselves. They don't need any socialists to do that. Things are getting pretty scary in the United States of America. There's a lot of confusion out there, a lot of fear, a lot of insecurity. People think that their problems are caused by immigrants from Mexico or Islam or Mexicans or space aliens or reptile people or, we've heard it all. Well, the reality is that the problems in the United States are caused by the greed of Wall Street bankers and the drive of a small clique of people to make profits. And the time has come to start preaching jobs, democracy, equality, basic human values that all of us want, as the billionaires and monopolists are destroying the future of our country. It's time for the United States to be reborn. American rebirth.
Maybe we should stand with this group that's been indicted. Never even occurred to them, right? They're too worried. Basically, most communist groups in America are busy defending U.S. imperialism from Donald Trump. That's what the overwhelming majority of communist groups in America are doing, right? Is that Donald Trump is a threat to U.S. imperialism because he might make peace with Korea, he might end the war in Ukraine, and he's shutting down the FBI, and he's shutting down USAID and the CIA. And so all the communist groups, for the most part, the Party of Socialism and Liberation, Socialist Alternative, the CPUSA, they are defending U.S. imperialism from Donald Trump. They want to protect the FBI. They want to protect the CIA. They want to, keep the war in Ukraine going. They want to keep, they oppose peace with North Korea. And they see Donald Trump is seen as a threat to U.S. imperialism. And they have signed up and said, let's go build an anti-Trump movement. And they're very open about this. If you look, I get PSL's emails. It's fight Trump, fight Trump, fight Trump. So that's what the bulk of American communists are doing. They are defending U.S. imperialism from Donald Trump. That's what the bulk of the American communist groups are doing. And then there is a small minority, a very small minority, Party of Communists, some more recently formed organizations, Party of Communists, some more recently formed groups. That's about it. And those groups are dicking around. And that's all they're doing. They're just dicking around. I don't know what they're doing. They are building their social media platforms. They're having Zoom calls talking about Stalin and talking about internet gossip about other communist groups. They're, updating their Twitter pages or whatever. They're dicking around on social media, and LARPing, and telling their friends what a great communist they are. And then the rest of them are actively defending U.S. imperialism from Donald Trump. The reason that I continue to talk about other communist groups on here is not because I'm just trying to run other groups down, is because we have to justify our existence as the Center for Political Innovation, right? We're a small group, and it would make sense. Somebody would say, hey, why should we organize? Why are you guys doing this? Why don't you guys just join the CPUSA? Well, here's why. If we joined the CPUSA, we'd be on the wrong side. We'd be supporting imperialism against Donald Trump. We'd be trying to prevent Donald Trump from breaking apart the FBI. We'd be trying to get Kamala Harris elected so the Ukraine war would be going. So if we joined the CPUSA, we'd be on the wrong side. Say, why don't you just join PSL? Well, if we joined PSL, we would be rioting against Donald Trump. We'd be on the wrong side. We'd be actively trying to defend the FBI and defend the CIA. We'd be, organizing riots against Donald Trump. Why don't you just join one of these other groups? Let me add, you're allowed to be a member of any other political party to be in CPI. You can be in the Democrats, the Republicans, you can be in the Green Party, you can be in the Communist Party or any party. We have no ban on dual membership. So you're allowed to be in any of the other groups. But CPI exists to get the job done because nobody is doing the work that we do. Again, none of these communist groups thought it was important to stand with the Uhuru Three. None of them thought it was important, right? They're so worried about their Facebook and their Twitter, or they're conservative, and they're so gossipy and sectarian, and they hate the Uhuru Three. None of them thought it was important to be here. Well, we raised lots of money for the Uhuru Three. We did all kinds of solidarity. We raised their case in Russia. We did it. And that's why CPI must exist. It's because if we didn't raise their case at the United Nations and have a press conference about it, if we didn't raise their case at the United Nations, at the World Youth Festival, it wouldn't have been raised. If we hadn't given all the efforts that we did, if John McCarthy hadn't done the important work that he did to support Uhuru, it wouldn't have gotten done. And if we had been in CPUSA, we wouldn't have been allowed to do it. We would have had to go out and petition for Kamala Harris. If we'd been in PSL, we wouldn't have been allowed to do it. If we'd been in one of these other parties that, that dicks around on the internet and has Zoom calls about Stalin, we wouldn't have been able to do it. But we exist, and that's why we did it. Another thing, right? Donald Trump was running for president on a platform of having peace with North Korea. So what did we do? We went out and we raised support for North Korea during the elections. I'll show you, I'm not going to show you the whole video, but I'll just show you a quick clip of what we did when Donald Trump had his big rally at Madison Square Garden.
So we're here on 34th Street, and the crowds have lined up. They're going in to see Trump speak. We've got our banner. We're handing out our palm cards, spreading the message.
Like a concert, but bigger. I see the lines of people going block after block after block after block.
To Russia, with China, with many countries.
Oddly again.
Great moment when Trump talked to Kim Jong-un and started the process of peace on the Korean Peninsula. And we want to see peace not just with North Korea, but with Russia, with China, with many countries around the world. It is outrageous that billions of dollars is being spent on prolonging the war in Ukraine when our people can't get relief in North Carolina. People are left behind in Georgia and North Carolina. They can't get any relief.
Yeah, and if we didn't exist, we wouldn't have been able to do that, right? Right? If we'd been in one of these silly internet clubs, we wouldn't have been able to do that. So, we have to exist because there's a job that needs to be done. We need to build a real anti-imperialist movement. We need to build support for peace on the Korean Peninsula. We need to stand with people that get indicted by the U.S. federal government for being anti-imperialist. And all that the communist groups are doing, the majority of them are busy defending U.S. imperialism from Donald Trump, making sure that somebody the U.S. imperialists don't trust is opposed, and they're aligned with the FBI, and they're aligned with George Soros, they're aligned with CNN and the CIA against Trump. That's the majority of American communists. And there's a small minority that are dicking around on the internet. Well, I'm sorry, we have to exist to get the job done, right? I mean, if we didn't exist, who would have stood with Uhuru? If we didn't exist, who would have raised peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula throughout the elections, right? We did it, and we have to do it, right? We have a job to do, and we do it. And none of these groups even understand why what we do is important, that's the craziest thing. It's not that they don't do what we do and we're just better than them. They see what we do and they're like, why does that matter?
right? Oh, a group of black revolutionaries got arrested and charged with being foreign agents. Who cares, right? That's not, what does that have to do with my Facebook likes and shares? Who cares? I heard they're a cult, or they're not supporting Kamala Harris, so they must be not. They don't care. They don't think it's important to stand with the Uhuru Three. It doesn't even occur to them that one should stand with the Uhuru Three. Doesn't even occur to them that we should spread anti-imperialism among Trump's supporters and promote, peace with DPRK. It doesn't even occur to them. When we were in Russia at the World Youth Festival, every morning, we would meet with the other communist group that came with us to the World Youth Festival. And I would listen to these jackasses talk. And I would sit there and they would be like, oh, we're going to be elected to the third committee of the 12th. And they'd be bragging about how they maneuvered and they're going to be on some committee with some other communist group. And we're like, who cares? And they're sitting there. They're just so caught up in like this competition about who can be the king of international communism and who can be the leader of the board of the international committee to put on the festival or this society or that. And I remember Noah and I were just sitting there like, who cares? Who cares? And they were so competitive. Every time we did anything, it was like they were angry because we outdid them somehow. We opened doors for them. They never would have even gotten to the festival if it hadn't been for us. And we got them in, and, we put on a press conference at the United Nations before the festival. And the point was that we were going to the World Youth Festival and we were concerned about Uhuru. I was the only person that raised the Uhuru case in my remarks to the UN. The other two communist groups that were there, they didn't even mention the Uhuru movement in their remarks. They were too busy just going, oh, look at us, we're special, right? And then the whole time we're in Russia, every time I sat with them at dinner, they're just like, oh, we've been elected to the committee and we outdid CPUSA and we made a connection here. We don't care. We're trying to build a real anti-imperialist movement. They're not doing that. They're just dicking around on the internet, right? And somebody's got to do what we're doing, right? And if we didn't do it, there's an urgent need to build a real movement to oppose the danger of a new world war.
Denounce the Soviet Union. And Zbigniew Brzezinski proclaims that these are Euro-communists, and the United States likes Euro-communists. It just doesn't like the Soviet and Chinese communists. And what's interesting about that is that there was probably covert efforts by U.S. intelligence to make that happen. And it's actually Zbigniew Brzezinski himself who coins the term Euro-communists. Jimmy Carter is remembered as the peace president in the U.S. media, right? The only president we've had who never goes to war. Well, he actually started a war in Nicaragua against the Sandinistas. He started the Afghan war against the Soviet Union. And basically, he was working, he called himself a student of Zbigniew Brzezinski, and the idea was to carry out soft power manipulation within the socialist countries. And the way that was done was by courting these intellectuals, these young intellectuals who felt trapped, right? In all the socialist countries, you had a layer of people who were well-educated. Often they were the children of the party elite, and they were frustrated. They were frustrated they couldn't make the kind of movie that they wanted to make. They had to have government censorship. They were frustrated they couldn't make more money. They were frustrated that they couldn't drink Coca-Cola and listen to Beatles music. And that layer had real grievances against socialism in Eastern Europe, and Brzezinski's entire career had been figuring out ways to influence those younger people. And as you get up into the time of the fall of the Soviet Union, a lot of the people marching to bring down East Germany or bring down Czechoslovakia or even to support Yeltsin in the 1990s, a lot of them believed that they were not marching to restore capitalism. They believed they were fighting for a more democratic form of socialism. There's a book published in the 1980s by Marilyn Ferguson. It's called The Aquarian Conspiracy. And it describes in detail this movement that's happening around the world. It's neither pro-communist or anti-communist of young people. It's this new way, living human potential. And you read it, and it seems to follow a lot of these themes. Growth is bad, economic growth is bad, we need to get back to nature, drugs, hallucinogen, mysticism, this intellectual strata. This is all kind of being supported by U.S. intelligence agencies as a method for bringing down socialist countries. And it's important to note, at the same time, right, 1979, Jimmy Carter gave his famous malaise speech, right, in response to the USA is having like its biggest economic downturn since the Second World War under Carter. So Jimmy Carter, as the economy is in its downturn, he gives a speech.
Too many of us now tend to worship self-indulgence and consumption. Human identity is no longer defined by what one does, but by what one owns. But we've discovered that owning things and consuming things does not satisfy our longing for meaning. We've learned that piling up material goods cannot fill the emptiness of lives which have no confidence or purpose. The symptoms of this crisis of the American spirit are all around us.
Basically saying to a public of people who are losing their jobs and losing their homes, oh, you know, you shouldn't be concerned because growth is bad and we care too much about stuff. And on the surface, that sounds like a critique of consumerism. But to a public that's experiencing an economic downturn, that sounds like, you want me to be poor. That's what it sounds like. And at the same time, as there's this economic downturn going on, the new communist movement is kind of in a panic. Because the whole time they've been saying, oh, well, the working class, they're not in a fighting mood, we have a booming economy. Well, 78, 79, the economy's in a downturn. So the new communist movement goes into kind of a fit of what you might call ultra-left adventurism. The Revolutionary Communist Party very much hates Deng Xiaoping, and so they have a rally at the White House, death to Deng Xiaoping. And hundreds of their members are arrested. A few members of the Revolutionary Communist Party even disrupt a press conference at the White House Rose Garden by Deng Xiaoping and wave the red book at him. And pretty crazy. The Communist Workers' Party, they were operating in North Carolina in a city called Greensboro. And the Ku Klux Klan was operating there as well. So they wrote the Ku Klux Klan a letter announcing that they were going to have a death to the Ku Klux Klan rally. And they said in this letter, we challenge you, Ku Klux Klan, to show your faces, you're cowards, you're weak. It's a very provocative thing that they do. They then have their rally, and the Ku Klux Klan shows up and shoots 5 of them. And it's filmed, it's like live TV, it's happening, and shoots 5 of them on television. And I mean,
don't even shoot back?
They didn't bring guns. They agreed not to bring guns to their rally in exchange for their permit. And it's a horrendous incident where 5 communists are murdered in broad daylight by the Ku Klux Klan. It's later revealed that some of the Klansmen that were part of the caravan were members of the Bureau of Alcohol and Firearms and Tobacco and the FBI. And it's an assassination. Now you can argue that maybe they were provocative in writing the Klan a letter, but they were murdered. I mean, they were killed. And the Klansmen are acquitted in court. And it's a horrendous incident. They're acquitted in court. They said, well, they felt threatened by the communists or something. And it's a horrendous incident, 1979. And shortly after that, the Communist Workers' Party dissolves. For a while, it goes under different names. What's interesting, I think, is that Margaret Chin, who's on the NYC City Council, was the leader of the Communist Workers' Party of New York City for a long time. And that Jean Quan, who was the mayor of Oakland from 2011 to 2015, was also a national leader of the Communist Workers' Party. What's that?
During Occupy, she was mayor.
Yes, and she led the crackdown on Occupy Wall Street. The October League dissolved shortly afterwards in the 80s when China really made clear it didn't want to have an allied party in the United States. The October League, their thing had been that they were the allied Chinese party. China made clear they didn't want to have an allied party, so they dissolved. The Revolutionary Communist Party declared in the early 80s that only the lumpen proletariat are revolutionary, that most workers in the United States are bourgeoisified, and so they had no interest in that. What's also interesting is there was a group called the Democratic Workers' Party, which was like a Maoist feminist group in San Francisco. They began getting, to cut ties with China, but they were getting support from Romania and different socialist countries. And then finally they dissolved in 1984 and merged into what was happening that time, as the new communist movement, all the Maoist groups are collapsing, something called the Democratic Socialist Organizing Committee by Michael Harrington and Tom Hayden and others is established. And the Democratic Socialist Organizing Committee is starting to say things like, like Leninism doesn't apply to U.S. conditions, and DSA is eventually formed in the mid-'80s. And a lot of the people who found DSA are former members of the new communist movement and Maoist groups who spent a decade in their factory trying to convince their co-workers to be communists, and their co-workers didn't want to hear it. And meanwhile, Deng Xiaoping is presiding over huge amounts of economic growth in China, and at the time he's doing it, he's using communist language to explain what he's doing. He says, the fact that China is poor, has weak economic foundations, and is backward in education, science, and culture means that we have to go through hard struggle. We want to make use of foreign funds and technology to actively expand our foreign trade, but we must rely primarily on our own efforts. We are opposed to those absurd reactionary concepts of impoverished socialism, transition in poverty to a higher stage, and making a revolution in poverty, touted by Lin Biao and the Gang of Four. But we are also opposed to the idea of turning China into a welfare state, because that's impossible. We can only improve our standard of living gradually on the basis of expanded production. And again, a lot of the people that are big supporters of Deng Xiaoping are these intellectuals and students who rioted after the death of Zhou Enlai. And he says, our teachers and scientists are faced with many difficulties in the living conditions which currently need to be overcome. Many intellectuals who are very capable of earning well over 100 yen a month. Given slightly better conditions and living, given slightly better working and living conditions, they would be able to solve many more of the problems.
So we went out to Minneapolis to do just kind of a routine, small workshop that we do in a number of cities. We've done them before, where we get together, have some classes, get to know different members, different friends. Anyhow, we get out there and we see all these crazy signs posted up all over the neighborhood.
Let's not alert the membership as of yet, right? Because they want a reaction. If they see they're getting a reaction, that'll embolden them, right? We'll just be extra careful with security at the door. But honestly, I don't think we should not do the event. No, I think we should do it. I guess we'll just proceed with our meeting as usual. Okay, so the first thing is that the break time is the most important, right? The break time when we're actually talking to people is the most important time, right? Actually, when I'm speaking, that's not that important. What's important is when we're talking with the people.
On Saturday morning, our main concern was the lack of heat. The Airbnb had not turned the heat on, and it was record low temperatures. It was a very, very cold night, so we're inside the house, and we're figuring we can't really start the workshop until the heat comes on. So then we see them outside.
Burger King! Burger King! Burger King! Burger King! Burger King!
It is 8:30 in the morning.
And it's like 20 below zero.
We're gonna wake up the whole neighborhood.
Yeah.
Everyone's in the neighborhood's gonna hate them.
The house across the street looks abandoned or dilapidated. I don't think they're worried about fascism. They're worried about putting food on the table.
We're worried about getting the heat turned on.
Yes,
It's a little cold here. The heat hasn't been turned on in our Airbnb.
And these guys start preemptively gloating that nobody is showing up.
No, we expect to be like turning the attendees away. This is amazing. It seems like no one is coming. Wow.
Not knowing that we literally don't have heat, and we're not gonna start the thing without heat. It was actually like a solid hour after they left before we got the heat, and then we had people start coming. Well, actually, I take that back. There was one gentleman they did get to try to intimidate out of attending, a disabled gentleman, which, you know, that's cool.
They shouted at him, "Don't go in there, they'll rape you."
He attended, though. He was not scared of them.
Hello, Gabby.
I've seen you. I've seen you in the
Can we see
video.
what they gave you?
Hello.
Can we see what they gave you?
Morning, this is a cult. Press TV. Oh, wow. It's Dugan.
Press TV.
Oh, man. Linda LaRouche. And your name's on here, too.
Really?
Yeah.
What? Famous.
Right? You're a failed political candidate and dedicated follower of Caleb Maupin's. You know, we're inside and, like, laughing about it. The whole thing just looked completely insane. At 8:30 in the morning, in record cold temperatures, you have 15 kids out there wearing COVID masks with signs about spanking and fascism and cults. I mean, the whole thing just had to look completely insane.
What are they saying?
Robin runs the CPI. He's a weird little guy.
One of the chants that they had, which I absolutely loved, was Caleb owns CPI. He's a weird little guy.
Caleb runs the CPI. He's a weird little guy.
They're calling you weird, dancing around with signs that no one understands.
Now, I thought that was very funny.
And by the way, don't you find some of their stuff to just be plain weird?
At one point, Peter Coffin walked out among the protesters. I immediately thought of the scene in The Wizard of Oz where Dorothy wakes up and she's walking among the munchkins.
Come out, wherever you are.
Because they were all like really short in comparison to him. And it made me think that the guy on the bullhorn or one of the people that had thought of that chant
They must have been called a weird little guy at some point in their life.
You're so out of touch. You think CPUSA would be a viable force to put together a picket like this? It's amazing.
They were on the bullhorn talking about communist inside baseball.
Colt, I mean, you started in the RCP, so he's used to Colt.
Gospels or a joke, even to trots.
No, we're trying to show you we care enough to tell you guys what's going on here. We want you guys to get out of the cult. We're trying to show you we care enough. No, we're trying to show you we care enough to tell you guys what's going on here. We want you guys to get out of the cult.
We are going to have some fun with them, but we don't want to be too mean to them, because there's a lot of people in this organization around the country, and I'm not going to violate anyone's private business, but more than a handful of people that have joined CPI, they've told me why they joined CPI. And they said, Caleb, you know, I was in these communist circles, I was in my 20s, and I was using drugs. I rock bottomed. You know, I screwed up, I did something wrong, and, you know, I had to go into recovery. And I realized that if I was going to get over my addiction, I couldn't keep thinking in the pessimistic, dark, hopeless way that seems to accompany communist politics in America. I had to be optimistic. And I suddenly started hearing you, and you were the only communist I could stand to listen to anymore. You were the only one that was putting out a hopeful, optimistic message that wasn't tearing people down, that wasn't preaching resentment. I believe there were people out there that are in that same category. Do you know what I honestly believe deep in my soul? I believe that there were people out there today that will eventually join CPI. Let me just put it this way. You can never say that the Center for Political Innovation, or myself, or Peter, you can never say that we're irrelevant. The fact that we had a small meetup was so important to some people that they woke up on Saturday morning, went out in freezing cold temperatures, and made a huge ruckus to tell everyone just how upset they were about the fact that we exist and we continue to do our work. You know, we were ready to defend ourselves, but they weren't a threat to us at all. They were kind of embarrassing, and they were kind of clowns. And I'm embarrassed for whatever organization let this happen, was involved in making it happen. And I'm also embarrassed for the people that did this protest, because you were out there making fools out of yourselves while we were inside talking about the serious issues and how to change the future of our country, how to fight against imperialism, globalism, how to fight for working families. So yeah, certainly an interesting trip to Minneapolis. I'm glad we were there, and yeah, we're going to do a lot more workshops, let me put it that way. For the state and for the people, and create immense wealth. And he later goes on to say, at present, some people, especially young people, are skeptical about the socialist system, alleging that socialism is not as good as capitalism. Such ideas need to be firmly corrected. The socialist system is one thing, and the specific way of building socialism is another. Counting from the October Revolution of 1917, the Soviet Union has been engaged in building socialism for 63 years, but still is in no position to boast about how to do it. It is true that we don't have enough experience either, and perhaps it is only now that we have begun in earnest to search for a better road. Nevertheless, the superiority of the socialist system has already been proved, even though it still needs to be displayed in more and better and more convincing ways. In the future, we must, and certainly will, have abundant facts with which to demonstrate that the socialist system is superior to the capitalist system. This superiority should manifest itself in many ways, but first and foremost, it must be revealed in the rate of economic growth and in economic efficiency. Otherwise, there will be no point in trying to blow our own horn. And so, if we want to have our final Q&A, and then I'll have some conclusions, and then we'll be done. So, there we go. Let's discuss.
Caleb, give me some clarity on your personal feelings about Deng Xiaoping.
Well, I think that Deng Xiaoping's foreign policy was absolutely problematic, his invasion of Vietnam and such. But at the same time, the economic reforms that he introduced probably prevented a counter-revolution in China, right? 1989, as all the Eastern European countries were being overthrown, and the young people and students were out there rioting in the streets, and China had an event in 1989, the Tiananmen events, and those events it was meant to overthrow the Chinese Communist Party. But the Chinese Communist Party had won the support of a lot of these young intellectuals and students by opening up and allowing people to start their own businesses. And I think that Deng Xiaoping had the opposite approach to the question of how do you deal with bureaucracy. Instead of having a cultural revolution or a purge in order to try and control them, the idea was let them go start their own business. Let them operate outside the state sector, but keep the government in control of the major centers of economic power. And I think it was a different way of handling this question of how do you deal with bureaucracy and socialism. And I think he did great things for China. At the same time, I think some of his foreign policy was problematic, and there are other things he did that were also problematic. My attitude toward Mao, toward Deng Xiaoping, toward all of these leaders is that we should study all of them and blindly adhere and blindly defend and blindly support none of them, right? And that we should look at this scientifically, right? And that building socialism is a scientific project. It's not about worshiping or bowing before anyone's picture.
I'm a little confused. You talked about in 1989 there was an uprising. I saw a documentary recently in which they described the uprising as a workers' uprising, in which Deng Xiaoping wanted to close some factories, privatize some factories, and it started as a student uprising, but it was mostly a workers' uprising, and that was the main conflict. That's the documentary I saw.
Well, first, the thing you have to remember about the color revolutions of Eastern Europe that were happening at that time is all kinds of people were involved. You know, there were a lot of workers who had frustrations, like in Poland, for example. There were dock workers who had some real frustrations with socialist Poland, but were manipulated to help bring down socialism in Poland. But what's important to note is that the Tiananmen stuff had many different angles. It was for democracy. Now, the word democracy is all over the Chinese constitution. What does it mean? I mean, that's a very vague term. There were some people who were marching who wanted more to go back to the Mao era. There's reports there were more pictures of Mao in Tiananmen Square than there had ever been since the Cultural Revolution. There's also, however, a big factor was racism, right? And Nicholas Kristof in the New York Times wrote about in the lead up to the Tiananmen protests, all over the campuses in China, students were lynching black students. China had a scholarship program with Africa, and black students were being murdered by mobs of Chinese students. And there was a feeling that by having a scholarship program and helping Africans, this was a betrayal of the great Chinese nation. So there was a racist motivation for the protest. There were people in the Tiananmen Square protest in 1989 who had all kinds of different goals. And that's what happens in a color revolution. In the Brzezinski thing, what is the Orange Revolution about in Ukraine? The USA staged the Orange Revolution in Ukraine. What was it about? Orange, right? It's against corruption. I mean, everyone in the world, can put their own grievance and their own frustrations onto it. It doesn't have a clear program. It doesn't have clear demands. And that's what U.S. intelligence agencies tend to do when they're creating unrest in these countries. I'm sure there were working people that went there that had a grievance with some policy. I'm not going to deny that. And there were other people who had other grievances that might be legitimate. But I believe the aim of the 1989 protests that were very clearly supported by U.S. media. I mean, U.S. media fell in love with them, and U.S. NGOs and elements that they were supporting it. The aim was to remove the Chinese Communist Party from power. And that aim was not successful. And the same kind of thing was happening in basically every European socialist country at that point, and was successful. It wasn't successful in China because China had changed its relationship with the intellectual layer. But yeah, any other comments? And then I have some conclusions before we conclude.
Except Paul, no Paul comments.
Yeah, come on, Sanders.
He's a dapper gentleman.
Hey, I really appreciate this whole lecture. It was great. Unfortunately, 2 hours is not enough.
Yeah. No.
So I cannot complain that you had to skim over certain parts. There's nothing you could do about it. I'd like to comment on your opening statements with the racism. And there is a certain, I wouldn't call it racist in the American left, but it's certainly Eurocentric chauvinism, that's what I would call it, are totally dismissive of the Chinese Revolution and do not take it serious as a topic. It's really frustrating because now you have a mass insurgency in India, the Naxalites, that are also based on Maoist principles. I mean, it's a big mess, but no one's even studying it. Whether you support it, whatever, there's very little interest.
Falling
and to oppose the emerging low-wage police state. It's urgent, and we have to do it because none of these groups are going to do it. Our communist rivals and detractors do not notice what we have done, and they do not even understand the importance of the work. They are in a completely different category than us. They do not even aspire to do what we do. We must be clear with our words that we represent something completely different, with different goals, different beliefs, and a different orientation. We are not doing our own version of what the various communist groups are doing. We are doing something completely new so we can win in a completely new time in new conditions. The low-wage police state and the danger of a new world war have not vanished simply because Trump won the election. The next 4 years will be an uphill battle full of setbacks, victories, and stalemates. New opportunities now exist for us to push anti-imperialism forward and build the needed anti-monopoly coalition with the aim of breaking America free from imperialism and bringing into being a government of action that fights for working families. To remain communists is to keep fooling around and not doing what we have set out to do. Innovationism is a new stage, and we are ready to swing into action. No looking back. Goodbye, communists. You want us to be your enemy, and at this point, we welcome your hatred. We have far too much important work to do, and we are far too aware of our deep responsibility in these crucial times to keep worrying about you or existing within your paradigm. We must move on to something higher. Long live innovationism, right? And yeah, that's what we're doing. Yeah, I mean, you can be in any party and be in CPI. And we're doing it. We're building the actual movement, and other people are either defending U.S. imperialism for Donald Trump or dicking around on the internet and being assholes and not caring about Uhuru and not spreading anti-imperialism. And so we have to exist. We have to build our own movement, right? And these other people don't even understand that that would be an important thing to do, and it doesn't even occur to them. So we just have to just do our own thing. We're a separate entity, right? And the people getting angry about this in the chat, right? If this is making you angry, that's probably because this applies to you, right? I'm sorry, but it's like we're doing something real. We really did stand outside of Madison Square Garden and engage with thousands of Trump supporters and get mentioned in New Yorker magazine. We really did stand with the Uhuru movement. We really did have one of our members confront Ilhan Omar. I'll put that on, right? No more money for rich men's wars. It was great. That really happened, right? We really did publish a book about the Houthi movement that's going to be distributed in mass. We really do stuff, right? And we're really doing and building a real anti-imperialist movement. And these people on the internet that are just fun to listen to, they're not doing that. They're just building an internet fandom. And they have gone out of their way to be our enemies. And they've been very hostile to us, even though they claim to believe roughly the same thing we believe. And the reason they're very hostile to us is because we're showing them up. Because they're not serious. They're con artists. They're scammers, right? They just want you to subscribe to their social media. They want to be internet famous. That's all they want, right? We're building a real movement. And there's a reason that the government boosts them. And there's a reason that we get suppressed. And, the fact that these people didn't even think it was necessary to stand with the Uhuru movement, right? And, that if that doesn't tell you right there, that these people are frauds, right? There was not a single Workers' World Party person in front of the Uhuru, in front of the federal courthouse in Tampa, not a single person from the Communist Party USA, not a single person from the Party for Socialism and Liberation, not a single person from the Party of Communists, not a single person from the ACP. These people who claim that, we're building an anti-imperialist movement, and then a group of black revolutionaries get dragged to jail and almost go to prison for 15 years for doing it, and it doesn't occur to them, like, maybe we ought to do something about it. And they actually attacked CPI for doing something about it and said, that's just being part of the protest cage. They don't care. They're not serious. They're just fooling around. We don't want to be associated with those people. We're doing something fundamentally different, right? Just like Bolshevism was fundamentally different than social democracy, just like Christianity was fundamentally different than Judaism, we are doing something completely different than what the communists are doing. And I don't want anyone to think I'm a communist. I don't, because I'm not. I'm not a communist, right? I'm an innovationist. Communists hate the Uhuru Three. Communists are trying to defend U.S. imperialism and the FBI and the CIA from Donald Trump. Communists don't believe in economic growth and believe in degrowth. Communists don't stand with Russia.
All right. You know, every single day, $18 million of our tax money goes to fund the criminals in that building over there and in occupied Palestine, the Israeli regime. Every single day, $18 million. And I have a copy of today's issue of the Wall Street Journal, and it says here that 1 in 4 bridges in the United States are not secure. It says here that urban highway congestion costs over $100 billion annually. The United States is crumbling. People are unemployed. They are closing hospitals and they are closing schools, but yet they have more and more money for the murderers in Tel Aviv. That's unacceptable. As the U.S. becomes more and more of a police state, and the civil liberties the U.S. government is always bragging about get stripped and stripped away, you can't help but admit that the U.S. is starting to look more and more like Israel. The cops who choked Eric Garner to death, the New York City Police Department is trained in Israel. The same corporation that manufactured the rubber bullets that were fired against protesters in Ferguson, Missouri, manufactures the bullets that were fired on protesters in Palestine. The struggle against Zionism, the struggle against the Israeli criminals is not just a struggle in one part of the world, it's a global struggle. It's a struggle against the bankers in London and the bankers on Wall Street who are destroying the world, and it's a struggle against global capitalism. Thank you very much. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Hey friends, how you doing today? I'm letting you know, the Center for Political Innovation, we are about to do, on July 12th, the biggest event that we have ever done. It will be our national gathering in Chicago on July 12th. And it's going to be really, really special. We are talking with a number of important anti-imperialist voices, a lot of different communities. There's going to be musical performances, dance performances, there's going to be great speeches, and it's going to be a whole day gathering dedicated to anti-imperialism. I am committed, and CPI has always been committed to building an in real life network of people. And we carry out real operations. We were at the inauguration of Trump with our Trump and Kim banner saying only peace can make America great again. We were on the streets of Chicago at the Democratic National Convention with a book exposing what Kamala Harris and who she really is and what she's really about, and it was really, really important. We have 1,000 copies of our book about the Houthis that are being distributed with the poster of the convention on the back to people who would never go looking for this. We are putting door hanger flyers on doors of people, again, that would never go looking for this. We're not performing and trying to make ourselves feel good. We're actually trying to build a network of people that can be anti-imperialists in America. And it's not easy to do. It's very difficult in these times to build a real in-life organization. People have their issues. We live in a very strange time, but we have to do it. And we are committed to continuing this project. This video is basically me telling you we need your support. In order to pull off our convention that includes our 7-day program for our members around the country to come to Chicago, includes our huge convention on July 12th, where we're gonna fill up the Midwest Convention Center, in order to have an effective national planning meeting and gathering in Chicago the day after on July 13th. In order to do what we need to do, we need to fill up that auditorium and we need money. And there's really no way around that. We need you to donate to the Center for Political Innovation.
We have set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have already contributed. We already raised a couple $1,000, but it's not enough. In order to really pull off our July activities and really have a win for anti-imperialism, we need your support. We need you to go to the GoFundMe right now and donate $5 or $20. We need you to go to the donate button on the CPI website and send us $100 or $50, whatever you can do. If we're gonna do what we need to do in July and build the organization and have the mega anti-imperialist rally that needs to happen on July 12th and solidify the network that we're building to continue to carry out the great operations that we do, we need you to help us out. Every cent that we raise goes into building this group. I'm lucky I have a paycheck with everything that's going on. I'm surviving, and I have consistently put a huge amount of the money that I have, my own resources, my own funds, into CPI because I believe in it, because it needs to happen, because this organization is necessary. I'm looking at what I've got and my own resources and my own bills and all of that, and I'm looking at what's already been paid for, and it's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. I can't just pay for everything myself. We have membership dues and other things, but we need a special gift. We need a special gift to make July happen. We need you to give us a special contribution so that we can make sure the July events go smoothly, that the housing for the people coming in out of town is covered, that the speakers that are being flown in, their airfare is properly covered. We need you to make a special one-time gift to make this July gathering, this anti-imperialist summit that we are organizing. We need you to help us make it happen and help us make it a success. Small gift, big gift, whatever you can do. We need you to help us with it. But you know what? I'll just say this. If it's a matter of send us a gift or come, we'd rather you come. We'd rather you be there. It's much more important that you be there on July 12th. If you can't afford to give us a gift, but you can afford to come to town, if there's one event that you come to this year, make it July 12th. CPI, Center for Political Innovation, we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and we're doing it right. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to win the internet. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to make ourselves feel special or act like we're cool. We're building what needs to be built. We are building the real connections. And if you can understand why what we're doing is so important, if you can understand why anti-imperialism is the future, but we have to break out of the narrow niche circles and internet culture and get to the masses of people with real outreach. If you can understand that, please give us a gift. We're trying to build an actual movement to win new people to anti-imperialism and continue to carry out operations to change the conversation in America so that we have a country where there's a mass movement demanding justice for working families and an end to these wars, that we're saying no to World War III, we're saying no to the emerging low-wage police state. That's what we urgently need. So if you can help us in any way, send us a gift. If you can be there on July 12th, be there. This is the biggest endeavor CPI has ever done, and it's going to lead to even bigger things. We don't back down. We don't go away. If we were going to back down, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were one of their plants or one of these fake anti-imperialists, they would be making it a lot easier for us. We have been facing a lot of challenges, but we continue to achieve great victories. So we need your support. Please send us a contribution. Please be there on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in the Chicago area. It's right near the O'Hare Airport. It's going to be awesome. We need you there. Thank you. road and slanders about it later. When Qasem Soleimani was killed, that ended the possibility of there ever being an Iran nuclear deal again, and ended that opening for the United States to expand influence in Iran. That was such an extreme, an extreme stab in the back after Iran made huge concessions at the negotiating table, to have Trump get in there, rip up the Iran nuclear deal, and then go as far as to basically kill, to kill the top military leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran, kill him, right? When he's in Iraq trying to make some kind of peace agreement with Saudi Arabia, to then kill him cowardly, not on the battlefield, but basically blow him up as he's driving to the airport, to cowardly cut down Iran's top military leader, sends a message to Iran: you can never negotiate with the United States again. The USA will not keep its promises. And it was a way that Trump could make sure that even if he leaves office, that the soft power process with Iran will never, never restart. And what does that mean? That means that there is no danger to the Likud party, there's no danger to Betsy DeVos, there's no danger to Bernie Marcus losing the lots of money they make playing up the Iranian threat, right? All those Middle Eastern, regimes, Kuwait, Jordan, United Arab Emirates, of course, Saudi Arabia, they're huge purchasers of U.S. military hardware. And if Iran were not a threat any longer, if there was some kind of détente with Iran, they would lose out on all that money. Plus, the Likud party gets elected in Israel on a platform of Iran is coming to get us, be very, very afraid of Iran. Well, if Iran and the USA and the West were to have a détente, and there was no Iranian threat, they wouldn't get elected anymore, right? And so the danger was that the soft power strategy would lead to some kind of détente with Iran, U.S.-Iran negotiations, and they wouldn't be able to make lots of money in the short term off of selling weapons and scaring people with the Iranian threat. That's basically what was going on here. That the notion that Iran is a threat to Israel, is a threat to the region, Iran is going to come kill us, we should all be terrified of Iran, makes billions and billions of dollars for weapons manufacturers. It's essential. And it was in danger by the Iran nuclear deal. There was a danger of some kind of détente between the USA and Iran breaking out. And what was done with the killing of Qasem Soleimani by the Trump administration was to make sure that no possible détente could ever be established. It was to make it impossible that the Iran deal could ever be restored. That's why Trump did it. It was to nail the door shut, to make sure. And that's a disagreement within the ruling class. And Joe Biden here, while he doesn't like Qasem Soleimani, while he hates the Iranian government, he admits that it hurt their strategy. He's with Rockefeller. He's with Carnegie and DuPont. He's with the ultra-rich and with the intelligence agencies. He's not with these short-term money-making military corporations. There's a difference in the ruling class. There are divisions within the ruling class. The United States needs to do more, Joe Biden says, to ensure that these technologies are used to promote greater democracy and shared prosperity, not curb freedom and opportunity at home and abroad. He's talking about control of social media. That's like an essential part of the Joe Biden platform. As new technologies reshape our economy, we must ensure that these engines of progress are bound by laws and ethics, as we have done at previous technological turning points in history, and avoid a race to the bottom where the rules of the digital age are written by China and Russia. That's right. Wall Street and Silicon Valley should be writing the rules of social media and Facebook and the internet. Oh, no. We cannot have, multipolarity. We cannot have Russia and China having influence over social media. Social media is Wall Street's ballpark. That it is time for the United States to lead in forging a technological future that enables democratic societies to thrive and prosper. This is basically what he's saying, right? That he will fight like crazy to maintain U.S. control over social media, to maintain control over social media by the CIA, by the intelligence agencies, by the U.S. establishment, to make sure that no other voices are heard on social media. He's spelling this out. He's laying it out there. We get to the final section. He says, we are facing adversaries both externally and internally, that are hoping to exploit fissures in our society, undermine our democracy, break up alliances, and bring about the return of an international system where might makes right. Well, I'm sorry, folks. We already have an international system where might makes right. The USA invaded Iraq in 2004, completely violated the UN Charter, aggression against a country. The whole world was saying not to do it, but the USA did it anyway because might makes right. We already have an international order where might makes right, right? The Wall Street imperialists, the Pentagon, they have the power. Atlanticism. We live in an international order where might makes right already. What they don't like is that Russia and China in the 20th century rose up from poverty, built themselves up, pulled themselves up by their bootstraps with centrally planned socialist economies, and they are demanding the right, Russia and China, the Eurasian superpowers, are demanding the right to be part of the international global system, and the United States will not tolerate it. And they see this as the international global system being torn apart. That's what's going on. And Joe Biden just pledged allegiance to the faction of the ruling class that sees Trump as not being a team player, not being strategic in their goals of controlling the world. That's basically what's going on there. And the fact that Joe Biden wrote that whole essay in Foreign Affairs, that shows you what is really going on. There are divisions within the ruling class right now. There are big divisions in the ruling class. And at this point, Joe Biden represents the richest of the rich, that faction that is the big oil companies, that faction that's the big major banks, that faction that controls Silicon Valley. And they don't like Trump, and they definitely don't like Bernie Sanders.
Interest in it, which is fascinating. And another aspect that I also found concurrent with the chauvinism is that the Chinese Revolution was very female-centric in the sense that I mentioned C.K. Yang and the oppression of women. Well, Pearl Buck wrote, she wrote The Good Earth, right? Now, Pearl Buck spoke Chinese, she lived there and everything. Everything that C.K. Yang wrote is confirmed in Pearl Buck's book, The Good Earth, and people read the Pearl Buck's book and Good Earth and think it's about peasants bettering themselves through hard work and everything. That's really the subplot. The real plot of the book is the oppression of women, and that never comes out in any real discussion of it. And I think that's so there's not only the Eurocentric chauvinism against anything that doesn't come out of Lenin or Trotsky. And I love Lenin and Trotsky, and I love, I'm not putting them down. They weren't, Marx was not a Eurocentric chauvinist, neither was Lenin. But a lot of their followers and a lot of the things that came afterwards were. And so, comment on that.
Jessica, talk.
I don't find it so strange that you had this whole wave in the 60s and 70s that was so pro-China and in love with the Cultural Revolution, and it makes a lot of sense because of the fact that, look, farmers only represented at that point 2% of the population, right? Most people are living in the cities or they're living in the suburbs, and it's a sense of nostalgia, a looking back on something for them, and that's why this admiration of China and the peasants. But what you didn't discuss is you're discussing the Communist Party and their major role through the 30s and 40s and 50s, and of course McCarthyism, but then you kind of just stop. We don't discuss the Communist Party in the 60s and 70s, and you go into the new wave.
And I'm going to make notes so I can address that in my conclusion. Keep talking, I'm sorry.
Okay, so
Thank you so
can
much.
you just fill us in on what happened?
Okay, so the Communist Party, all right. All right, anyone else? George?
Just briefly, I think
The cops just answered you.
in terms of the so-called new communist movement or the revolutionary forces that wanted to build a new Marxist-Leninist party, that the most serious ones in the U.S. were among the oppressed nationalities, whether it was the Young Lords or the Communist Workers' Party or, let's say, sections of the Black Panthers, so on. And one of the problems that you had was there was a kind of mass base for that in the oppressed nationalities, and at that point in time, although you point out it changed later on, among the white workers in general, there was not a major revolutionary upsurge or anything. So it made it difficult, not impossible, but it made it difficult to form a genuine Revolutionary Communist Party.
Okay. Anyone else?
I don't know if this came up a lot or a little bit of influence, the Taiping uprising.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's worth mentioning. Okay. All right. All right. So now I will give a conclusion, and then we can. Oh, do you have something, Jason?
Just something that I hope you'll include in your conclusion, which is that so many of the things that you were talking about from the past, it's hard not to hear very loudly echoes like the very immediate present, and I'm looking forward to your thoughts on those.
Okay. All right. So now I will conclude. All right. So the pessimist regards social conditions as forming a system chained together by an iron log, to whose necessity we must submit in toto, and which only disappears if a catastrophe sweeps everything away. Those are the words of George Sorel, the French syndicalist. And he's explaining why he, unlike the rest of the Marxist movement at the time, was a pessimist and not an optimist. That rather than trying to improve the conditions of life among French workers, he was anticipating a great catastrophe to sweep everything away. And that this view of a catastrophic view of revolution is something that the Marxist movement has generally opposed. You look at the Communist Party in the 1930s in the days of William Z. Foster, yes, they advocated the creation of a socialist society, but they were constantly proposing reforms about how to create that socialist society that would make life better. Unemployment insurance, for example, was in the 1932 platform of the Communist Party that eventually became law. Right? They were constantly looking to make the life of workers in the United States better. That was their message, and they were doing.
After the rioting was done, U.S. media kind of forgot about those communities. Well, Uhuru, they went out there because they saw black and brown people like themselves that were out there protesting and rioting, and they stayed there. And they've been there since 2014, providing services in the community, giving these young people in the community something constructive to do, not just go out and break shit to raise awareness about the conditions they're in, but ways to actually feed people and serve the community. And they've been there in St. Louis since 2014 doing constructive work. They have really escalated these programs. They have a farmer's market. They provide classes and services to pregnant mothers, and in particular in St. Louis, Missouri, and in St. Petersburg, Florida. They're trying to undo the damage that the U.S. Department of Justice and the state police and the local police and all the forces have been doing in communities like Ferguson, Missouri. And at the same time that they've done this community work, the African People's Socialist Party has also taken a firm anti-imperialist stance. They support China. They support Russia. They support Cuba. They support Iran. And when the United States started piling weapons into Kiev, they defended Russia's right to intervene.
This defensive war in Ukraine that Russia is actually waging against world colonial powers, not Ukraine as a single entity, but the U.S. and all colonial powers who have an interest in colonially dominating African people right here in this country and around the world and extracting resources from the majority of peoples on the planet. That system, this current system, is in severe crisis, and they cannot rule in the same old way.
Because of that, their homes were raided. Then months later, the federal government came out with an indictment, and it's charging them with being Russian agents. And it's trying to allege that the election campaign that they ran in St. Petersburg, Florida, was somehow interference in the U.S. electoral process. 4 activists associated with the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement and the African People's Socialist Party have been indicted by the U.S. Department of Justice. The indictment from the U.S. Department of Justice accuses them of spreading Russian propaganda and cites simply some web conferences that they had, some Zoom meetings, some emails they sent out, as well as the fact that they have run routine election campaigns. Is this of concern to the Secretary General as an attack on human rights, freedom of assembly, etc.?
I frankly was not aware of the case before you mentioned it. Let me look into it, and I will get back to you.
What's going on in Africa is directly connected to what's going on here. What's going on in Ukraine is connected to what's going on in Harlem. You know what I'm saying? It's an international, global economy that's all connected.
Because they go to conferences in Russia, this constitutes Russian meddling in the elections. The whole thing is ridiculous. It's completely, utterly ridiculous. They've been running these campaigns for years, since before I was born. Back in the 1970s, they were running people for office. Their platform
form of reparations. I mean, Marianne Williamson, she's a major Democrat candidate. She also says she believes in reparations. I mean, it's not a unique message that they have in that sense, but they have been targeted because they're doing what you're supposed to do. I mean, you know, at all of our meetings, we have a picture of Fred Hampton up on the stage because Fred Hampton, he built a free breakfast program. He organized what he called a rainbow coalition, uniting low-income people, white, black, brown, Arab, Latino, into one organization, you know, trying to build up community empowerment, trying to do community service projects while teaching Marxism and socialism. You know, we look at Fred Hampton as a great example of the American revolutionary tradition. And, you know, the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement, you know, they don't like that we wave the American flag. They don't like that we consider ourselves patriotic. They have their own kind of unique analysis. They talk about what they call the colonial mode of production. That's not traditional Marxist thinking. And we don't agree with them on a number of issues. But it doesn't matter. We support them.
We all have to stand up and oppose the ideology of division and support an ideology of unity based upon our material interests, you know what I'm saying, to work together.
People who can't understand that, people who can't get past, you know, this or that, like, we got to put aside our differences and say that if they come for them, they come for all of us. If they go after them, they got to deal with all of us. That needs to be the attitude among anti-imperialists. Russia, right? And innovationists do. And that's just when it gets down to it. And, you know, go and roll back and watch the last hour of this program if you want to, you know, hear what else I've said, because I see people in the chat, you know, saying things that I've said before. But we are in a new paradigm where communists are the enemy. Communists are basically the enemy in America at this point, right? U.S. imperialism thinks Donald Trump is a threat because he wants to make peace on the Korean Peninsula, because he wants to possibly make peace in Ukraine, because he's breaking apart the FBI and he's breaking apart the CIA. Communists are working with U.S. imperialism against Donald Trump. So are they on the right side? Do you want people to think you're a communist and support the FBI and support U.S. imperialism? Right? I mean, I can go down the line. Communists are on the wrong side. They're on the wrong side. I mean, there's just no way around it. They're either on the wrong side or they're dicking around on the internet, right? One or the other. They're either on the wrong side or they're dicking around on the internet. You know, the masses of people in America want economic growth. They want more higher wages, better schools, jobs. The communists go around saying growth is bad. And the problem with capitalism is that it's creating economic growth. They're on the wrong side. The American people are tired of their rights being taken away and the FBI suppressing them. Well, communists are defending the FBI and saying, oh, Donald Trump is bad. We got to drive out Trump. They're on the same side as the FBI, right? And so it's like, at this point, I don't want to be a communist because communists are on the wrong side. I support People's Korea, and I want Donald Trump to go back to North Korea and shake Kim Jong-un's hand. Communists don't. I support ending the war in Ukraine, and I want my taxpayer dollars to stop going to Ukraine, and I want this war to end. Communists don't. Communists think Russia's an imperialist, a fascist, racist country. Putin's a Nazi, and they support Ukraine, right? I could go down the line. Communists are on the wrong side. I don't want the masses of people to think I'm a communist because the communists didn't stand with the Uhuru Three. The communists don't oppose imperialism. The communists don't defend the American people from the low-wage police state. So we can't be communists anymore. We're doing something new, right? We take the good and we leave the bad, right? American communists take the bad and they leave the good. And that's really what it comes down to. I mean, you said it perfectly, Gavin. That's the situation we're in, right? And so this is why we need to just understand we're building a new movement, and that what we're doing is fundamentally different. What we're doing is fundamentally different. So, yeah. Now I had a couple other things I wanted to comment on before, and I don't see, and no one's sending any super chats. So if you have any questions you want me to answer in the second half of the show, you ought to send them in now. You ought to send them in now. Yeah. I'll just say this. What if, hypothetically speaking, we forced CPUSA and PSL and Socialist Alternative and all of them to say, you know what? You, CPI, you're the real communists. and we're phonies. You guys are right. What if we won the argument? And they said, you know what? You guys are the real communists and we're phonies. What would that accomplish? Nothing. Why are we having an argument about who's the real communists? What is to be gained? So, okay, so all the fake communist groups, they all would admit we won the argument, which this will never happen. But even if it could happen, what would be the point? What would we gain from having them go, you know what? You guys are the real communists. We're phony. Nothing would change, right? I'm done having the argument. I don't want a place in American communism. I want to build the anti-imperialist movement my country needs. I want to save humanity from the danger of a new world war. I want to defeat imperialism. I am not interested in arguing with a collection of doofuses who couldn't even get their asses to Florida to support the Uhuru movement. I am not interested in arguing with them about who's the real communist. It's a waste of my time. It is not productive. And even if I won the argument, I would gain nothing. These are serious times. We have got to save our country from the danger of a new world war and the low-wage police state. And if we spend our time trying to win the argument and be the real communists, it's not worth it. It's just not helpful. And there are some things about communism that are wrong, like dialectical materialism, like the aesthetic of rebellion. There are spiritual problems with communism as a movement, and the global communist movement, as I said, has largely gone away from classical ML. So at this point, we need to build the movement this country needs and fight for a government of action. We need a government of action that fights for working families, and we need to defeat imperialism. We need to oppose the danger of a new world war. We need to stand against the emerging low-wage police state. And if you want to call yourself the real communist or whatever, that's your business. We're not interested in having that argument anymore. We've got way too much work to do. That's the point.
Doing so, trying to raise the question of property and trying to point toward moving the country towards socialism. And the Communist Party made clear they did not advocate a violent revolution. They said that the capitalists may be violent and the workers may have to defend themselves, but true revolutionaries would prefer a peaceful transition to socialism. However, if you look at the new communist movement in the 1970s, it was very different. And even though they were actively trying to build a new Communist Party, they often had a pessimistic view of revolution. The orientation, and again, there were so many different groups, and there's exceptions to all of this, the orientation that a lot of these groups gave their members was that they would go work in a factory, and they would become really popular by being the most, experts on baseball and football, and they would just be the most well-loved guy in the plant, and everyone would love to have a beer with them. And then when the crisis came, all the workers would listen to them, and they would lead them to violently tear down society, and the whole world would burst into flames, and out of it would come communism. Well, that was not the approach of the Communist Party USA at all. The Communist Party, if you read their publications, was always putting forward a program to improve living conditions by raising movement towards socialism. And that is a very, very big difference. Are you trying to make the life of workers better, or are you simply anticipating a big catastrophe that will destroy everything and we can all start over again? And the teachings of George Sorel, the anarchist, were a big influence on fascism and Mussolini. They were also a big influence on the 1960s New Left. Frantz Fanon was openly, influenced by Sorel. And then in a lot of New Left 1960s writing, you find a lot of pessimistic, catastrophic views of socialism. And that as those kind of feelings entered the new communist movement, I think that it weakened them, right? You rarely see any of these groups putting forward any demands that will make the United States better. Now, you asked about the Communist Party in the 1960s. Well, what's interesting was, the Communist Party was viewed by the new communist movement in a lot of ways as a group of moderates, right? They saw them as, this is a group that's supporting the Democrats. This is, we're calling for immediate end to the Vietnam War. They're saying negotiate now. But what was interesting was you had Angela Davis, who was in the Communist Party, was friendly to the Black Panthers, gave them education. And when Angela Davis, as she became a prominent leader of the Communist Party, you saw the Communist Party showing kind of a more radical side. And there was a whole international campaign to free Angela Davis. She eventually became the presidential candidate. And the Communist Party's role, it shifted during that period. And a lot of these 1960s radicals in the 70s, some of them did join the Communist Party, and the Communist Party has changed and is a changing organization. It's gone through many different leaps and evolutions. They did, the campaign to free Angela Davis, and they had a national organization that fought political repression, but they were harshly critical of China. And if you read some of Gus Hall's pamphlets from this time, he denounces Maoism as a reactionary ideology, as a tool of the ruling class. I think that's particularly interesting. The Taiping Uprising, that was before Mao. That was in the 1800s in China. And that was a mass rebellion that took place in China long before the Chinese Communist Party had come into existence. It was a very big war in which millions of people died. And it was led by a guy who claimed he was the second coming of Jesus, and was
Jesus' younger brother.
Yeah, he was Jesus' younger brother, sent to Earth to be the second coming and to lead peasants throughout China to build God's kingdom on Earth. And it was a big event, and historians often don't take that into account when examining the Chinese Revolution. They kind of gloss over it. But if there was a war in which millions of people died in the United States, we would all know about it. But because it's in China, we don't know anything about it. And that you can see the Taiping Uprising as being kind of utopian, right? I mean, they're trying to create some kind of socialistic utopian kingdom on Earth. They're leading peasants and uprisings. It had a big impact. And I'm sure Mao knew all about it and had studied it up and down.
He was born 12 years after it was over.
Yeah, so it was definitely an important event. But I guess if we can learn anything from the influence of Mao in the United States, it's that that communists are not satellites and should not be satellites of any country, right? That whether it's China, whether it's the Soviet Union, that building socialism in the United States will come about as a result of contradictions and struggles within the United States. It won't come about because some foreign leader, gives a phone call and makes it happen. And that blindly following the Soviet Union, blindly following Cuba, socialist countries have to make alliances, socialist countries have to make agreements, and they have to do things, and that socialism in every country takes on its own attributes. In China, they call their system socialism with Chinese characteristics. The only type of socialism that will ever work in this country is going to be a form of socialism with American characteristics, rooted in the ongoing struggles that are taking place right here. However, it is important to note that aiming to raise living standards and material progress is essential to socialism. That you're not a Marxist if you don't believe in historical progress. If you believe that we need to go backwards, if you believe people just have too much stuff, if you believe there's just overpopulation in the world and people need to not have as many babies, that's not Marxism. The Marxist ideology is very, very different than that. And catastrophic theories about destruction, I think, are contrary to what Marxists are about. Marxists are trying to raise productive forces, eliminate poverty, but do so in a much more efficient and sustainable way. And that's the conclusions I've come from, and I hope you enjoyed the class, and thank you.